Recording has begun.
Chair Yankee, I have 4:07 as the start, 4:08 as the start time.
Okay, we'll call to order the regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for August 7th, 2024. Cheryl, if you could read the preamble.
This is the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. This is a regular meeting. Today's date is August 7, 2024. I will read remote access and or in-person participation. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene hybrid meetings that allow in-person attendance, in-person public comment, remote access for petitioners and respondents, and remote public comment via teleconference. WebEx remote link login information. https://tinyurl/57AF4FSR. Password is sunshine. Telephone call-in information 415-655-0001. The meeting ID is 2662-102-7735 ##. Press *3 to enter the speaker line. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to sotf@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. Chair Yankee, do you want to read meeting decorum?
Sure. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. And if we go ahead and start with item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Let's begin with roll call. Member Wolf, not present. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Member Pilpel present. Member Highland, not present. Member Anderson.
Present.
Member Anderson present. Member Kumar.
Present.
Member Kumar present. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Member Sugarman present. Member LaHood, not present. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Vice Chair Stein, not present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 members present and 4 absent.
We are anticipating Member LaHood.
We are.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when she gets here, we'll note her attendance.
Okay, agenda changes. Shall we discuss agenda changes?
Yes. So Cheryl, why don't you discuss the agenda changes you're aware of?
The agenda changes I'm aware of are, I believe it's item 13 or 14. Item 14, file number 23013, A as in Apple, complaint filed by Chris Ford Klein against the Department of Public Health for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721, 24BO, and 6725 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner. On March 21, 2023, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, that certain public records are involved, and forward to the task force with the recommendation that the petitioner clarify which request is at issue in relation to each agency. I am aware that Mr. Klein, the petitioner, has requested that this matter be removed from the agenda. He has decided to file a claim with the FBI.
Okay. Are you aware of any other agenda changes? Oh, and for the record, Member LaHood is here at 4:10.
Thank you.
At 4:10?
Yes. Okay. So any other agenda changes that you're aware of, Cheryl?
Sorry, before we leave that one.
Oh, go ahead.
So the request was to remove it from the agenda tonight or to
Close it entirely.
close it. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So all right. So
The petitioner requested
then
that.
we don't have to take any action because he has.
You can still one of them.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're going to do a vote on that?
Well, let's discuss the other
Okay.
agenda changes.
But that was his request. It's just
Yeah.
okay.
I do want to alert the task force that file number 23067, item number 9, Mr. Crossman has made a request that his case be over before 6:30 because he has to leave City Hall at that point.
Okay.
So that's what I know.
Okay, and then the one I have is that Member Wolf is, at the last minute, was unable to be here tonight. He has asked that we continue item 15, which was a discussion-only topic. It was not a complaint, to the September meeting. I don't know if there's thoughts about that. We could either still talk about it and also have it in September. We could just move the discussion entirely to September.
I think it looks like a pretty full schedule, so it's probably a decent idea to continue it.
Sounds good. Okay, is there something, Member Football?
I was just going to say on 15, I'm inclined to continue, but maybe let's see where we're at then. If we want to do a few minutes of discussion tonight, we could do that and continue. Whatever, I don't care that much.
I'm fine with continuing just in case members are of the public, so they know what to anticipate. They like that.
That's fine.
So, all right, I'll make a motion to remove item number 14, file 23013A from the agenda, and to continue item 15 to the September meeting.
And what about the request to hear the one item early?
That one's already scheduled to be the first one.
Oh, great. Thank you.
I've read it for consent, so yep, we should be good. All right, so that's the motion. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Member Anderson. Do we have any public comment on that? Seeing no one in the room, Pat,
All
is there
right.
anyone?
And to be clear, this would also be the opportunity to comment on item 14 or 15 if anyone wanted to. Now would be a good time to do that.
Rick Bloom from DPH, just thank you for removing the item. We were prepared to present. And I think on Mr. Klein's response, he said federal investigators, not the FBI. But that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Pat, do we have any remote public comment?
If there's anyone online who would like to make comment, please raise your hand using the app or press *3. I'll give you just a moment. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote on that.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf, not present. Member Highland, not present. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Vice Chair Stein, not present. 7 in favor.
Okay, 7 in favor, 0 no's, 3 absent. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Task Force meeting of May 3, 2024.
Member Schmidt?
Quick question, just, I don't know when this is going to come up, and that's what I wanted to ask about. There's a memo that's at my seat entitled Attorney Work Product.
Yes,
Privilege Do Not disclose. Okay.
It's potentially part of item number 9.
Okay,
Yep,
just wanted to know.
and
Thank you.
it's actually I'm gonna need a copy. I forgot to give myself a copy.
Yeah, everybody has a copy.
I need a copy. Actually, I forgot to give myself. Thank you. Yeah, so everyone will see that. We'll get to that. I'll let you know. All right. Back to item number 2. I believe these minutes were continued from the last meeting. Pennies for some corrections. I believe those corrections have been made. I don't know if anyone else had additional corrections or if we're ready to approve. Member Popel?
I apologize. I have not done my usual careful review. A couple of things I did note quickly. Item 2 on the agenda, has the date of May 3rd. The draft minutes have the date of May 1st. I don't frankly recall or have a calendar in front of me. I believe one of those is correct and the other is not. Could we kind of try to correlate dates in the future? I'm not sure that that's fatal to.
It
Are
We
is-
go on item number 2.
Yeah.
Item number 2 does not have a date of May 3rd.
Yeah.
On the agenda.
Oh, not on the minutes. Got it.
Right.
So it looks like that's a problem with our agenda, not with the minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
As I said, I don't care
I
which is
checked it. That
correct.
was the first. Yeah.
Right. It would be good for them to sort of, agree. There was at least one other thing I saw here. I guess it's more a stylistic thing on the minutes, items 2 and 3, the task force discussed maybe the insert date minutes. And there was something, and on the action, in most cases, it's correct in saying moved by member X, seconded by member Y, comma. In some cases, it just says second and not seconded. And there's no comma, whatever. It's just those things I see and bug me. It appeared to me that although I was not present for this meeting, that the votes looked right. I don't think I listened to the tape. I think going forward, not necessarily for the minutes of past meetings, but going forward as it relates to cases and other things, where there's reference to the old CPRA sections, if we can insert and include the new CPRA section, I think that would be great. I think continuing to refer to old CPRA sections is perhaps confusing for the record going forward. So all of the, what we know is 6255 and 6253K and blah, blah, blah should probably be 7921 point that it has 7923.200H, whatever. And I know that's a hassle to translate, but at some point, we kind of have the current law as opposed to, and it has been a year and a half. Okay. Let me just see if there was something else on the minutes. A moment. I think that was it on the May set of minutes. I had some other comments on June since I haven't.
We haven't called June yet.
I understand. Since I haven't gone over those with my, fine tooth comb, I think I'll probably vote no, but I appreciate that the minutes appear accurate. Those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Okay. Who would like to move?
Member Schmidt?
I do agree on the point of making the correct citations. And it may be that I don't have myself in my office any kind of subscription to government code, the government code, et cetera, et cetera. But usually there's a translation table where statutes are renumbered. And so we could probably find it pretty quickly for any kind of, minutes, orders, et cetera, et cetera. And it would be, I think the style might be either that we say the new number, or we could say the new number and then in parentheses former section, since some of these section numbers are ingrained in people's heads. So then that would be of assistance. I think that would be proper in a legal kind of scenario.
Member Hood?
I have a suggestion until we have an easy way to do this. Why don't we append that table, this old thing means this new thing, right at the top of the, right somewhere on the minutes, references to old code numbers, this document may include old code numbers. See the index at the end of the minutes to translate old code numbers to new code numbers. I think it would save Cheryl some time. I think it would probably prevent errors because we and people who come here often still refer to the old code numbers. So let's use what people are saying, but then provide the index so that they can find the new ones.
I think that's a great suggestion, particularly because some of these complaints may have actually been filed.
Long
Or-
ago,
yeah,
exactly.
Right, so it's like, we don't want to go back and change what they actually wrote.
Because we might be changing the meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the city attorney's office has given us the table before, right? Yeah. Perfect. So maybe we do that.
Yeah. Cheryl, would that be easier?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So someone maybe want to make a motion to that effect?
Is there another part of the motion or?
I mean, maybe we move to approve the meeting minutes.
And then let me,
With the,
I'd like to amend the motion to say that going forward, we will include with the meeting minutes, and perhaps with the agenda and meeting minutes, a CPRA translation index for the convenience of members of the task force and members of the public.
so is that a motion to approve the meeting minutes too? We didn't have a motion.
Oh, yes, I thought we had a motion. Yes, I motion to approve the minutes and for future copies, future agendas and minutes that we include an index that translates the old sections of the CPRA to the new ones so that we have that for reference.
Okay, so that's the motion. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Seconded by member Anderson. Any discussion, members, on the motion, or should we move to public comment? Okay, I think we're ready for public comment. Go
I
ahead.
just want to make sure I got Member LaHood moves to approve the minutes, and going forward, we will include with those minutes, an updated version of the CPRA. Is that correct?
No, an index
And
that explains what the old sections of the CPRA are under the new version of the code. Is that succinct enough?
I asked. So we're going to public comment now?
Yep. So we'll start with in-person public comment. If there's anyone here in the room who wants to make public comment, they can come up to the podium. Not seeing anyone coming up. Pat, is there anyone online?
If there's anyone online who would like to speak on item 2, please raise your hand using the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote on that.
Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Pilpel.
No.
Member Pilpel, no. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Highland, absent. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 in favor, 1 no.
And 3 absent. So that motion passes. Okay, let's move on to item number 3.
Item number 3, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of June 5, 2024.
Okay, members, any edits on these or any motions to approve? Any other discussion on them?
Someone help me on this. I believe at the beginning of the meeting, member Anderson, I believe, missed the entire meeting. We're happy to see her again. Member Kumar appeared during the meeting, but I couldn't find in the minutes when member Kumar arrived.
It's on page 4. Right before number 5 says member Kumar was noted present at 4:44.
Got it. Okay, that's what I couldn't find. Let's see if there was something.
Comment. Do we want to add that I did enter before, but I didn't vote on the previous thing?
Right, that's yeah. It's when you officially entered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't want to say you came, left, then came
Yeah,
right back.
that makes
So.
sense.
Sorry, I'm just looking. I thought I saw something else, but maybe I didn't. Maybe that's it for me for right now. Thanks.
Hey,
David, do you have continued edits?
That's all I found so far. I'm sorry.
okay.
Okay.
Do we have a motion to approve then, or and if anyone else has edits?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, moved by member Anderson to approve the minutes. Do we have a second?
I'll second, Member LaHood.
Seconded by member LaHood. Let's go ahead and move to public comment on that motion. And I'm not seeing anyone in the room, so
Ms. Peters, Administrator Peterson, is there anybody online?
Members of the online community wishing to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3. We have no hands raised.
okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote on that motion.
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Pilpel.
No?
Member Pilpel, no. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Highland, absent. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 6 in favor, 1 no, and 3 absence.
Okay, that motion passes, and we will move on to item number 4.
Sorry about that. Item number 4, approval of the orders of determination. These are from the June 5th, 2024 Sunshine Task Force hearing.
Okay, any comments, motions on these
I'm here to take edits, so if any.
orders of determination? Member Pippel?
Yeah, several points here. On the agenda for today and going forward, could we please, on the date under orders of determination from the June 5th, could we be careful to say Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting? It just, whenever I see Sunshine Task Force, I'm like, eh, on the agenda. On the draft orders, the first one, lines 2 and 3, case title, I think this should be Rosa L. against or versus the Department of Public Health, both on the case title and the file number thereafter. I thought we had a practice of putting the file number and the action in bold. So, if we're doing that, we should try to do that consistently. I have a question for the body on the orders that involve adopting committee recommendations on the consent calendar. Right now, it appears that what we're proposing to do is to just say moved by someone, seconded by someone to approve the consent calendar to adopt the recommendations of the committees. The question is, do we want, or is there a need to restate the specific committee recommendation beyond what's above it coming out of the committee, just so that the action is abundantly clear? Because I don't know the right answer to this. It just seemed to me like saying approve the consent agenda may or may not have it all right there. So something to discuss.
I believe that, at least in our experience doing this, we use a formula, like there's a paper and we go and we say we move, we second, and we give the reason for why we find or don't find violation. And Chair Schmidt can, discuss more about this, but I believe it should show up here if we elaborate. Like there are instances where there's more that we feel that should be said for the consent calendar if it's not as open and shut, like if there was something that was specific that needed to be in the motion. But other than that, I think that we have been keeping it simple, right?
Sounds good to me. I think we're trying to be more clear so that we are producing language that would be the same language that would appear in an order. It may be that we're not quite getting it right every so often, but that's what we're aiming for right now with the newer sort of procedures that we have.
Yeah, and Member Pilpa, I understand what you're saying. I think because these orders already have that language right above it, I think it'd be rather redundant to say it again. If for some reason it hadn't been on there, but I've asked that Cheryl always include the committee action on the ODs. So when we're putting that motion on the OD that says it's adopting the committee recommendation, it's literally right there. So I don't think there's a need to copy it again. Member Schmidt?
If I could add, just on a very technical point, I believe that when any of us put something onto a consent calendar, that is a specific action, which is a different kind of action than making a recommendation. And so I just want to make that distinction. Obviously, it's implied that it's a recommendation, but I think you also, there are cases that we see where we don't want to put something on a consent calendar. Maybe we'll make a partial recommendation. So I don't want to sort of lump those two things together here. These are consent calendar items, and I think we avoided, for anything going on the consent calendar, at least in our committee, we avoided the recommend language, except where we specifically meant recommend.
I think because the motions that have been being made to adopt the consent agenda throughout our period of using it have said essentially to adopt the consent agenda with the recommendations of the committees. Is essentially, I believe council's told us before that we can't, it isn't a valid order until all of us vote on it. So it kind of is a recommendation from the committee, even though it's a recommendation for consent until we all, which is, I know, different than ones you've put before where you're like, you make a certain recommendation, but it's not necessarily for a consent. It's for like leading off our discussions as a full hearing.
Yeah, I see your point. I like the terminology recommendation for consent. So the committee in making, in putting something onto a consent calendar is recommending that it be ordered, that an order be made upon that on the consent calendar. So I don't have any problem, I guess, if we were going to word that, but I do want to also, like the chair says, just realize that there's also still a category of just pure recommendation, which can be in any places, not just on the consent calendar. Sorry, I'm probably mucking it up more than I'm helping here, but I think maybe you guys already got it. Now I was the only one to just figure it out.
Microphone, Dean, always.
Oh, okay.
I just have a question for Member Pilpel. So I actually am not clear. What is missing from the orders of determination? Like, what would you, if there was something you want, not necessarily that's missing now, but if you wanted something to be added, if you could repeat that.
My thought or question was just if saying approve the consent agenda was sufficient, or if restating the motion that's particular to that item would be more explanatory. If it's simply redundant and people feel that this model works for the moment, then that's fine. Then there's no need to change it. I'm not suggesting any change to the consent agenda process, the complaint committee, the procedures, any of that. It was just whether there's enough verbiage in the order of determination to stand alone and be read as it is. And I guess that's where my concern was about the CPRA sections, that the order should really reference the proper code section and just sort of stand alone as a document at the end of the whole thing. So that's fine, and I appreciate the discussion. The two technical typos that I found on file 24013, Michael Petrellis against Supervisor Safai. On the CCs, Supervisor Safai's first name is AHSHA.
Which order are you talking about?
24013.
I see it in the action section. I noticed it too.
So Cheryl, page 7 of the PDF.
No, I got it.
Okay, it's CC part
Okay.
at the bottom.
And the pages weren't, no. And on 23093. I'm sorry, having trouble with the order. The order on the agenda is not the same order as the stuff in the packet. Okay. The order of the stuff on the agenda and the order of the stuff in the packet could also be correlated. That would be fabu. On 23093, Michael Petrellis against the mayor's office. Again, on the CCs, Michael Petrellis, Michael. And with that, I will move approval of the orders as
Okay,
amended.
I'm looking at 23093 before we actually move.
Yep.
What were your corrections?
On the CCs,
Oh, on the CCs? Oh, AEL. Okay, anything else?
nope. Motion to approve as
Yep.
amended.
So moved by member Pilpel to approve as amended. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by member Sugarman. And let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Seeing no one in the room, if there's a member of the online community who would like to comment on the orders of determination item 4, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. No callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote on that motion.
Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Highland, absent. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 in favor, 3 absences.
Okay, that motion passes, and we can move on to item number 5.
Item number 5, file number 24032, the annual report of the records, annual supervisor of records report from the city attorney. Review and potential acceptance of the annual report.
Okay, looks like, I'm assuming we have someone from the city attorney's office.
Hello, yes,
So
Jen Court. Hi.
I will turn it over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and members. Jen Court. Oh, sorry.
No, she can, it's her presentation, so just, I'm gonna let her.
It won't be that long.
Okay.
I'm here to present the 23rd Annual Supervisor of Records Report, which covers the 2022 calendar year. As a part of this report, we typically report to you all whether there were any court actions regarding determinations by the Supervisor of Records and any court decisions interpreting the Sunshine Ordinance. During this period, there were no such cases. In terms of the petitions that the supervisor of records received, there were 15 received in calendar year 2022 that are included in this report. For 7 of those petitions, no determination was needed because the department either produced additional records or did not withhold responsive records. For 4 petitions, the supervisor of records determined either that the records were properly redacted or were exempt from disclosure. And then the remaining 4 petitions were beyond the jurisdiction of the supervisor of records. One additional portion of this report, it lists a number of petitions that the supervisor of records closed that were originally submitted by Anonymous. In late 2022, some of you may remember Anonymous announced that they had retired from the practice of seeking public records from the city and requested that the task force close dozens of their outstanding petitions. The task force closed those complaints. Along the same lines, about towards the end of 2023, the supervisor of records sent Anonymous a letter stating that 92 outstanding supervisor of records petitions would be closed, invited Anonymous to inform us if they wish to keep those open. We gave them a month to respond. Anonymous did not respond. So as a result, those 92 petitions were closed. And since then, we've received no communication and has not contested closing those records, those petitions. And lastly, I just want to acknowledge that this report was transmitted to you all a little bit late this year than it normally is. The report was actually finalized earlier in January and has been posted on our website since January 24th. However, due to a little internal miscommunication, it wasn't actually transmitted to the task force at that time. So just want to apologize for that and getting you all the report a little bit later than when it was posted online. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you all might have.
Thank you for coming and for giving us that report. Just as a clarification for anyone in the public, we do have the actual report as an attachment, but the appendix was, I think, over 1,000 pages. And so the link is on the agenda if anyone wants to see the full 1,000 pages and review those. So those are available online using that link on the agenda. Did you have a question?
A couple of questions and comments. And yes, I assume the link is on our site and the full report is on city attorney's site. And anyone who hasn't read the 22 previous annual reports, those are also on the city attorney's website.
They're all right there. Yep.
Have fun. Okay, a couple of things. Your summary that you read, in the future, if the cover page could have that kind of summary that we had, 19 petitions, 14 went here, 4 went there, right? Like the summary of all of that, I think is good on the top page. And as usual, I found a couple of minor typos. There were a couple of references to the redistricting task force. They're listed as redistrict task force. And I think Hank Heckel on petition number 15 was misspelled. Those are the only things that I found. And for what it's worth, the bit on the bottom of the first page about court decisions interpreting, I don't believe that's required under the ordinance, but the task force asked years ago that any court decisions interpreting or applying be included because there wasn't really a good other place where we get an annual report from the city attorney. And this seemed like as good a place. And the city attorney at the time says, that's fine. We can report if there are any. And there haven't been many, but when they occur, this is where they will pop up. We should also hear about them during the year, but this was supposed to be the annual recap of things like that. So if people have other ideas of things related to the city attorney or supervisor of records function, now's the time to ask. I mean, anytime's a good time to ask, but now's a great time to ask for that kind of thing that can be reasonably included. You know, we're not trying to make this a huge report. You know, as it is, it's a pretty slim, decent size with that massive appendix. And thank you for the work. And hopefully in the future, we'll see it earlier in the year. And thanks to Ms. Kibberlin for her work, Brad, and the rest of the gang who've worked on this for many years. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Member LaHood?
Yeah, thank you for producing this. This is very helpful. I see something here that I'm not sure if the question should be directed to you or to Chair Yankee. Something that has come up in the past, so talking about the redistricting task force and the fact that it was disbanded. I think we should be thinking about what the city's policy is when a task force or a commission is disbanded, or perhaps part of a department is collapsed, and then who becomes responsible for those records. And I just want to bring that to your attention and when we should talk about it. And perhaps is this something that CAC should introduce in suggestions for amending the ordinance, because there doesn't seem to be a clear, and this is something we've run into before. And I think about, when doctors retire, usually they sell their practice or hand it off to someone else who then becomes responsible for those records. And I think the city needs something like that. It can't just be, well, it's gone. There's no one to be responsible. And I think we need a better chain of command or understanding of who is responsible when, a named entity no longer exists.
I don't know if you wanted to comment on that before. Is that something the supervisor of records function would be interested in?
I mean, the supervisor of records function as it is pretty limited. It's a bit more narrow, actually quite narrower than the function of the task force, where the supervisor of records is really there to determine whether or not a record is public. So while you all determine issues of timeliness, supervisor of records does not. There's a lot of things like that. But I know that this specific redistricting task force with regard to records was kind of, if I remember correctly, a unique challenge. So I can't really speak to it because it was a while back. But it's definitely something I can take back to the group and just let them know that the task force.
To add to that, I think there's obviously 2 ballot proposals about boards and commissions that are going to be on.
Right. So if they
November.
disappear, who's responsible?
So if either of them pass, there's a likelihood that we may see some boards and commissions disappearing. And so I think being prepared now is an excellent idea, knowing that's potentially on the horizon.
A fair point to raise, for sure.
So,
Member Popo?
So on that and thinking about it for a second, perhaps an option for your office when there's either a government reorganization by charter amendment, by ordinance, through the budget with the 4.132 or 4.134 letter, whatever that is currently, the government reorg, or there's a body that sunsets by operation of law or like redistricting, particularly if there's a records implication or some broader what happens to the stuff or what happens to the function question. If a public memo could be issued and posted to the city attorney's website from the government team or the appropriate team saying, hey, the redistricting task force ended its work on blah, its records are blah, its members sunsetted blah, their Form 700 is due to ethics by X, yada, yada, yada. Thank you very much, right? And that comes from the ethics and elections team. It's like, oh, okay, we've dotted the I's, we've crossed the T's, now we know where. And similarly, that would play out with these ballot measures as well if there's, a transfer of function. Frankly, there hasn't been a whole lot of, despite everything else in the world, there hasn't been a whole lot of government structure change since the 95 charter, but there could be. And, these 2 ballot measures portend more of that. And, when homelessness and supportive housing was created and some other department functions were moved around, some of these questions have come up. When when Muni split off from the PUC, there were good and real questions about where the PUC records got split up. So this is not an academic and inconsequential question. It's a good and real question. So those are some thoughts. Thanks.
Yes. Yeah. Again, I can take it back to the group, but yeah, fair to raise for sure.
And if we're off that topic, I have another unrelated topic to ask you a question about.
Okay.
So I forget it was a year, 2 years ago. There's a communication, I believe, regarding the supervisor of records function under 6721D, and that you folks would not be issuing orders anymore. And so my question to you is that A, still the position of the supervisor of records? And B, if it is that some type of like disclaimer to that, letting the members of the public know that even though the Sunshine Ordinance under 6721D says that we might do this, we're really not going to do this. Just so that it's very clear to members of the public when they submit petitions to you that there's a reasonable expectation of what they may receive in response.
So a few things. I believe this came up in the context actually of a couple of complaints. I have one in front of me, 20128. Essentially, it's not that we wouldn't be issuing orders at all or issuing determinations. It's that issuing an order finding one of our city clients in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, we feel is a conflict in terms of our charter duty to provide attorney-client privilege advice. And it it conflicts with our duty under the charter to provide advice to our clients. We take more of an approach of trying to get our clients and providing advice to our clients that encourages compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance. And we'd like to take more of an approach that we work with our clients to, if there are public records, to get them to, advise them that they should be released and they need to be released and their obligations under the Sunshine Ordinance. We find usually that is a helpful way to go about things in terms of getting the public the documents that they need. Specifically in terms of notifying the public that we won't be issuing orders saying that our clients violated the Sunshine Ordinance. We did change our website on the Supervisor of Records page a little bit to it was Member Schmidt's suggestion, but there was some language on there about how we would be adjudicating cases. We've kind of removed that and taken away some of that more, what I would say is kind of misleading language about what the function actually is. So I'm happy to take that feedback, but that's kind of what we've done so far.
Yeah, I was just thinking along the lines of, I know that opinion you just expressed was kind of buried in some of the complaints, and we've talked about it before, but just a way to maybe make it more prominent, because for those of us who don't sit in this room and really follow these things, it might not be apparent what your position is and what you will and will not do.
Mm-hmm.
So if it could either be like a frequently asked questions or some type of notice, just for when people, contact you, that they know what to expect back
Mm-hmm.
and what not to, because if they are expecting you to do something and then you spend your time doing it and tell them, we can't help you, and then they send them over to us, that's just a delay in the process for a member of the public when they could have come to us directly if it's something you no longer feel you can do. So I just want to be transparent about that. So
understood.
Member LaHood?
Yeah, Chair Yankee, Ms. Court. It's almost as if you're upfront and saying, we will provide facilitation and mediation services. If your goal is to find a violation, please go to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Member Popo?
Yeah, sorry. There's a certain amount that the city attorney can clarify on their website about expectations. I think we could also probably write or rewrite what we have on our website, that, initially someone can go to a department asking for records. Their recourse, if they are unsatisfied there, is to file a petition with the supervisor of records, which may result in certain things, but not other things. They can come here with a complaint. They can file it, or we can refer it to ethics, or they can go to court. And those have different aspects and permutations and whatnot, but we could probably write up a sentence or two on what those avenues of recourse are, so that the expectations are reasonably aligned.
Might be a good EOT type of project.
And I would say these two avenues for members of the public, they're not mutually exclusive. You don't have to go to one before the other. You can do parallel tracks. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. So members of the public know which one is the best for them.
And in some cases that in the past, the task force has actually asked the city attorney in the supervisor of records capacity to make an initial determination of whether a record is public, not whether it's subject to disclosure necessarily, but whether it is, like, by definition, a public record, because it was too complicated for us to sort through if it's somebody's grocery list or if it's a police file, you know. So that has happened.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not dispositive of the matter, but it was instructive in a couple of cases. And just finally, I note that the time period on this report was actually calendar year 22.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Is the calendar year 23 report somewhere in the...
Typically, on the usual timeline, we get this done. So on the usual timeline, calendar year 2023 will probably, and I can't make any promises, but probably be done sometime around the end of this year, towards the beginning of 2025. That's the schedule we had been operating on for the past several years. This one, a bit of a delay in actually transmitting it to you, even though it was early, it was done in January.
Okay. If it's covering the work of a calendar year, is it possible for the summary and distillation to happen in less than 12 months thereafter, maybe, sort of, eventually?
I can't make any promises. The only thing that I can say is that our workload here has gone down a lot, significantly. And so that's helpful. We no longer have a backlog of open petitions. So
what I hear you saying is
we're on a positive trajectory.
I'll take maybe.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I don't know if we want to make a motion to accept the report or not. I'm not sure we have to, but if someone wants to.
I'll make a motion to accept the report so we can take public comment.
Sure, let's do that. Okay. Moved by member LaHood to accept the report. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by member Pilpel. Let's go ahead and take public comment on it. Yes? Public comment on the motion to accept the supervisor of records report. Okay, yeah, coming up.
Hi,
Not yet.
One more.
Welcome back, by the way.
Okay, 3 minutes. Okay.
Ready, sir?
yes. Hi, task force members. My name is Kimo Crossman, and I'm quite disturbed by what's being discussed here by the processes of the supervisor of records. I actually used the procedures recently and was quite dissatisfied with them. If you read the Sunshine Ordinance, it actually says that the petitioner can get a written determination. It's not an optional thing. And I asked for a written determination. The record was public and they refused to provide it. They took 2 months to research it. And then they just told the office to deliver it. But I said, I'd like a written determination that record should have been public. And they said, well, we don't have to give that to you because the record was produced eventually. So not only was it way past the 10 days that's envisioned in the ordinance, but it says here specifically, person making a request may petition supervisor records for determination. And it says that it can be requested that they get it in writing. That was not provided. Supervisor record refused to provide me a written determination. And then you see, it was discussed here about, well, the city is our client, so we don't want to document our advice. But you even see further in this section, it talks about if the department doesn't provide the record, then the supervisor of records is instructed to notify the district attorney or attorney general to take necessary action to ensure compliance. So that's definitely asking the city attorney, supervisor of records to enforce the ordinance for the public. And I'm just very disappointed that the city attorney has taken the position that they are not going to put in writing their determinations. Instead, they're just going to work behind the scenes and not have anything in writing that records are public. And there's the ordinance specifically provides for that you can get the determinations shall be in writing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other in-person public commenters? Okay, not seeing any. Pat, are there any remote public commenters?
Members of the online community wishing to make public comment on item 5, please raise your hand using the app or press *3. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and take a vote on that motion to accept the report.
Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf, not present. Member Highland, not present. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein, not present. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3. 7 in favor, 3 absent.
Okay, great. That motion passes. We can move on to the next item. Thank you, Ms. Court, for joining us tonight. We appreciate that.
Item number 6, Administrator's Report, Complaints, Communications, and Meeting Schedule.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the hearing schedule.
Hang on a second. I gotta- Here we go. Oh, geez. Okay, so the first thing on the report is the upcoming tentative hearing schedule for the remainder of 2024. Does the committee or the task force want me to start including dates for 2025?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, the HVAC's really loud.
Oh,
If you could,
could you speak closer to the microphone? It's just, yeah, thank you.
Sorry. I was just saying that the first item on the administrator's report is the upcoming tentative hearing schedule. I'm asking the task force if they want me to begin including dates for 2025.
Sure.
All right.
I think we've generally done 3 or 4 months in advance, so it just sort of shifts every month.
Okay.
For September 24th, I assume EOT is
I'm sorry,
5:30.
what?
For
I can't
September
hear you.
24th, I assume EOT is 5:30. It doesn't have a time.
Yes, they are 5:30.
Okay.
and for everyone here, any concerns with the schedule as it is?
Yeah, CAC will not be meeting on December 24th.
Okay,
Thank you.
so Member Kumar?
I have the next EOTC meeting for August 20th on my calendar.
You won't be, I'm sorry, you're saying you won't be available?
No. I'm saying on my calendar, I see the next, oh, my apologies. That's a complaint committee.
Yeah. I think you're on EOT now, right? Not complaint.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm on EOTC. Yeah.
Yep. So your next one will be September 24th.
And I've already noted, and it's been recorded, but I'm just reiterating, I'm not going to be there for August 20th complaint committee.
Okay.
That's been noted.
Anybody else taking vacation or not going to be here or anybody else?
Good.
Okay.
So for the minutes, Cheryl, if you want to put that CAC Chair LaHood noted that the December 24th Compliance and Amendments Committee will be canceled.
And I suppose, Ms. Leger, if you think there's an opportunity to reschedule it early in the new year, if you see any openings, we could do that, but definitely not on December 24th.
Great. Thank you very much.
Member Kumar?
I just wanted to add, can I be removed from the invitations to the complaint committee? Because that gets automatically added to my calendar.
Oh, okay. If you could make sure. So Member Kumar is asking if you as the administrator can make sure that she's not receiving complaint committee communications. She's on EOT, not complaints. So
Yeah, okay.
You're getting added to
I
the
will
calendar.
note that and I will ask Administrator Peterson to make a note of that as well. She's not on complaint committee anymore. Administrator Peterson, did you hear that?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Anybody
I just wanted to add, I've never attended any of the complaint committee meetings, by the way.
I'm sorry, what?
I've never attended any of the complaint committee meetings
Oh,
till
don't worry
date.
about it. I'll let you know ahead of time what's going up.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, item 2 are petitions and complaints that were received from our last meeting or on June 6th, I believe. I don't know the exact number that we have. But we do have a new complaint that just came in yesterday, I believe. It's another Rosa L Police Department matter, 24048. And that's the most current and newest complaint that we've received with regard to this list. Okay, and then item number 3, petitions and complaints before the task force. I've had Victor look at this. I've had Administrator Peterson look at this. And I think that this schedule here is, I think we're right on the money.
Did you have a question, Member Popo?
Yeah, I'm sorry. On the section 2 on that chart, 24039. I'm assuming the department respondent is Board of Supervisors. It just says District 2 office.
Which case was it?
24039.
Ayara Stark. File is closed.
Huh?
At the
No,
end
no.
of the paragraph, it says file is closed.
That's fine. But the department respondent is just listed as District 2 office. In the future, if we could list that as like Board of Supervisors, that would be good.
Which member of the Board of Supervisors? Is that what you're saying?
No, just that the big department is the Board of Supervisors.
I think what Member Pilpel's saying is could it be BART Board District 2? Could it be?
Right.
There's a lot of.
When one
government.
just looks at that.
And that's why I said, would he prefer that I say Board of Supervisors District 2?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Anybody else?
Um,
Questions?
and for example, and to be consistent again on 24043, if the department respondent is emergency management, then I think emergency management is sufficient. We weren't including named individuals elsewhere in that chart. I mean, the whole point of this chart was just to have like a quick snapshot of what's come in since the last report, file number, complainant, respondent, general nature, date. That's all. The rest of it we will see, in the fullness of time.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
I mean, the page is only so wide. We only have so much room to report specific information. Anybody else?
No, I'm just going to note that it looks like the 45 files we have open, and this looks like it's probably been looked at pretty well, is such a huge improvement from a couple years ago. And I think it was 175 or something.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
So, I think good job to all of us.
Going back to the George Bush years for a while, it seemed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like we might knock 2021 and 2022 off the list by the end of the year.
Yeah.
That'd be
yeah.
amazing.
That would be great.
Anything else, Cheryl?
Below that chart, is an itemization, some of the things that were included on the agenda. I believe I also, item number 5 included communications. Anybody else have other questions or?
Okay. Guess we could take public comment on this item, even though there's no motion.
Okay.
Okay, and, Cheryl, if you can let our commenter know when he can begin.
Are you ready to begin speaking? Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
So on item 14, it's no longer required to be this venue. So if we could just close that, and I have to go to federal court basically, and we've already
Okay,
started that process.
we did that during item number 1.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yep, that was during agenda 2.
And then I will be speaking a public comment about something else. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yep, that'll be next. No problem. Okay, I don't see any other in-person public commenters. So Pat, are there any remote public?
Oh, there is another in person.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just a moment.
I'm
Just a moment. Pat, do we have anybody on, online to speak?
If there's anyone in the online community who would like to speak on the public comment on item 6, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, sir, what's your name? Oh,
He doesn't have to provide his name. He can if he wants.
Mr. Pastorella.
you have 3 minutes to speak, so are you ready?
It's not clear to me what kind of public comment is appropriate. at
So this
time.
is public comment specifically on the administrator's report. Only on the administrator's report. We're on item number 6.
Will we have opportunity to make other public comments?
Yes, general public comment is literally the next item.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so I don't think we have any other public commenters on item number 6.
Correct.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to item number 7, which is general public comment. So Cheryl, I'll let you call this item.
Item number 7, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Okay, and it looks like we have some in-person public commenters, so we'll start there. So Cheryl, if you can let each commenter know when they can begin, and they'll have 3 minutes.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I thank you all for participating in the
Microphone, please, sir. Oh, you have it. Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. I haven't been at an in-person Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting in a long time. I'm having a great deal of difficulty hearing the speakers speak in an intelligible way. I think it's just a matter of volume more than anything else. That's probably all I really have to say. If I can't hear it in person, I tend to doubt if anyone can hear it online or whatever method we're using to communicate with the public. So I would appreciate it if people would speak a little louder.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Cheryl, if you could reset the clock here. Just one moment.
Are you ready, sir? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Sunshine Ordinance Commission. I wanted to first thank everyone for the time that they have given me with some of the requests that I have requested. And yesterday I gave a presentation to the Health Commission, and it dealt with information and records. And basically what was happening is that our city partnered with Johns Hopkins and Greater Baltimore Medical Center to hide and conceal records. And so they didn't like what they heard yesterday. But then today, this was just released for public consumption as well from the House of Representatives, the Judiciary Committee, basically on weaponizing of public health. And I would encourage everyone in this room to read that because it deals with basically how they were concealing the records. And they named San Francisco as one of the guilty parties. So again, it was just released for public consumption today. And it was basically, they were partnering with like Stanford University, Johns Hopkins, and big tech to try to discredit people and then conceal the records. So I think it would be very interesting read for everyone in this room. Or you could watch the Public Health Commission meeting yesterday for the presentation. Thank you and have a great time. Again, thank you for everyone. Everyone was very professional. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Sir.
All right, I don't see anyone else at the podium here. So, okay.
Individuals wishing to make public comment on item 7 who are in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, last call for public comment. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close public comment.
Okay.
And-
Excuse me, Chair Yankee, I wanted to
Yes.
note that the audio online is clear even among the speakers, including public comment.
Thank you, we appreciate that. All right, I think we can go ahead and, it's past 5, so we can move on to item number 8.
Shall I read all the descriptions?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I know there's quite a bit.
Item number 8, consent agenda. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall review file numbers 23068, 24020, 24025, and 24028 to affirm the committee's findings regarding the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force jurisdiction, violations of the Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, or California Public Records Act, and, if applicable, to issue an order of determination and refer matters to a committee for monitoring. The complainant and the respondent are not required to attend the August 7, 2024 Sunshine Task Force meeting, but may attend to provide testimony during public comment period. Item number 8A, file number 23068, complaint filed by Laurent Filanenko against Phil Ginsburg and the Recreation and Parks Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to provide public records in a timely and or complete manner, 6728, by failing to make public records available for inspection and copying, California Public Records Act 6253, A as in apple, by failing to allow public records to be available for inspection and inspection. On July 16, 2024, the complaint committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and to find that the consent calendar with a finding of no violation because all the requested records were provided in a timely manner.
Can we stop for just a second? There were a couple of typos there. Can we just reword that so that we're very clear on what we're recommending?
Sure.
Okay, so I think to find is in there twice on the first line. So it's moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction. And at the end of the second line, to forward to the consent calendar with the finding of no
just
violation.
To forward to the consent calendar, a finding you don't need with.
That's fine. They find because all the, okay. Does that make more clear what?
Yeah, because I
Okay.
think that's a good point, because this is what's going to be copied as the final motion. So we don't want it appearing in the
Right.
OE and everything else.
So this was.
Just fix it now.
Right. So
Yep.
this was my point, particularly on the consent calendar, that we get this italicized verbiage correct between the chair, the staff, the whatever, so that this is good. Be better for this to be good on the agenda. Thanks. That's all. I'm good.
I think you continue if you mark those. So just Cheryl, make sure that when we
Write
send
it down.
things out, perfect.
Wrote it down. Item number 8B, file number 24020, complaint filed by Beth Weingarner against David Serrano Sewell and the Office of the Medical Examiner for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. On May 28, 2024, the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and to refer the matter to the task force consent calendar with a recommendation to find a violation that the Office of the Medical Examiner violated Administrative Code Section 6721B as in boy by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and complete manner. The respondent acknowledged that the referenced violation occurred. Item number 8C, file number 24025, complaint filed by Anonymous against the Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner, 6725AD, by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner, and if needed, provide requested records on a rolling basis, 67.34 for willful violation. On May 28, 2024, the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and to refer the matter to the full task force consent calendar with a recommendation that no violation occurred. The Education, Outreach, and Training Committee also recognized that the efforts of the police department were above and beyond what was necessary to satisfy the complainant's request for higher resolution photos. Item number 8D is in dog, file number 24028, complaint filed by HV Safe against the Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 for failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner, and California Public Records Act 6253 for failure to provide a determination of disclosable public records within 10 days. On July 16, 2024, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and to refer the matter to the consent agenda of the task force, and find a violation of Administrative Code Section 6725 for failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely manner, and California Public Records Act 6253 for failure to provide a determination of disclosable public records within 10 days. As both petitioner and respondent acknowledge that the documents were provided late.
Okay, that was the last one. Just making sure, did any member want to pull any item or comment on any item? And if not, did anyone have a
I
motion?
have a question
Go ahead.
for 8C. It says complaint filed by anonymous, and then after anonymous, it says in parentheses SFPD. Was that supposed to be, I know sometimes you use acronyms to define which anonymous is, but that seems like a weird acronym to use for anonymous.
The police department is filing complaints against itself.
I don't know who anonymous is.
Right. But I know sometimes you will use something. So is there a reason why it says SFPD?
I don't think that there is a specific reason unless the email indicated that they were under the employ of the police department. And that's what we try to do when we have an anonymous filer, is we put like the first 3 or 4 letters.
Right, from their email address.
So Member Hood, I have the answer to that question.
Okay.
The first 4 letters of their anonymous email address
Is SFPD. Thank you. That's all I was looking for.
I went and found
Thank
it,
you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Member Popel?
I
Just
would,
so that everybody knows that when there is an anonymous requester, we really try to be conscientious about just the first 3 or 4 letters.
Right.
of
It
their
was just
email.
confusing because SFPD also stands for San Francisco Police Department. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Exactly. I understand that.
Good.
I move that we accept the recommendations of the committees on the consent calendar as read and to the extent amended. Period.
Okay, so a motion to approve the consent calendar with the recommendations of the committees. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Seconded by Member Anderson. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment. And just to note that if any parties wants to provide public comment, they may provide public comment if they're one of the parties to one of those files. Because ordinarily that's not allowed. And I don't see anyone in person, so Pat, is there? Oh, go ahead, sir.
So I'd appreciate a little, you have to do something? I'd appreciate a little clarification on the question of the SFPD. I didn't understand what you said.
Can I explain quickly? So when Ms. Leger receives anonymous requests, in order to distinguish one anonymous from another anonymous, she will take the first 4 letters of their email address and put them in parentheses after anonymous. This person decided to create an email address that begins with SFPD. So it may be a little confusing, but it's accurate and follows with her policy for handling anonymous people and distinguishing them on our agendas.
And it appears to be an ongoing procedure that the task force and the administrator usually follows.
Yes, so if you see other anonymouses referred to on the agenda, there should be in parentheses some sort of indicator of which anonymous.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other in-person public commenters, so just double checking, Pat, are there any remote public commenters?
And then again, in the future, we will try to be really careful on the. Thank you.
Pat? Are you there, Pat?
Administrator Peterson?
Apologies, I was muted. Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 8, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. There are no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to a vote for that motion.
Ready for a vote?
Mhm.
Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Highland, absent. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3. 7 in favor and 3 absence.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 9.
Item number 9, file number 23067, complaint filed by Chemo Crossman against the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to provide public records in a timely and/or complete manner, 6728 by failing to make public records available for inspection and copying, California Public Records Act 6253A as an apple by failing to allow public records to be available for inspection, and CPRA 6253-1A as an apple by failing to allow access to an electronic public record. On January 16, 2024, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested documents are public, and to refer the matter to the full task force for a hearing to consider whether there are any of the alleged violations, as well as failing to send an authorized representative to the hearing. That's 6721E as in Edward.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. And I see we have the petitioner at the podium, so thank you for joining us in person. Do we have anyone from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, either in person or online?
One moment, please.
Or the city administrator as the agency that they roll up to.
Vivian Poe has been added to the panelist list.
Okay, so Chair Yankee, speakers get 5 minutes.
Just one moment. Just want to double check. Do either the petitioner or the respondent have any parties or witnesses that are going to be testifying, or is it just going to be you, Mr. Crossman?
I don't.
Just you?
Just me.
Just you? And was it Ms. Poe?
Ms. Poe has been added as a panelist.
Okay, Ms. Poe, is it just you tonight?
Correct. I'm representing the medical examiner's office, but I'm
Excellent.
city administrator's office. Thank you.
Okay, so before we get into that, I'm going to turn it over to Member Schmidt as the chair of the complaint committee to give us a quick summary on this.
Yeah, this one is actually quite concise. The charge for a certified copy from the medical examiner is $49. The petitioner paid the $49 and wants to be refunded. I think that also the request was not necessarily for a certified copy but for any copy. And so the petitioner was not asking for something other than a copy of a record. The medical examiner's office cites a provision of the administrative code, San Francisco Administrative Code, which allows them to charge this exact fee. The way I see this is, does that provision contradict the Sunshine Ordinance, or does it even contradict state law. That's sort of maybe two possible issues. And if there's a contradiction, which one wins? I think that's the case. And this would also, this type of issue, which I think is really, it's a true issue. It could apply to a lot of things in a city and county. Anytime there's some type of a special fee from a recorder's office, assessor's office, et cetera, et cetera. The page 24 through 28 of the presentation from it in our package talks about the citations that the medical examiner's office gives, their justification, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's what we have. So there we go.
Okay, thank you, Member Schmidt. So we will start with the petitioner's presentation. He'll have 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when he can begin, Cheryl.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kimo Crossman. My neighbor died. Nobody knew how or why. His body was in his building, his apartment for 2 weeks. They recovered it, and the medical examiner said, contact us in a couple months and we'll have a cause of death report. So I contacted them and said, can I get a copy of the report? They said it's $49 for the certified version. So I said, well, I'd like the non-certified version. I just want to know how the neighbor died. And they said, no, we won't give you a non-certified version. Our office only releases certified versions of documents. And I said, well, I want, the non-certified versions of public record, please provide it to me. And they refused to. I said, well, then can I come to your office and inspect it? Because I shouldn't have to pay any money to find out the cause of death. And they said, no, you can't come to the office. We can't make any arrangements for you to inspect it. They couldn't forward it to the clerk of the board or whatever. There was no way for me, they would allow me to inspect it. Basically, they were forcing me to pay the $49 fee. I talked to the office on the phone, said, come on, this is ridiculous. I just want to know why they died, why my neighbor died. And it was overdosed by fentanyl eventually is what we found out. But again, they refused, said you have to pay the fee. We only provide certified versions of the records. And I said, based on the fee schedule that the Board of Supervisor has, we charge $49. Again, I said, I want the uncertified version. I don't want a certified version. I don't need a certified. All I want to know is, how did he die? And they could have, under Sunshine, they could have given me oral information. They could have just read me the results right on the phone. They could have said he died from a fentanyl overdose. Would do it. So then I got I asked for determination for supervisor records. They ran me through rigmarole for months. They would not provide me, supervisor records would not provide me a written determination. That's why I complained about that earlier, and I'm disappointed that wasn't, the city attorney isn't being held to account for not providing written determinations. But anyhow, so eventually I paid the fee under dispute and got the record, and of course found the cause of death. Then eventually the supervisor records contacted the department and said, okay, refund him the fee and say that it's a one-time exclusion. This isn't a precedent, but we're going to do a one-time refund of the fee. It's not precedential. You know what I mean? And so they did. They refunded the fee. But my issue is I shouldn't have had to pay a fee in the first place. They should have given me the phone information over the phone. They should have given me the information as an uncertified record. They ended up writing a long document here, a response, but it's all talks about certified records. I didn't ask for a certified record. I just asked for cause of death information, whether you want to give it to me orally or give me the uncertified version of the record, I don't care. I'm not using this information to file a insurance claim or whatever. So it's very sad to see that the medical examiner's office will not provide records and that are uncertified without a fee. It's certainly a barrier to the public to get access to information. And I'm also quite unhappy that they're not here today to respond. Why are they having another department respond to them? That's actually another violation. Departments are supposed to respond, to come to Sunshine and respond. To have the administrative office respond is also inappropriate. So again, the record was withheld incorrectly because they did not give a valid withholding. They should have given me the uncertified record immediately, or they could have given to me orally immediately. They didn't. And I'd like to find them in a violation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. We'll have 5 minutes now for the respondent, and Cheryl, if you can let Ms. Poe know when she can begin.
Ms. Poe, are you ready to begin speaking?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Great. So thank you for all task force members. My name is Vivian Poe. I serve as the Director of Central Office and Engagement and also the Custodian of Records for the Central Office of the City Administrator's Office. As you may know, we are a pretty big department with many division and departments under us, and Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is one that under us. So I'm here to represent for the office since no one is available at this point. So I am happy to here to kind of relay some information and messages from the office, straight from their leadership. Basically, we disagree with the timeliness because if you go back and see the timeline, regardless of a fee or not, they did respond pretty promptly to the requester. And the second point is the office did not refuse Mr. Crossman's request to inspect the record, so they actually allowed them to allow him to come into the office. It's the understanding that that he cannot record anything because department policy is not to allow recording devices into the building because of the very sensitive nature of what the office deals with. So I think that was maybe some miscommunication or misunderstanding on both sides on the ability to inspect those records. And then the last thing that the office want me to relay is they, after some discussion and because of this case, raised up the opportunity to revisit the cost of getting copies. The certified copies will remain as a fee schedule of $49. For uncertified copy, they have removed the fees for requesting those copies. So so this is the messages that I would like to representing the Office of the Medical Examiner to the task force members here and also Mr. Crossman. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Members, do you have questions? Go ahead.
Yes, hi, this is Member LaHood. Ms. Poe, do I understand you correctly that the office has not only removed the fees for Mr. Crossman, but that going forward for any uncertified copies requested, that those will be provided to members of the public free of charge?
Correct.
Well, thank you. I want to say I am impressed. Okay.
Yeah. However, I understand that we still pretty much push for a certified copy in always because a certified copy is a certified copy and uncertified copy is doesn't raise
Right.
up to that level. Yeah.
It's different, but for someone like Mr. Crossman, who was just an interested, a neighbor who wanted a little bit of information, but did not need a legal version of this, I think he just needed an uncertified copy. So thank you.
Member Popo?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I'm asking a question or anyway, to clarify, Ms. Poe, is it that you're actually not charging at all, or that you're charging for a regular public record with the presumptive?
Or providing digital copies
Right,
for free.
10 cents for copies or for free, by et cetera, et cetera. Could you just clarify on that point?
So for physical copies, we are still charging for, I believe that's for charging for the per copy, but if it's a digital copy and it's a
You'll just send
uncertified
it.
copy, it wouldn't be, it's at no cost.
Okay. And further on that, if someone requests and receives a non-certified copy, either at the top of the bottom or at the beginning of the email or somewhere, is there some disclaimer that says this is not a certified copy, this is not to be used for blah, 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 this is merely for information, just like other departments provide non-certified copies of certain records, birth and death records, things like that, et cetera? Is that the idea going forward?
I need to confirm with the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, and I presumably that would be the case because it is not a certified copy, so we definitely want to have some language and disclaimer around it.
That
So
would be good.
I would definitely bring that back and check with them on that.
Okay, thank you. I share Member LaHood's appreciation for the change in policy. I'm wondering if you can elaborate just for a moment, for whatever it's worth, if you know, and if not, perhaps we can find out from Mr. Serrano-Sewell or others in OCME land. There was a lot of reference in the packet material to OCME's policies and to consistency with other counties' policies. What I was not clear about is what state law provides with regard to autopsies and medical examiner reports and determinations, and how, to the extent that the $49 fee in San Francisco differs from the $67 fee in LA, if they are both in the genre of cost recovery fees that are set locally depending on the costs and the anticipated number of transactions, and then rolled up in the city's master fee ordinance. Can you help me a little bit in understanding that?
Unfortunately, I probably would not be the best person to speak to those fees. Unfortunately, that couldn't speak to that much. But from my own experience working in different departments and also having some insight about county clerk work, because they are also a division under us, is those are all likely certified copies that would have a cost. So what we're removing here is for uncertified copies. So just want to be clear that certified copies of the medical examiner's report will still be on a charge and will be on the fee schedule that we publish on the website.
Okay. So to Mr. Crossman for a moment. A couple of things. Again, nice to see you. It's been many years. On your point much earlier about the city attorney and the supervisor of records functions, I'm neither encouraging nor discouraging you, but you could certainly file another complaint with us about how that works, and we could discuss that another time. Up to you. As to this particular complaint before us, to the extent that we've just heard from the city administrator's representative on behalf of OCME that they're changing their policy and practice, are you still looking for a determination on this matter of violation, or are you satisfied or more satisfied that their change in practice will affect you and others going forward?
I am still asking for a determination
Okay.
because for a couple of reasons. One is they're not here. They're having another office speak for them. So, anything that she says, I'm going to have to go back and check with them. So they should be here discussing what they're going to do. And I'd actually like to see whatever their policy revision is in writing, not a verbal commitment here in the meeting. So I would actually ask that this be postponed until they come and with a written policy change. I asked them after all this happened, I said, okay, now that you've given me that record, you kept putting the fee schedule in my face. And I said, no, I don't want a certified record. I want an uncertified record that doesn't cost anything. And I said, will you add a line in there on the document that says uncertified records are free? They said, no, we're not going to change the schedule. So that's my concern is no one's going to know to ask for an uncertified record. They're going to ask for cause of death or whatever other record the office has, and the office will send them this fee schedule. People will think they have to pay it and not know, oh, I should ask for an uncertified oral version, or I should call the office and ask for oral information, or I should ask to inspect the record for free. Most people don't know those things, those avenues. And instead, what the medical office is going to do is they're going to just continue to submit the fee schedule. So this is what the Board of Supervisors adopted, and that's what you have to pay. And, this assertion verbally that, oh, we're not going to charge it. No, let's see it in writing.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would say at this point, regardless of what we do on the determination tonight, if we make a finding of a violation, perhaps we should send this to either EOT or Compliance and Amendments for a follow-up hearing. There was an earlier item tonight on the consent agenda that also involved OCME and a reporter that we discussed in committee a few months back. Perhaps it would be useful to have not just the city administrator, but actually have Mr. Serrano-Sewell or the administrator at OCME present and discuss their policies, practices, website, forms, fees, expectations, et cetera. It's not, I thought that one was a one-off. If that one was a one-off and this one was a one-off, then maybe they're not one-offs. Maybe there are some issues out there, and there, as I noted at the committee hearing, there were issues with accreditation of OCME and investments and, legit concerns and questions about backlogs on investigations and determinations. And if at the end of the day here, Mr. Crossman or anybody else really just wants to know what was the cause of the death of his neighbor, it shouldn't take all this back and forth and email and thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours to just say, you know what? It was a fentanyl-related death. We're very sorry for the death of your neighbor. And I can say that because that's what I have been told, and I don't know anything other than that. That doesn't sound too complicated. Thank you.
Member Schmidt and then Member Kumar.
I think we'd like to go back to some questioning.
Yeah, we're going to the question part.
Thank you. This is a question for the OCME's office. Forgive me if you may have covered it, but this is just for my understanding, because now that we've so much back and forth on uncertified records, it's making me wonder, in the case that a person who is unaware that uncertified records are free and they end up paying the $49, what is the process for a refund? And does the department notify in case an uncertified record is charged? 2 questions. Yeah.
It is my understanding that we never issue uncertified copy.
No.
Sorry, pardon me if that's answer your question, but
In
I
the past, they have
Yeah.
not issued uncertified copies.
But going forward, I think is the question.
Now, what happens now that you have that ability to issue those? To the petitioner's question, would people who come in be aware that that's an option to have an uncertified copy? I'd have to check. This is Member Sugarman.
It is, I can go back and, double check with the Office of OCME on that, but it is, I think they never really come across anyone asking for uncertified copy. Because usually members of the public interact with the OCME with the purpose of getting certified copies for other legal or other work that they need. So they would always require a certified copy.
Member Kumar here again. I would like to have a confirmation on that from the OCME department, if possible, because I don't know how much we can dig into the past, but it doesn't make a lot of sense that like uncertified copies have never been available. I mean historically, I don't know how we are going to do it moving forward, but I would love to get some clarity on this. If I am asking for any record from your office as a petitioner, I would love to get some clarity on this, at least on your website or anywhere else.
Member Schmidt, go ahead.
I have a couple questions for the respondent. First, I heard that there's a change now that electronically uncertified copies will be made available. Can you confirm for me that if someone was not able to receive such an uncertified copy, will they be able to receive a physical copy by, say, coming to the office without being charged for a certified copy?
They can look at the copy, which is an uncertified copy, without recording.
Okay, but they won't be allowed to ask for a copy out of that file that they're looking at if they go into the office? It sounds like that's what you're saying. Is that correct?
I think, you were trying to dig into a process that OCME did not have a process before. As I mentioned, in the past, they have only received requests for certified copies. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Now,
okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
But we do allow people to inspect, the report without a recording device around. And a certified copies would require like a signature and a format to be delivered without knowing that the receiver would not be able to alter it, or easily. So, yeah.
Okay, so if someone asks for a copy at this time, they still cannot receive a copy without paying the $49, correct? They're allowed to view, but they won't be allowed to receive a copy. Is that accurate? I'm just trying to figure out exactly what has changed and what hasn't changed.
No, I think going forward, we would be able to provide copy that are uncertified, likely with the disclaimer that task force member here suggested, at no cost.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just want to add, I think he asked if the certified copies could be provided with no charge, not the uncertified.
No. Thank you, Member Sugarman.
Okay,
No,
nice to have that.
I am not asking about certified copies. I'm going to change the question slightly, but in reference to what you were just saying about the changes in the process, what is your knowledge of how the medical examiner's office has actually changed its processes to enable future requesters to get access without paying for the $49 certification fee.
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, in other words, what has that office done to implement the new opportunity to get access without paying to uncertified copies? Implementation.
I'm not part of the process, so I can't speak to the details of it, but it is a process that they consulted the city attorney.
Okay. But you weren't involved in that consultation, it sounds like.
Nope, unfortunately not.
Okay. The last thing I'm asking, you said something about how even after this change occurs, people will still be either discouraged from getting an uncertified copy or encouraged from getting a certified copy. What do you mean by that? Did I hear you right?
Yeah, I think for again, going back to the practice of OCME receive requests for just certified copies in the past, like the certified copies are what they provide. I think they and I think it's spelled out in the document that received from the writing in the to respond to the complaint why a certified copy is important for the reasons that they list there.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
Okay. Member Sugarman, did you have a question before I get to? Okay. Member Kumar, go ahead.
I just want to follow up. You did say that a petitioner can look at the document without recording it for free. So why wasn't that implemented in Mr. Crossman's case?
It is my understanding that was communicated to him, but he decided not to, but pay for the fee to get the certified copy. And that's also listed in the document in the response of OCME.
Thank you.
I just have two quick questions for you. The first one, what is the current fee for a certified copy of the report? And the reason I'm asking is that your letter says $49, but when I brought up admin code 8.14, it says $47. So I'm just trying to figure out which one's right.
It should be $49. It is on our website.
It is. So if you go to the city's code, whatever you call it, and you go to section 8.14 and look there, it has a fee schedule and it lists it as $47. So it may have been updated since that.
I believe the fee schedule that was in the packet was the fiscal 22-23 fee schedule. That may have been amended, and there might be some kind of surcharge in addition to the 47. I don't know. It may be that it got lowered was the point. I don't know.
It looks like the last one, the note for the one online it was last updated effective 11/1/2020. So my point is, if it's been raised from 47 to 49, it's not reflected in the published admin code on the city's website. So
there you go.
You might want to double check to make sure that gets updated accordingly. That was my point. And second question was, I'm sorry, did you have a response to that?
Oh, I said that I will double check with our team and the admin code.
Okay. Second question, I think a few members may have asked, would you consider adding the charge, which sounds like it could be the nominal 10 cents or whatever for the non-certified copy, to your fee schedule so that members of the public would know that that's A, an available option, and B, what it would cost? Unless you're doing it for free. I think you may have said it even might be free. But let's say someone wanted a paper copy of an uncertified report. Are you open to adding to your fee schedule that's published that's an available option?
I would need to take that back to the OCME team.
I'm not necessarily saying you
discuss this.
have to. I'm just asking if that was something you'd be open to.
I can definitely take it back to the team for discussion.
Okay. Member LaHood?
Yeah, I mean, I understand Ms. Poe's position where she doesn't have the authority to do this, but I think I would like to include in an order of determination an order that these things be added, because otherwise I don't think members of the public are going to know about the availability of a free digital, an uncertified copy of a medical examiner's report. A digital copy could be made for free, or a printed copy could be available at the standard allowed charge of 10 cents per page. And I think unless we require that to happen, that information is not going to be conveyed to the public.
Okay. Any other questions before we move on to, okay.
I have a question for Mr. Crossman.
Go ahead.
Hello. I just wanted to, I was checking, I did go through your previous communications with the department, and I just wanted to understand, when you communicated with them on July 14th, were you aware that you could, the email says that there's a charge and can you come into the office and take photos of the public record, and you got an email back saying that recording is not allowed. At that point, were you aware that you could take a look at the document and not record free of charge? Were you aware of that?
Yes, I understand Sunshine very well. I was aware that I could inspect the record, but the way they responded, I took it to mean that they weren't going to, because there was another communication where they said, offices aren't open to the public, so the indication was the only way you can get it is to pay the $49. And I just would also want to say, any order of determination that I was talking about, people should be able to get the information orally. They should be able to get it read over the phone. Sunshine has a provision for oral information. So, but again, I asked and said, when it all was done, I said, okay, I don't have to file a complaint as Sunshine. I don't have to do order of determination. Just add onto your fee schedule at the bottom, uncertified records are free digitally or oral information is free. They wouldn't do it.
Okay, so the impression you had at that point was that you have to pay to take a look at the record. There was no way to look at it for free. Okay.
Okay. We're ready for rebuttals? Okay. Let's do rebuttals. So we'll start with the respondent. Ms. Poe, if you wanted to have up to 3 minutes, and then we'll let Mr. Crossman finish with 3 minutes.
I think I would just go back to the original complaint of the different code section of this, I think the 3 complaints. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that the OCME team did respond, timely and in a complete manner. So I just want to be able to reiterate that, and it's also they have allowed for public inspection without a recording device. And thirdly, I think it was about the electronic public records. So for Mr. Crossman, this particular case, he did receive the report within a responsible timeline, and he also get refunded for the $49 that he paid upfront. So I just want to make sure that we be able to focus on the code complaints. I know the discussion about the fee removal is also important, but I just want to stick back to the original complaint and the code section of violation when the task force consider the conclusion of this case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Sheriff, we can reset the clock for Mr. Crossman.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, responding specifically, I never received a valid withholding communication. They said, I asked for an uncertified version. They said $49 for a certified version. So they basically, it was an invalid response because, they have to cite they have to cite sunshine or CPRA as a valid reason for withholding a record. I asked for an uncertified record. They wouldn't provide it. They just kept saying, you have to pay $49 for the certified version. And you can't come to the office because it has to be secure, and we can't have recording devices there as well. And so, yes, I got it. When I started engaging them, I paid the $49 and I got it in a couple of days, but they never provided a valid withholding response. So it was not a timely response. And again, I just want to emphasize, they could have read me the information over the phone when I called them, talked to the medical examiner. Again, $49, or you can't, or we cannot reveal any information. That's Sunshine provides for oral information. And the fact that when I said, hey, now that things are settled, if you'll just add on, I asked both the supervisor of records and the department, please just put on your schedule, people can ask for a free uncertified version of records at the bottom of the schedule, and we'll all be all good. And they said, no, we're not going to do that. No one's going to know to ask for that. They won't know they can get information orally. They won't know they can ask for information uncertified. The department kept saying, no, our office only issues certified records. We only issue certified records. So the fact that they're not here today is also a violation of Sunshine. They're supposed to send a knowledgeable person to speak to it. The Sunshine covers, you have to have a knowledgeable person come and speak. Instead, they sent someone else who wasn't even involved in the process, who can explain how the new process is implemented. And also there's no written confirmation of what that new process is. It's a verbal commitment that will be forgotten as soon as we leave today, because no one will know they can ask for a certified record. So I think that covers just the really poor service otherwise for something that could have been so simply handled. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Crossman. It's time for our discussion and deliberations. I'll just let Member LaHood start.
I thought of another question. Is it too late?
Oh, go ahead.
Ms. Poe, this is Member LaHood. I have never been to the office of the Chief Medical Examiner. When members of the public come in, is there a lobby?
Been there since they moved.
Or a
Yes,
waiting
there
area?
is. There's
Okay.
a lobby area for usually family members of next of kin of the decedents.
Okay, so members of the public are not just wandering into the offices, is that correct? Where
I think
city
so.
employees
I've been
are
there
working.
once. This is based on my memory. I believe so.
Okay, so the prohibition of recording devices, I could understand how the office wouldn't want recording devices being used indiscriminately. But is it feasible that for the purpose of inspecting and documenting a record, that the office could have a conference room or a reading room or an inspection room where members of the public who request to inspect documents would be in a room where the only thing that there would be to record in the room besides the table and chairs would be the document presented in front of them? Would there be an objection to using a recording device in such a room?
Such a room available outside than the lobby area, because it's all going to be the internal office.
Right. I think you could say to people, you can't bring out your phone or recording device until you are inside of this room where it's just you and the document.
I can't answer that question because I am not as familiar with the layout of the office.
Okay.
But
so perhaps this is something we need to direct.
Sorry about that. But I think even if the lobby area that we mentioned, I just want to keep that in mind for all the task force members, that people who visit the medical examiner office is usually at a very emotional time. So even in the public lobby area, it seems inappropriate to have recording devices, even though it's a public area and there are members of the public being there, knowing that it's a public area. It's still, I just want to put it out there about that.
I don't disagree with you, but I mean, when people come in, do they have to turn over their phones?
I do not think they can get in outside of the lobby area, so they would remain in the public lobby area usually.
Right. I guess so I understand the prohibition against recording in the lobby area. I totally get what you're saying. My question is, when members of the public, including family members who are coming in to gain access to information, when they come in, are their phones confiscated before they enter the lobby?
I don't think so. I don't think
Okay.
so. I think the lobby area, it's remain public,
Okay.
but
So
you
I
can
guess
get inside. Yeah.
Okay. That's all I need. Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm happy to, again, go back to the team and ask about their layout and all that. But that's what I know, and I hope to provide the information here.
Member Pilpel, go ahead.
Somehow I'm feeling like we've almost done enough on this, but or at least for tonight. I am open to some or all of the violations that Mr. Crossman is alleging. I am very interested in sending this to either EOT or CAC for a follow-up to discuss, among other things, but particularly policies, fees, website, annual report. I think we should have a little debrief of what they've done, what they're doing, what they're planning to change over at OCME in light of these two cases, and what seems sort of reasonable, both under the circumstances of making determinations of cause of death, notifying next of kin, having public records, disclosing public records, maintaining proper accreditation and investigatory techniques, not contaminating whatever shouldn't be contaminated, and having as open a process as one can given those constraints. All of which seems pretty reasonable. And I don't think we need to or should be in a position to order or dictate how they do their business, just that the portion related to public records and sunshine comply with sunshine and be sort of reasonable for the public. I think that's, sort of where we start and end. And so I'm searching for the right code sections to cite in terms of a violation, and I guess in part looking to Member LaHood as to whether she prefers to keep stuff away from CAC because we're busy with stuff.
No, I don't. Actually, I've written a motion, but I want to hear what other people have to say
All right.
first.
But yes,
Yeah.
something along those lines. I think we're headed in the same place. And it's number 1 Newhall Street is their office. We're heading to the same place.
Any other thoughts, members? Sounds like Member Hood maybe has a draft motion to at least.
I have a draft motion, and I do want to acknowledge before I make this motion, Ms. Poe, thank you. And I'm impressed that the office is saying that it plans to make these changes. And, and I want to applaud Mr. Crossman for not just taking his own refund and saying thanks and moving on, but doing what I think is a great service for other members of the public. So I'd like to make a motion to find a violation against the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for charging a member of the public for a public record that should have been provided in a digital format at no charge, and order the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to add to its fee schedule on its website and in printed material made available to members of the public who visit its office the option of receiving a digital copy of an uncertified, a digital copy of an uncertified copy of a medical examiner's report free of charge, or for 10 cents a page for a printed copy, and send verification to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Administrator that these changes to digital and print copies of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner's fee schedule have been made within 10 days, and send a knowledgeable representative to the next Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting to attest and confirm that these updates have been made.
One quick question. I
Yes.
may have missed it. Did you cite a code section for the fee part?
I did not. Which one should we?
I was looking at 6728.
I think that's the right one.
Okay, which is fees for duplication.
Right.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay. So Cheryl,
Maybe
if you
could we
could,
make it a future meeting of the CAC because it might not be still this month?
Well, we have,
That might not give them enough time.
that might
to-
not, well, we've asked for 10, actually, here's my hope and procedurally, let me ask this. If they complete it in 10 days and we are satisfied, I think we could tell them, you don't have to come to the meeting, but I added that in case it doesn't happen so that they do have to show up at the meeting.
I think I'm still interested in talking to them both on this and the wine gardener.
Okay,
I
so,
just think we should have a little check-in.
okay,
And since I
to
didn't,
a future, okay,
and since I didn't say it earlier, not only has Ms. Poe been accommodating, I think, tonight, but Ms. Hayward was accommodating at the committee meeting with respect to the wine and gardener request. So the city administrator, although they oversee OCME, has been helpful in
yeah, I would
conveying
agree,
some-
I would agree.
making some sunshine changes out in OCME land. So
Okay.
far, so far.
so why don't we do this to make, that was a hefty motion. I think
Should I read it again
I was going to
slowly?
suggest,
Either read it again or just send it to me by email. Can you?
Or
do
both.
that?
oh, if,
Let's do both, just to have it on the record.
All right.
yeah,
okay.
or if you can reread it and then if you can email it to her.
I
because
will do that.
What we do is tomorrow we typically send out the notices by email and the audio isn't available to us yet.
Okay,
So
okay.
I want to
I'm going to second,
48 hours for the.
I will second the motion, but
Let me read it one more time to make sure you like what it says. I would like to make a motion to find a violation against the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for charging a member of the public for a public record that should have been provided in digital format at no charge under section 67.28 of the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance. And order the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to add to its fee schedule, to the fee schedule on its website, hang on, and in printed material made available to members of the public who visit its office, the option of receiving a digital copy of an uncertified medical examiner's report free of charge for 10 cents, or free of charge, or for 10 cents a page for a printed copy. And send verification to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Administrator that these changes to digital and print copies of the fee schedule have been made within 10 days. And send a knowledgeable representative to a future Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting to attest and confirm that these updates have been made. Okay, and Ms. Leger, I will send this to you.
And Member Schmidt, you still want to second that?
yes.
Okay. So we've got a motion by Member LaHood, seconded by Member Schmidt. I think,
That does what I was looking for.
okay,
So-
I think we're all good with that. Okay. So let's go ahead and open that up to public comment if there is any. So we'll start with members of the public. You cannot comment on your own case, sir. I'm sorry.
Why can't I?
Because you've already had the chance to speak.
I'm commenting on the.
No, we don't allow public comment on your own case.
I'll speak anonymously.
I'm sorry.
Anonymously, I would want to give feedback.
No, we've heard plenty of testimony from you. Okay. Are there any other members? You can come up, sir.
I find this a fascinating and in some ways horrifying topic. Everybody in San Francisco is affected and probably under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner in some time in their lives, or maybe never. But I wonder, as a longtime participant in these meetings over many decades, if this matter has not come before the task force before. It's very hard for me to imagine that the medical examiner, whose function affects so many people here, has not had a complaint at this body that was resolved in some way, shape, or form. I would like to know how to find that out, and maybe it's just a matter of a lot of research through your record keeping. But in all the years this body has existed, I believe that you must have addressed a very similar issue before the medical examiner. I'd like to know when that was. Like to read the record, like to find out how are you creating precedent? Are you changing the way you used to do things before? Have you had similar rulings in the past?
Thank you, sir, for your comment. The task force pass orders of determination are available on our website. Unfortunately, there is no good searchable database of them. I know that's something all of us here have been trying to communicate to the clerk's office, that when they upgrade their legislative system, that we get included in some type of searchable database so that we and folks at the public, members of the public like you can do.
If it helps, Mr. Pasquarello, I do not recall in my vast database in my brain, I don't recall a past case involving OCME and fees in this kind of context. It's possible, but I don't recall it. If I did, I would share it.
Okay, seeing no one else at the podium, we'll turn to remote public commenters if there are any.
Anyone in the online community wishing to make public comment on item 9, please raise your hand using the app or press star 3. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I think we're ready for a vote on this motion.
Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Highland, absent. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor, 3 absents.
Okay, that motion is passed. Thank you to all the parties for joining us this evening.
Ready for the next item?
Let's go ahead and move on to item number 10.
Item number 10, file number 23086. Complaint filed by Mike Spencer against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a records request in a timely and or complete manner. On June 5th, 2024, the task force moved to continue file number 23086 until such time as the task force receives a copy of the Wynkoop memo in possession of the petitioner or evidence of a declination letter from the district attorney provided by Christopher Beauchamp on whether these records should be made public.
Okay, so members, if you may recall, we heard this back in June. So this is not a full hearing again. We're just kind of picking up at the end of it. So let's see if we have all the parties here. Is Mr. Spencer available either in person or on the phone? And someone from the police department.
Lieutenant Beauchamp has been added as a panelist. Mr. Spencer, if you're in the online community, please raise your hand in the app. Press star 3 or use the app, please. Do not see Mr. Spencer online.
Huh, okay.
Sorry, did we get anything?
Yeah, I was going to ask, Pat, do you happen to have easy reference to your little attendance cheat sheet that you were making about who confirmed their attendance?
Cheryl, I believe the attendance showed that he was attending. Let me check email, please. No recent emails.
Could somebody maybe call him at his phone number that's listed on page 1? To say, hey, hello.
No, is that on page? Had he indicated he had planned to come though, Pat?
I can check that. Cheryl,
I believe he said
in the file?
he would be available.
That's a good idea. Maybe we could do this. What if we take a 10-minute recess, and I don't know if either Cheryl or Pat, if one of you, if you look on PDF page 5, Mr. Spencer lists his phone number. If one of you could call him and see if he could pop online, because I think that'd be more efficient than us trying to close this and reopen it and all that or whatever else. And so
I can do that, and I'll check correspondence, and Cheryl, I will check the file.
Perfect. So let's go ahead and do that. If you can check everything, give them a call at that phone number, and we'll recess until at least 6:35.
Okay, I just got a notification of a 626 number.
It's
Is that the
No,
number that?
it's not. No,
No?
I'll write it down for you. I don't want to say it on the microphone, so I'll write it down for you. So if you could pause the recording or at least turn our microphones off.
Ten minutes. Thank you.
Administrator Peterson?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, do we have Mr. Nazir?
We do.
We do have him. All right, do we have the respondent as well? Who would that be? Oh, hi. All right. Dean is out there. I don't know what he's doing, but. All right, okay. So we're ready to go back online? All right.
In answer to your question, we do have Hakeem Ibrahim.
Back online. Item down. Yeah, I was just writing back online. That's all. Okay.
We're gonna go to
11. We'll go back to 10.
We're ready to begin?
That,
Ready to begin?
yep, so it's,
Uh,
I'm just gonna, let me talk first. So, we're back at 6:38. The petitioner for item number 10, file 23086, is currently on his way to City Hall with expected arrival in about 15 minutes. So to keep things moving, we will go to the next file, which is item number 11, 23081. So Chef, you want to pick it up there?
Item number 11, file number 23081, complaint filed by Zahir Nasri against San Francisco International Airport Ground Transportation Unit for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to provide public records in a timely and or complete manner. On November 21, 2023, the complaint committee moved to find the requested records of public. The task force has jurisdiction and referred the matter to the task force for consideration of a timeliness violation.
Okay, so let's make sure that we have all the parties here. Do we have Zahir Nasri? Maybe online?
I will unmute you. You can speak. You are a panelist.
Yes, my name is Zahir Nasri.
Sir,
Can
you have to speak louder or talk into your microphone.
Okay, can you hear me
We
okay
can't
now?
hear you.
Sort of. Okay, and I believe we have someone from the San Francisco International Airport here in person. You want to come up to the podium?
Clarification, please. How come Ibrahim, are you also from the airport?
No, he's from MTA.
Thank you for the clarification.
That was me.
And your name, sir?
My name is Doug Yakel, Dougyakel, speaking on behalf of the airport.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for coming. All right, and before we get started, do either of you, do you or Mr. Naziri plan to have any other witnesses or anything? Okay. And same for you, Mr. Naziri or Nasri?
I don't have any witnesses.
Okay. All right, so before we begin, I will let Ms. went through complaints. So I'll let Member Schmidt give us a quick summary. Member Schmidt, we're on item number 11. We're going to go back to 10.
Yeah, okay. So Mr. Nasri had as everyone saw it, had his not licensure, but his permission basically removed to drive Lyft, Uber, it appears. He went through a long process about that. He then, in July of 23, made requests for documentation with regards to that. There were certain things produced, but other things not produced. One thing we want to look at is how long it took to receive certain documentation. There's also, I believe it's possible that eventually any kind of documentation existed may have been produced, but we do want to look at that. Certain privileges were claimed, and I think there may be somewhat of an issue as to whether they were actually asserted in a timely manner at the point in time where they weren't before this task force, but prior to coming to this task force. I think that's sort of the list of where I think the issues are in this case.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask one clarifying question
Yeah.
at the beginning? Is there any big reason why this was a complaint in November and didn't get to the full task force until now, or was it just that it took a while and that's all?
Nothing that I know of.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
thanks.
All right, so we'll start with Mr. Nasri. You'll have 5 minutes for your presentation, and Cheryl, our administrator, will let you know when you can begin.
Sir, are you ready to begin speaking?
Yes.
Okay, can I just request that you talk a little louder into the microphone because I'm having difficulty hearing you?
Okay, is it good now?
Sort of.
That's better. Yes, we're having difficulty hearing it. Is there any way you can turn up the volume?
I did. I turned up the volume all the way, and I don't know why.
Just get closer to your microphone if you can, sir.
I did. Okay,
Okay, all right. Are you ready to begin speaking? Sir, Mr. Nasri?
Yes, I am. I'm ready to speak.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I made a sunshine request on July 10, 2023 from the San Francisco International Airport to provide me with a requested public request. However, the San Francisco Airport only provided with a tampered evidence, with a tampered document on July 17th, and also they provided me a portion of incompleted evidence on October 6th. So from July, I was waiting until for a couple months until the San Francisco to provide me with those documents. The document that the San Francisco Airport provided me on July 17th, it is a surveillance footage. So basically, the San Francisco Airport tampered with the surveillance, which this means San Francisco SFO zoomed out the first 5 minutes of the footage to hide the unlawful actions by SFO staff. Furthermore, San Francisco staff violated civil rights, so basically to cover their illegal actions, they zoomed out the surveillance that they provided me. So they cannot see the San Francisco staff faces, and they cannot see my faces, and they cannot see the interaction between me and the San Francisco staff. But the rest of the, then they zoomed in the video where they see no actions from the San Francisco Airport staff. Also, where they violated my civil right, there are 5 cameras in the vicinity of 5 to 25 foot. I requested to provide me those footages, which is about 18 minutes long footage, but San Francisco Airport only provided me 7 minutes of those footage that shows only the back of my car. But the interaction between the San Francisco Airport staff and me that happened in front of the car. So there is a camera above us that was like 5 feet above us. They did not provide. They're refusing to provide that footage because that clearly shows the unlawful actions of the San Francisco staff. Also, I requested a radio communication because I recall that when the San Francisco staff, he was calling on the radio, he used he used derogatory and racist slurs against me over the radio. I requested that those documents, but San Francisco Airport they submitted incompleted document. They only submitted 2 words from that radio, and they deleted the rest of the rest of the footage or rest of the evidence from that radio. Also, San Francisco Airport sent derogatory about me to Lyft and Uber to deactivate my account and to take the privilege from working at the San Francisco Airport. So SFO is refusing to submit that public request too. So basically, they submitted incompleted information late, and also for the majority of my requests, they're refusing to submit those documents to me. The footage is very important because if they can zoom out, they can zoom in the video, the surveillance too. So basically they tampered with the evidence to hide their unlawful actions. And that is it from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll now have the respondent for 5 minutes. And Cheryl, if you let Mr. Yackel, is it?
Yeakel.
Yackel, okay.
Are you ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, board members. As Mr. Nasri stated, the airport received its first sunshine request on July 10th, 2023. 7 days later, on July 17th of 2023, the airport shared its first production of records with Mr. Nasri, which was CCTV video clips. We also invoked a 14-day extension until July 31st, 2023 for the balance of his sunshine request. On that date, July 31st, 2023, the airport produced its second production, totaling 23 pages of records. 4 days later, on August 4th, 2023, the airport produced 252 pages of responsive and non-privileged records while withholding documents under California Evidence Code 1040 and indicated as such in that same August 4th, 2023 communications. This request was then closed on that date. That was a total of 28 days from the date of the first sunshine request. Now, I'd like to talk for a moment about why the airport withheld documents under California Evidence Code 1040. 5 days prior to the first sunshine request, this would be on July 5th of 2023, the airport received a Title VI complaint from Mr. Nasri and opened an investigation into that complaint. This active Title VI investigation compelled the airport to withhold the release of documents under California Evidence Code 1040, as the airport had stated in its response on August 4th. Releasing the records could compromise and taint the ongoing investigation. For example, records contain witness names and other information that, if known, could allow the tampering or interfering of that investigation. That Title VI investigation was completed on August 21st, 2023, at which time the airport had no active sunshine requests for the related documents. In early October 2023, the airport was advised of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force complaint, which it treated as a new sunshine request. On October 6, 2023, the airport produced 226 pages of records which had been previously withheld during the Title VI investigation, along with 3 audio files which had been inadvertently and unintentionally not released in the original sunshine request response. In summary, the airport did respond to Mr. Nasri's sunshine request in a timely manner, providing all but 3 responsive, non-privileged documents within 28 days. While the airport did withhold the release of documents, it did so while investigating Mr. Nasri's Title VI complaint, which was necessary to preserve the confidentiality of the information contained in those documents and was within the airport's authority pursuant to California Evidence Code 1040. The airport has since produced all these documents following the completion of the Title VI investigation. The airport acknowledges that it inadvertently and unintentionally failed to release 3 audio files containing radio calls and has since also released those records. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. All right, members, any questions for either party?
I think I'm pretty clear with Mr. Nasri's requests. It's not entirely formulated in the way that we often see requests, but I think the basics are there, and it's fairly clear to me under the circumstances what he was looking for, and I think it was fairly clear to airport staff. To Mr. Yackel, just wanted to clarify, there was a lot of material in the packet and I had trouble getting through it all. You don't need to give me a specific page number, but if you can just help me on some of the dates, and your summary on page 90 at the bottom with the dates was helpful. The July 31st response was based on the 14-day, either 10 calendar day or 14 working day extension. So it seems to me that that's probably timely unless I'm persuaded otherwise. Can you tell me for a second on the August 4th? Was there something in the July 31st communication, wherever that is buried here, that says we're still looking, if we find something, we'll let you know? And then on August 4th said we found something, it's only a few days later, here it is? I'm
paraphrasing here, but we viewed this as a rolling production of records, and in the sharing of the initial records, we indicated that we would be producing additional documents in the coming days.
Okay. All right. Whether we determine that to be timely or not is on the task force, but I get that. To the extent, and this next question relates to other issues that we have with the police department and other agencies, but to the extent that there was, at the time of the Sunshine request, a pending investigation, which you referred to as a Title VI investigation, whether or not a Title VI investigation is an investigation for purpose of the investigation provisions of Sunshine and the Public Records Act, I'll leave that aside for the moment. But let's just say that there was some kind of pending investigation. Let's even say that the airport had a legit reason at the time to withhold some of those records so as to not compromise the investigation, as you suggested. I got that. Did the correspondence from the airport to the requester on July 31st or August 4th say, among other things, there is this pending investigation? Based on that, we are withholding some of the records. If and when that investigation concludes, we will advise you that that investigation has concluded and may have additional records available at that time, separate from the trigger in October of the airport learning of the Sunshine complaint, which you then treated as a new request and produced additional records because the investigation was completed or deemed completed at that point. I think there's a question there somewhere.
I've got you. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So it was in the August 4th, 2023 communications that we cited the reasons why records were being withheld from release. On that date, we also closed the request. So in other words, it's not uncommon that we may get a public records request for the bid and scoring sheets from an RFP, and we may say this RFP hasn't been determined yet. You are welcome to submit a new public records request in the future. And that's essentially how we operate that. So in other words, we didn't kind of put it to the side and go, okay, when we finish the Title VI, then we'll release the rest of the documents. We kind of invite the requester to resubmit at a later date.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's the approach that we
No,
took.
I get that. And I'm not looking for a violation here. I'm looking for a bit of dialogue. So this is good. I guess there's a tension that I can see between putting in limbo or suspense part of a request because it either isn't ripe and timely yet, or circumstances prevent disclosure now, but might allow disclosure at a future point based on a change in circumstances, and whether a department can practically bifurcate a request and suspend part of it on that basis, or whether the best approach is, as you say, to put it on the requester and say, we can't do it now. Things may change in the future, but feel free to try again later. For what your requester may either get frustrated, forget, or pester you, once a day for the next 5 years until and unless the circumstances change, which is kind of a waste of everybody's resources. So I guess I'm looking for how to resolve that tension in a way that fairly balances the burdens on both the requester and the department. Again, I think there's a question in there somewhere.
And I would say that the practice that we have pursued in multiple public records requests is to simply close it. We look at it at the moment in time and we say, at this moment in time, we've got records we're unable to release because of an active investigation. These investigations could go on much longer than this one actually did. They could go on for months or years. So we didn't view it as practical to kind of leave that open and hanging. We thought it was cleaner to close the request based on what we know and where things stand at that very moment in time.
That's fair. I mean, I don't think I'm going to resolve this in my head or the task force tonight, but maybe it's just a thing that we can all think about is, are there ways to do this? And if it appears that it's like only a couple of weeks or a couple of months down the road, maybe you can say, we'll put a pin on this one and get back to you, as opposed to we have no idea when and if this is going to resolve, it's on you to get back to us. And because frankly, I can't imagine, whether it's SFO or any of the other city departments, that there are that many requests. There are a number of records requests that the city gets, no question, but that there are that many that involve pending investigations where a department likely would release records in the future, can't right now, but depending on the circumstances, the frustration level in the requester may go way high because, they think you're part of a thing, you may be part of it. There's all kind. I'm not trying to create, if anything, I'm trying to de-escalate any conspiracy theories. And if you can say more often, we get it, we know what you're looking for, we've identified records, we just can't get them to you now. As soon as we can, we will, right? Which is not, frankly, that dissimilar from, we know that there are engineering drawings, we haven't found them, we're looking for them, as soon as we get to them with reasonable due diligence, we will get to them. It seems like this is not the same thing, but not entirely dissimilar. So maybe we can all sort of think about ways to suspend certain parts of some requests that involve pending investigations. I don't think there was a question on that point. But
yeah,
thanks.
let's save the rest of
fine.
that for
Yeah.
deliberation. I think we need to
Thank
get
you.
questions here.
Yeah.
Member Kumar.
This is a question for the petitioner.
Okay.
Zahid Nasri, this is Member Kumar. This is the right pronunciation of your name, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Nasri, I just wanted to know, at any point, did you try to first reach out to Lyft or Uber for the original statements, and maybe didn't receive it, that prompted you to reach out to the airport? Or did you try, I'm just trying to understand if you did reach out to these two companies.
I reached out to Uber and Lyft, and they told me that San Francisco Airport sent a derogatory statement about me. Based on that derogatory statement, and my account was deactivated. And now, then I returned back to the San Francisco Airport. I requested that statement that they sent to Uber and Lyft. I did a public request for that. At this point, still San Francisco is refusing to give me that statement. Anytime I'm requesting San Francisco Airport about those statements that they sent to Lyft and Uber, they say this is a privilege of the attorney. So I'm very confused. So if you can send me some of my information, incomplete information, why you cannot send me that information too? The San Francisco Airport sent me surveillance footage of that incident, which is 18 minutes. They basically zoomed out the first of the footage, so they hide their actions because I told them I will take a legal action for this. And
Mr.
that's
Nasri?
why I, yes.
Sorry to stop you short here. I just wanted to know if you have active information from Uber and Lyft stating that some comments and the word derogatory or whatever comment, like you have that information from Lyft and Uber, right? That's all I wanted to confirm.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think that's a good general reminder that to any of the parties, when we ask you questions, it's just to give us the response. It's not another opportunity for additional commentary. Just we need to focus on the questions.
Feel free to answer the question.
Yeah. Okay, was that your questions?
Yeah, so I just have, this is just a question for everyone here. If Mr. Nasri does have the documentation from Uber and Lyft, and he's not getting it from the airport, in that case, I would still say, if it's a Title 9, if the airport feels that they cannot release the information, but Mr. Nasri still has it, would we consider it a violation? It's a question for everybody.
I don't understand the question.
I don't understand.
We don't understand the question.
I think she's asking if he asks for information, yet he already has been able to get it from another source, would we consider that there's a violation if the information is not provided from the city as a sort of a duplicate of what is received otherwise? I'll just offer my own thought, which is I think that would still be a violation. But she asked around if anyone else has any other thoughts.
We've addressed that issue a number of times before, and in general, most recently that I recall, with what's her name, with the court case, Italy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Paula Detesh. Yes. That if a city department is in possession of a record, if the requester requests the record, even if the requester has a copy of the record or a reasonable facsimile from another source, if the city department has that record, they should provide it to the requester. For a variety of reasons, that's their obligation in general.
That's come up since I've been here. Yeah.
So I have a question for Mr. Nasri. What specifically do you believe, or maybe they've all been given to you, but what specifically do you believe you still need to receive from the airport? It sounds like they gave you some records initially. Then when you filed your complaint, you had received an additional batch of records. So I'm just trying to figure out at this point today what it is you still want from them, if any.
I want the actual footage of the incident, not edited or tampered. I want the San Francisco possession statement that they sent it to Uber and Lyft. I have only general knowledge about what they sent, not I have a specific knowledge about it. That's what I want. I want the full communication in the radio because they use racist remarks against me in that radio, I recall it. And I want the footage of the front of the car where the camera, surveillance camera, was 5 feet or 6 feet above me, and they recorded the whole scene. I want that footage, footage to show clearly what happened.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Yakeliff, you can come up. Do you have any additional video footage, the front of the car, or any other video footage that you are withholding?
We have no additional records of any kind. We have shared all the records that we have available.
Okay, so all video footage you have has been turned over.
Correct.
Okay. Radio communications. Are there any radio communications that you still have that you have not turned over?
We have shared all available radio communications in our possession.
Okay. A statement to Uber and Lyft. Did the airport make a written statement to Uber and Lyft? You did.
We
And have
did,
you
and
turned
that
that
was
over to-
included in the 226 pages of records that we shared with Mr. Nasri on October 6th. That's the communications via email that we made to both Uber and Lyft requesting that he be removed from the platform from serving SFO.
Gotcha. So that's all been turned over as well.
Correct.
So as far as what we just went through, that list from him, you have nothing further that you would have in your possession?
We do not.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Member LaHood.
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Yeagle as well. Sorry to make you keep going back and forth. Maybe you should just stay. You said that you have provided all of the video footage that you have. What happened to the video footage from the overhead camera?
I would say that we have all views of the incident in question. I know that maybe a little bit of background on our camera system. So it's recording in real time, and a camera operator has the ability to pan, tilt, and zoom any camera into a scene or out of a scene. And we've seen many times where this is a benefit because it zooms in on something that happens. It can be a detriment as well because it may take the camera in an opposing direction away from something else that's happening. So we know that we've had a request regarding the zooming, but the zooming is only possible in the real-time moment, and that's when it's recorded. So once it's been recorded, we don't have the ability to go back in time and unzoom what was zoomed in that moment.
So are you saying, hold on, I'm still talking. So are you saying that an overhead, what may appear to be an overhead camera shooting down could have been redirected to shoot toward the horizon or a door in any direction?
We encounter this frequently with our CCTV cameras. The presence of a camera doesn't mean the presence of footage because a lot of times they may be pointed, trained in a different direction. We get this when we have automobile accidents, people looking for video for their insurance claim. And if the camera's not pointed in the right direction, we don't have any responsive footage.
Okay. Did you provide the footage from that camera, though it may not have been pointing at the incident Mr. Nasri was seeking evidence of, just as proof that here is the footage from that camera, it was pointing in a different direction?
We did.
Okay. Thank you.
That's not true. That's not
Okay,
true.
no, we're not doing that. Okay, Member Popo?
Let me just follow up on the video question. We often deal with records, physical records. We deal, I would say, less with video. Can you just share with us a little bit on, I don't need to know the number of cameras or the security implications or all that. Just how many requests in general do you get for video at the airport? A lot? A few? So, you know?
I would say of all the public records requests we get, in excess of 90% of them are related to CCTV footage.
Really? Okay. And that's since more of the cameras were put up. It used to be you didn't have cameras, so you didn't get it. So with the advent of cameras, more or most of your requests are footage related.
Correct.
Interesting. I did not know that. I would not have thought that. Okay, thanks.
Okay, are we ready for rebuttals? I think so. Okay, so we're going to do rebuttals. This works in the opposite. So you want to come back one more time? You have 3 minutes if you want. You give a rebuttal, and then we'll end with Mr. Nasri.
Thank you. I just want to summarize by stating what we've already covered, and that is that the airport has provided all of the records available regarding this request. We acknowledge that we intentionally withheld some records. We believe we did so with a good reason because we had an active investigation going on. We do acknowledge the inadvertent and unintentional failure to produce 3 audio files, which we did produce along with the other records on October 6th. So we believe we have fulfilled this request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure if we reset the clock, we'll have Mr. Nasri give his rebuttal.
You ready, Mr. Nasri?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, sir.
As of this date, the San Francisco airport did not submit the statement that they sent to Uber and Lyft. That's not true. They did not send that to me. They replicated my email several times, the one I communicated with the airport, and they sent those documents to me. I went one by one. If he has any proof that he sent me that statement that he sent to Lyft and Uber, he can say it right now. And the second thing, there are 5 cameras. I went again there to the airport. I examined the area. There are 5 cameras where the violation happened. That camera's in the distance, I believe, 5 to 25 feet. I need those footage in any angle. I need those footage. Why the San Francisco is refusing me to give me those footage? and why they zoomed out the first 5 minutes of the footage for one of the camera that they gave it to me. I need the other 4 cameras footage. That's what I want. And also, I need the complete radio communication where they use racist remarks against me. They only give me 2 words from that radio communication, which it says, "Hey, here is a TNC driver," but the rest, they deleted the rest of the communication where the actual racist remark he told me in front of me. I recall it, and it really bothers me. I want those footage. I'm done.
Okay, does that complete your statement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, how do you want to?
Let me just say something about one particular aspect, which is every time I see section 1040, I'm thinking, okay, there's a good chance this is being improperly used, because I think 1040's a fairly narrow protection. However, I do think that I'm satisfied that there's a good argument that the types of witness statements that were withheld for a brief time are the kind of thing that 1040 is intended to shield. And so this really does look like it is one of those times when the assertion of 1040 appears to me to be done properly. And it's not necessarily, there's no book that says that the airport should or shouldn't withhold them and then produce them later. But it seems to me that the way they handled those 1040 documents was a pretty reasonable way to go about it, just on that specific part of the case.
Member Kumar?
I just wanted to add a point that I feel that we should maybe take another look at this case after taking a look at whatever documents Mr. Nastri received from the airport. If it is really a repetition of what he said, it's a lot of documentation, but at least to get an idea as to whether he has received all the information that has been stated. It's just my appeal that we should take another look at it if we proceed with this case.
So maybe we could ask, I'm not sure, maybe Cheryl, you would know, were all the documents provided to Mr. Nasri included as part of this packet?
What I have is what I'm.
Okay, so Mr. Yackel, I think the question that Member Kumar is asking is in regards to, is it the position, or the statement made to Uber and Lyft, and whether or not it was actually turned over? So when I asked you about the statement to Uber and Lyft, you said that was one of the documents turned over. And Mr. Nasri is saying that he still hasn't received it. Now, we have a PDF packet here of 344 pages, and presumably it's in here somewhere. Could you maybe point Mr. Nasri and us to it in this packet? I know it's...
I apologize, I don't have the page number at my disposal.
If you could give us a few words, we could search for it. Like a string of words from your version, we could probably find it.
It might just be the email address, because we're addressing people with the email address uber.com or lyft.com. But I apologize, I don't know the page number off the top of my head. I would stress that this information has been shared twice. In other words, we shared this on October 6th of 2023, and we resubmitted this packet of information last month in preparation for this hearing tonight.
Fair enough.
How about the date that you communicated with Uber and Lyft? Do you know what date that was? Because maybe we could use
Without having that document right in front of me, I apologize that I wouldn't. I imagine this would have been done in July of 2023.
Thank you.
Or perhaps on this.
If it helps anyone, I was able to do a search on lyft.com. I'm not sure this is the document. This is actually from lyft.com back to someone at the airport, but page 299.
Yeah,
That was
it
probably
doesn't
them.
look relevant.
That would be their acknowledgement of communication from us, their receipt of our request to remove Mr. Nasri from the platform.
Could it, I'm sorry, I don't have page numbers on my printed version. Could it be that it was part of one of the attachments A through I to the investigative report?
I apologize, I don't know
Okay.
that.
I'm sorry, at a minimum, what was the nature of the supposed SFO statement to Uber and Lyft? Was it in the form of an email from somebody?
It was an email, and essentially what it was is we had a ground transportation investigator that gathered an incident report that led to Mr. Nasri's removal. It was this incident report that we forwarded to both Uber and Lyft as an attachment.
Okay.
Making the request.
It's to Michael Huggins.
Yeah, page 253. There's something from Annie Chung.
Correct.
To Michael Huggins. It says, "Hi, Michael, please remove this driver in vehicle from SFO permanently." And then there's a forwarded message from Robert
Aganon.
So it looks like it's there.
So this is the one to Lyft that we see starting on page 253 of the PDF. So it's addressing Michael Huggins at Lyft.
And there would have been a similar one to
Identical.
Uber.
Correct.
Do you happen to know the name of the person there?
I apologize, I don't. It would have also come from Annie Chung, though, if that's a searchable term.
Oh, okay, we can try that.
Sorry, what was the first name that you just talked about?
Annie Chung?
Yeah, no, on Uber or Lyft.
Michael.
But Michael Huggins is with Lyft. We
Right.
don't know Uber.
Who is Brittany Aja? You know?
If she's with Uber, that might have been the person our team communicated with.
Okay, because in the packet, I found an email from Annie to Brittany that says, "Hi, Brittany, please remove this driver and vehicle from SFO permanently." Is that what you're looking for?
It sounds like the
Yeah.
Uber version.
Yep. It's how do you spell that? How's Brittany spelled?
Two T's.
Two T's.
Yes,
Brittany.
it's near the end of the packet.
Last name is AJA.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Yep. 319 it looks like. And also to Daniel Hammer.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So they're in there. I mean, we found that. So, Mr. Nasri, they are in the packet.
Yes, the content of the email is not in the packet, so they cannot tell the Uber and Lyft what to do and what not to do. Whatever they send the statement, I need that statement because
It's
simply
in
they
there.
cannot-
Mr. Nasri, it's in there.
And it's actually at attachment I to the investigative report.
That's what was sent to Uber and Lyft. I mean, whether or not you want to dispute that's what they should have or should not have sent or whatever, that's not what we can do here. But that is the record of their communication to Uber and Lyft, and it is in the packet that's publicly available, and you have these records.
Okay, I will check it again and
Page 319, and what was the other page? It was like the two
pages later.
Yeah, the section
253.
attachments I begin, I mean, it says attachment I, page 313 or 314. There are a lot of blank pages in between. Yeah.
And then 253 was the one with Lyft. PDF 253 on our packet. Okay.
Okay. I will look at it again.
And again, to Mr. Yackel, I think we've covered this a couple of times. The video, you've provided all angles, And the radio, same thing, all the radio communications.
Actually, I'd like to ask further questions on that. Mr. Nasri says you did not provide 5 cameras. Did you provide, how many cameras did you provide?
I don't think we provided all 5 cameras. We only provided the videos which may have been relevant to his request. In other words, if a camera is pointing in a complete opposite direction, we would view that as non-responsive.
Just for his peace of mind, could you provide the 18 minutes of footage from the 5 cameras he's requesting, even if it's pointed in the opposite direction from the incident?
I'll look into it.
I mean, since that is what his request was for, he didn't say, send me footage just of the incident. He said, send me footage from these 5 cameras.
And maybe if I could just kind of speak to our practice, because we do get CCTV requests quite a bit for aircraft damages, automobile accidents. And if our cameras don't show the incident in question, we're not providing footage that's non-responsive. We're not providing footage that just shows something that's not being requested.
If he were asking for, all of the footage from the airport from Thanksgiving Day, I could understand that, but he's asking for 18 minutes from 5 cameras. And even though, because you've seen the footage, you know that it's non-responsive, I think to let Mr. Nasri see for himself, because otherwise he may think you're withholding something. So even showing him something that doesn't demonstrate what he's looking for, at least will give him the peace of mind that the camera was pointed in the wrong direction.
We'd be happy to look into it.
Thank you. And then regarding the audio, and I can understand why he would be upset if somebody used derogatory terms about him in making a radio call and speaking to him, like that's inappropriate. And he says that the radio communication just included a few words. What happened to the rest of the radio communication?
Maybe I should talk a little bit about how radio information is captured. Not every single piece of radio communication is recorded. In other words, if a dispatcher in our 911 center is dispatching a unit, that is recorded, and that's what's provided. Let's say that 2 plumbers are talking to one another about a leaky pipe. That's not going to be captured. So it's only if it's involving a dispatcher that it's recorded.
So the initial call in may not have been recorded at all, and it was only when someone was being sent to the scene, that's what was recorded?
Communication involving a dispatcher is the type of communications that would have a record.
Thank you.
Okay, we're actually on deliberation. So does anyone have a motion or a way that they want to proceed on this one?
This is a little bit complicated because I think some of what it seems like Mr. Nasri is trying to pull together a case, but there are only certain things we can do, which is help him get responsive records. And I think what he's seeking in terms of relief, some of that is beyond the scope of what we can do. It does look like the letters to Uber and Lyft were supplied in the records provided, although I agree that it was hard to find them. So and I'm glad that we were able to identify them in the packet. I do think, and we've gotten an answer as to why the radio communication that was provided is the extent of what is available. I do think it's reasonable for us to ask that the full 18 minutes of footage from the 5 cameras that Mr. Nasri requests be provided. It's not a great deal. I know it's a little bit of trouble, but it's not, it's very specific, specific period of time, 5 specific cameras. Although the airport has said they've looked at it, it's non-responsive. I think just for Mr. Nasri's peace of mind to ask that be provided to him, I don't think is unreasonable.
Burden is not.
This is Member LaHood.
Burden is not that high.
Right.
Out of curiosity, Mr. Yeagle, how long do you keep video footage? I mean, because now we're nearly a year later. Would you have video footage from August of 2023?
I'm afraid we wouldn't. We only keep them for 12 rolling months.
Even in an incident like this where you knew it was.
I'd be happy to research, but our normal practice, our document retention is 12 rolling months.
That's right. So typically the government code has security footage for 12 months. And so We missed it by 3 days.
You've got to be kidding me.
No, so
Can you check?
I mean, they may have longer, but I do know because I've worked in the government building, we set ours up, that there is a government code that says security footage has to be retained for a period of 12 months.
But-
So they may have it if it's longer. Yeah.
Sorry to interject, but isn't this also part of an active investigation? So shouldn't the timeline, like, shouldn't they be keeping this footage as part of an active
I
document?
think the investigation concluded. That's why they released the rest of the records.
All right, that's a good question. If there's a 1-year retention period, Mr. Yekel, is that in any way told during the period of an investigation, or is it just a year period regardless? I mean, if the investigation took 3 years, would the footage go poof after a year, or would you preserve it pending?
It really depends on the circumstances. We had
You're going to look into this tomorrow morning, or as soon as possible on this.
Right. There are times where we may get a request for video footage from Christmas 2018, and we know immediately it's beyond our retention, and we'd advise the requester of that.
Okay. While you're up here on the question of the radio, I'm familiar with Muni's radio dispatch records retention, that too is a year, and tapes and whatever they're doing these days. Is your radio communication retention period also a year, just like video?
I believe it is, but I'd have to confirm the audio portion.
Okay, because I'm less intrigued about the 2 plumbers in the pipe and more intrigued by the initial call in and whether or not that was recorded as well as the dispatch out. So if you could also look into that and just confirm if in fact there's no recording of the initial call in. If there is, great, please disclose it. If there isn't, if you could just confirm that as well in writing that you checked again and it's not, that would be good.
So here's what I'm thinking what we do, and feel free to. So I think there was, I mean, inadvertent but admitted mistake that 3, I believe, was a radio communications were not initially disclosed. So there is a technical violation here. I mean, we could, okay. So we could say that, and then we could, as an, I don't know if we want to do as an order, I guess we could, or a request. I mean, I'm not sure that they necessarily violated by not double checking their security footage, but we could request that they check to see if there's any video footage or radio communications that may be beyond what was initially turned over from that incident and disclose it. I'm not sure, like to the video footage, you were talking about Member Hood. I'm not sure that I think they violated the ordinance by not turning it over.
Right. And
But-
I do want to
but it's
acknowledge.
helpful. I think
yeah.
it'd be helpful if they turn it over to prove that.
Right. And I do want to acknowledge that the airport did turn over a great deal of information that was requested. And I think some of the nuance that other members have brought up are valid. And I think it's good for us to have this
Yeah.
conversation.
So that's what I was trying to think of a way
Yeah.
to phrase it in a motion. Doesn't like we're issuing, because I don't think we could really issue an order for that because I don't think there was really a violation, but
Wait, in terms of not providing the rest of the video footage?
yeah, the video footage should seem non-responsive. I mean, but
We could find a violation for the inadvertent
Right.
delay on the 3 radio communications and make a request that the airport search again for the 5 video cameras and the radio disclosure.
and turn it over if it's still
Right.
Yes.
Or either turn it over if it still exists or confirm that it doesn't exist in writing to the requester, a copy to the task force, and period.
Yeah.
And let me also point out, I at least appreciate what appears to me to be a pretty clear delineation between the ground transportation unit and their investigation of this incident, this person, Uber, Lyft, all of that, and the way that you're handling a public records request in the media unit. It does not appear that there's any interference or crossover, that you're doing your thing, they're doing theirs, and that's all good. That's my perspective. I could be wrong.
Can I ask one last question? And this is sort of a technical thing. So based on, reading the documents that were provided, I understand that there was a change in color of the cards that were supposed to be displayed. But it seems that originally there were cards that were issued that said, that were one color that were going to be good for 2023. And then the airport requested that those be changed. And for whatever reason, Mr. Nasri did not get this communication. I don't know if it was from Uber or Lyft. Knowing that there were I don't know, you know what, this is getting beyond the scope of it seems unfortunate that he thought he had the right information. He did not. And it led to an unfortunate situation. So I guess that's not a question to you. Sorry.
I mean, remember, Bill, it sounded like you had a pretty good motion there. Did you want to go with that unless anyone else has thoughts?
It just seems like it's a 67.21 violation, just narrowly on the timeliness of disclosure of the 3 radio communications, and a request to the airport to review the 5 video cameras for the 18 minutes and the radio communications, and either provide if they still exist in whatever format, or confirm that they don't in writing to the requester, copy to the task force. I'm not sure if I would put 5 days on it, as soon as possible, right? So give you the time to do that. It may take you 5 minutes tomorrow morning. It may take you 5 days. It's not going to take you 5 weeks or 5 months. You're going to be on it. I think that's somewhere in there is a motion that I could probably.
Is that a motion that you could get, Cheryl? Or
okay. Is that clear enough?
Did anyone have any thoughts on that motion? Does that sound good enough?
I don't know if the complaint committee who originally heard it has other thoughts.
Good.
I think that in essence, I'm on board with that. After having seen it in our committee, the only not a clarification, but the only question that comes to my mind is, we can make it a request, but isn't it within our power to say that that's an order under 21B, to just order that the 90 minutes, since they were requested, that we just say, we order you to find out if you have them, and then if you do, produce them. And then we don't have to get into requests and, we just say, we're going to order this under 21B. Otherwise.
That's fine.
Okay.
It's an order that in effect requests an additional review. And I'm really looking for either production or confirmation that they don't exist.
Yeah, and including all 90 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was 18 minutes from 5. Actually, may I ask, Mr. Nasri, you were asking for 18 minutes, an 18-minute period from all 5 camera angles?
Yes, 18 minutes from all 5 cameras. Also, can I add one other thing?
Sure, Yankee.
If it's, you could start. I may cut you off, but let's see if it's related. Go ahead.
It's related. After the incident, I put San Francisco Airport on notice to preserve all the evidence. So legally, they cannot destroy any evidence until my legal issues resolved with San Francisco. So
that might be true, but that would be beyond the scope of this if they were violating some type of destruction of evidence. That's beyond.
Right.
We can't deal with records retention issues. We could just deal with, did they turn over records? Now, if they just, destroyed records after you subpoenaed them or something, then that's something I think you're going to have to handle through the courts.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would add it to the motion. I would just add in comments to Mr. Yackel in the future, whether unrelated to this matter, if there's a pending complaint or investigation, if there are records that are reasonably related, regardless of whether you get an external request for it, you can generate an internal request to preserve or hold records during the pendency of blah, 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 so that nothing gets lost. There are ways to do that internally. You can flag a thing and say, we're not sure we need to disclose this. Please hold, these 18 minutes until further notice. You'll find a way. You got big planes, you got big airports.
You want to state the motion?
Yeah, you want to,
Okay. So it's a motion to find a violation of 67.21 for failure to provide public records in a timely and or complete manner. I'll slow down for a second. Regarding 3 radio communications provided in October of 2023, or provided 3 radio communications ordering the airport to review 5 video camera feeds of 18 minutes each and initial radio communications or all radio and review radio communications and either provide those to the requester or confirm that they're unavailable or do not exist.
Do we need to say the 18 minutes specified in the original request?
Honestly, I'm not sure I even saw 18 minutes in all the requests. Did you?
Somewhere it was in there.
Was it?
It was, let me find it.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
that
think
they are
I think it's
unavailable.
clear under the context. I think the airport understands the relevant 18 minutes.
Okay, confirm they are unavailable. That's it?
Right, provide that to the requester with a copy of the communication to the task force. I don't think the task force, Mr. Yackel, I don't think the task force needs a copy of the records, just a copy of the email or letter confirming. The requester wants their records. We just want the letter.
Are we sending this to CAC for confirmation?
At this point, why don't we not send it there? If the requester is unsatisfied, they can request a hearing. Does that work for you? Yeah. No specific.
I would caution against that because what we end up having, I've dealt with this with Cheryl before, is we dispose of it here and then 4 months later we hear from a complainant who is like, no, I still think I need something. And it's like, well, no, we closed this and they want to reopen.
Right.
So, I mean, I think we need to decide now whether it is or is not CAC worthy. Personally, I'm of the opinion, I don't think this is a CAC thing.
I'm not particularly satisfied or persuaded that it needs to go to committee. I think we've given plenty of direction.
Yeah.
So
goes back to the task force?
No, I don't think it needs
That's
to. It is
disposed of.
I mean, because I think in this case, if they come back and say we don't have it, that it's destroyed, then it is.
It's either there.
CAC can't do anything.
It's either there and they'll give it up, or it's not there and they'll say we don't have it.
So I'm not sure that an additional hearing is going to be productive.
Yeah. Are we speaking of this just in terms of making sure?
In the microphone, Maxine.
Oh, sorry. Oh, excuse me. Are we speaking of this in terms of just making sure that it's done, that some communication occurs? Is that the reason why we're saying we're asking the airport to send us an email?
Right.
So we want confirmation.
So maybe, we could do it this way is when Cheryl, as our administrator, receives an email response from the airport saying that, we search and here it is, or we search and there is nothing. But once she receives that communication, then she can go ahead and close the file. Does that sound?
That sounds reasonable.
Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
I don't think we need that in the motion, but I think
Right,
that's
right.
the
I don't think we need
implication.
a motion, but just
I
as an
can
instruction.
communicate with you, say
Yeah,
this is what we
yeah,
got. And
right.
then you can talk.
So basically keep this open until you hear, you see a response from the airport. Airport, make sure that when you communicate with Mr. Nasri, that you also copy or forward it to our administrator. Then we'll know that that communication occurred and we can just close the file.
So for clarification, and forgive me, they provided Mr. Nasri with 17 minutes, and then he was talking about for 5 minutes being zoomed in or zoomed out. Whether we say 17 or 18 minutes, or, if it's 17 or 18 minutes from all 5 camera angles, whatever's the time of the incident.
Yeah. Okay. So I think you have the motion that Member Pilpel made.
I don't have a second.
Okay, that's where we're at. So but you have it written down.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a second for that motion? Anyone?
Second.
Okay, seconded by member Anderson. And I think we're ready for public comment. Ready? Okay.
What was the missing time on the Watergate tapes? Was it 17 minutes? I think so.
Okay, let's go ahead and public comment on this particular motion. Seeing none in person. Pat, is there any remote public comment on this item?
If anyone would like to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3. This is item 11. No callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and take our vote on this item.
Good question. I thought Mr. Ibrahim was on the line earlier. Was that in connection with this matter or something else?
I understand that it is not in relation to this matter.
Thank you. Okay.
You ready for a vote?
Yeah.
Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Member Pilpil, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Highland, absent. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Okay, 7 in favor, 3 absence.
Okay, thank you everyone for joining us tonight. And now we're going to go back to item number 10. I believe Mr. Spencer's here with us. Okay. So if you, Sheriff, could call item number 10.
Item number 10, file number 23086, complaint filed by Mike Spencer against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a records request in a timely or complete manner. On June 5th, 2024, the task force moved to continue file number 23086 until such time as the task force receives a copy of the Wincoop memo in the possession of the petitioner or evidence of a declination letter from the district attorney provided by Lieutenant Christopher Beauchamp on whether these records should be made public.
Okay, it looks like we have Mr. Spencer here in person. And do we have someone from the police department still online with us?
Yes, Lieutenant Beauchamp is a panelist.
Okay, excellent. So I think we left off on this one. I think we did our presentations, we did our questions, we did our rebuttals. And I believe we were going to wait is for additional information. My understanding is that Mr. Spencer was able to get a copy of the what we call the Wincoop memo, and that was provided to Cheryl, and I believe that's in our packet. I'm trying to look for it so everyone can find it. It's there somewhere. So I will let Mr. Spencer be able to have, if you could try to just briefly in 3 minutes maybe, give us an update about where we're at and why this particular.
Is it this unnumbered page?
It might be. Cheryl, do you know where you put it in the packet? Unfortunately, the packet's not arranged chronologically.
If it's a document that I received after the last hearing, that it would be right before the respondent.
Might be 35 to 39 possibly. I have in my notes.
It might start on page 29.
Case review synopsis.
Let's see. Okay, here it is. Yeah, it looks like it starts at page 26 is the email that was sent to Cheryl, and then the attachment follows on 27 through 27 through 35, 34, something like that. So now that we have it, now we could find it. Mr. Spencer, if you just give us about 3 minutes about why this is important to this case now, and we can go from there.
Are you ready to speak, sir? Go ahead.
Thank all of you for your time on this matter. This is the third time that I have been here, and I've thank you too to the San Francisco Police Department. When I was logging, I got an email from them, and I was logging into the portal lo and behold, sometime around like, I don't know, June 25th, I checked the portal and there it is, 302 pages of narrative case file. So that's certainly a positive development. I think in my request letter, probably from 2021, to the police department, I had also said that I would like to receive copies or have access. It's a 1998 uncharged murder case. Police had said that there were 64 people interviewed in this. Unfortunately, the case file lacks typed up summaries. It has some handwritten notes. And of 64 witnesses interviewed, this case file has notes for about 6 or 7 witnesses. So I'm grateful to have access to the case file, but I don't think it's telling the story of this case. We have 64 witnesses and only about 6 or 7 of them appear in this case file. We're missing huge chunks of information. So I would still, as stated in my original letter, I would still like access to those audio tapes. I learned from reading this file that the district attorney declined to charge this case, not once, but twice. They didn't want to charge it in 2001, they declined again in 2014. So I still want access to audio tapes. There is mention in the case file and in the Wincoop memo of him preparing a prosecution packet. I would like to have access to that prosecution packet. And I also believe that Detective Wincoop, when he last had a go at this in 2014, I think he had mentioned a supplemental report. So once again, I'm quite grateful to your committee and to San Francisco Police, but I sort of feel like, in accordance with my original letter, I haven't received all aspects of what I've requested. So that's where it stands.
Okay. Thank you for the update, and we'll let the police department give us a 3-minute update as well. So we can make sure someone from the police department's unmuted, and then Cheryl, if you could.
Lieutenant Beauchamp is unmuted.
Okay. 3 minutes.
Lieutenant, are you ready to begin speaking? Ma'am. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, task force members. We were in receipt of the document with Inspector Wincoop's information. We were able to use that to verify that official SFPD records corroborated most of the information that was in the synopsis. Thus, we were able to make the determination that the information could be released. We have released one batch of the documents. I'm still reviewing about 700 more pages to Mr. Spencer's question about there being documents that don't appear to be appearing for corroborating or corresponding with witnesses. I'm still going through about 700 more pages to release. I used the intervening break to go through about 300 more pages, so there'll probably be around 400 to 450 pages left to review for release. Hope to have that done by end of month. As it pertains to the prosecution packet, typically those packets are filled with CLETS information, and primarily CLETS information, which is protected from disclosure. That would be arrest records, CDC records, and other documents that cannot be released pursuant to the penal code. As it relates to audio cassettes or audio interviews, I'll still review through the packet to see what was recorded audio-wise, and then to determine whether or not the San Francisco Police Department can actually reproduce that without, 1, damaging the underlying tapes, and 2, with the ability to transcribe it or put it into some form of audio format that can be released.
Okay, does that conclude your statement?
Yes.
Okay. All right, members, we have questions?
So a few to thank you to Mr. Spencer for being very specific on the things you're looking for. I will follow up on those, starting with the audio tapes to Lieutenant Beauchamp. The audio, I understand your concern for, I'm presuming these are like 1998 audio tapes and trying to not muck them up while duplicating or dealing with them. If Mr. Spencer, you're interested in the content of the audio tapes, the listening to it, the how it gets to you, the what format, the what color, the whatever. You're less concerned about that?
Ideally, I'd like to hear them so I can sort of gauge that interaction between the detectives and the witnesses.
Understood. But you don't care if they're still on audio tape or if they're able to convert them to an MP3 format or whatever. You're just looking for
whatever's easiest.
Okay. So are we clear on that, Lieutenant Beauchamp? It doesn't so much matter where they end up so long as it's audible audio. That's what it sounds like Mr. Spencer is looking for, if that's possible. However, you can do that in a way that preserves the integrity of the tapes for the department's purposes.
Yes, first and foremost, I have to determine if they can be transferred without damaging the underlying tape, and if we have that capability.
Yes, I don't think any of us wants damaged tape. But if nobody can listen to them, then they're not much good. You'll figure it out. Okay, that's that. As to the prosecution packet, is it possible that there are elements of the prosecution packet that are not disclosable, but other elements that may be disclosable or may be subject to redaction? Is that something you can explore?
So prosecution packets, or rebooking packets as they're colloquially known, are primarily three things. One will be copies of the incident report, which are going to be released if they have not been already.
Got it.
Two, it is CLETS protected information, so it is criminal records of witnesses, victims, suspects, booked individuals. That is all CLETS information and cannot be released in redacted form. It has to be held entirely exempt. And then there would be any accompanying documentation from the police department, so testing forms, search warrants, et cetera, so on and so forth. We have been releasing various forms that are not protected via CLETS. Regarding search warrants, in my review of the documents in this case, I believe all of the search warrants were sealed by order of the court, so the petitioner would have to go to the San Francisco Superior Court and petition that those search warrants be unsealed before we could release them.
Okay. If there's a way that you can even make reference to the search warrants by warrant number, by date, by something that might help Mr. Spencer, that would be good. I'm just looking for as much as you can provide, even in a redacted form. If it's 200 pages of stuff and you can only provide elements of 4 pages, so be it. Something's better than that, then you get it.
Yeah, and we're going to do our best to extricate what can be released.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, on what Mr. Spencer termed the supplemental report, is that?
I'm not quite sure what Detective Wincoop was referring to. It's just that when the case is closed down, when the district attorney's office has told him that they are not going to prosecute the case, that is when Wincoop in his memo mentions that he has prepared a supplemental report. So I'm not sure what it means exactly.
I think it's on the second page of the case review synopsis. Are you looking at that, Lieutenant Beauchamp, or can you for a sec?
If it is what I believe it to be, it should be releasable. Typically, when a investigator has either had their case declined for prosecution or it has been closed out under other exceptional circumstances, they will write what is a very perfunctory boilerplate report just stating on this certain date and time I presented the case. It was closed out for this particular code.
Even if it is. Okay. So
I still have to review, again, approximately about 450 to 500 pages. It's quite possible it is those.
Okay. And you'll either identify it as being part of that or you'll look at it and see if you can, whatever. Okay. It's the big paragraph, investigative efforts, Inspector Antonio Casillas. At the end of that, Eric Fleming, prosecution was declined. I prepared a supplemental report, case closed number 13, exception clearance. It's that supplemental report that I think Mr. Spencer was looking for.
Correct.
Yes. And I will search the remaining documents to see if it exists.
Okay, so those are the three areas of request that Mr. Spencer made. My more broad question or request to you, related to not just this case, but other cases, when you get a request for an investigatory file, do you have or can you have a policy, practice, protocol in place to generate a request to the DA's office that says, essentially, we have a public records request for an investigatory file. We can't determine if the DA declined to prosecute. Can you please let us know now, because we have a pending public records request, whether you've declined to prosecute, yes or no, by X date, because we need to respond to this public records request. Is there some way on this earth that either does happen now or can happen? Is the question clear enough?
Yes, I can definitely discuss it with the district attorney's office.
Okay.
And we will see what we can do is the best I can say.
Okay. I mean, I think going forward for pending cases, I think it may or may not be easier for them to say after you've sent them over the thing, yep, that's nice, that's interesting. We're either going to pursue it or we're declining to prosecute, right? Going forward now, I think it's more complicated when someone's going back to something 25 or 50 years ago where it's not clear that they did or didn't, or partially did or partially didn't, where you kind of need this, response on some very old past history. That's what I'm particularly intrigued by.
Oh, yes, and I would definitely state that in those 25 to 50 year range, between bookkeeping and the fact that I know it was standard practice to verbally decline cases at that point in time, that it would be a challenge.
Right, which is why you want something to hang your hat on. If you either release it or don't release it, you want to say this was based on, it's something we got 2 weeks ago from the DA confirming that we are or aren't, et cetera. You need something, that's all.
Move on.
Thanks.
Member Kumar here. Go ahead.
I have two questions for the department. Question one, are you the only one person authorized to go through the documents, or can you have more hands on deck to maybe speed this process up? That's question one. Question two is, sorry, I forgot question two.
We'll start question one.
I will circle back once I remember it.
So to question one, I would love to have more staff. It is my responsibility to ensure that documents are going out redacted in a correct format, since my name is attached to all of the letters that are being sent out. So I am a choke point. I do self-identify, but I have a staff of 2 civilians and 1 sworn sergeant.
That brings me to my next question. I finally remembered it. Is it possible to maybe give a timeline? I know it's 700 pages and you can't promise anything, but is it possible to maybe have a potential timeline by which Mr. Spencer can receive the requested information, like any timeline, months, whatever? Like, can you come up with a timeline like that? Or is it not possible?
So I can't give specific timelines because life does happen. I use the intervening 5 hours of this SOTF meeting to go through about 300 pages. Luckily, most of it was typed. I know a lot of the remaining 400 is handwritten by individuals who did not believe in clean handwriting. So it will take a little longer, I hope, barring any major circumstances or emergencies, to have the remaining 400 pages reviewed by the end of the month.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question. I'm not sure who can answer it, but who's Inspector Wincoop? Like, where does he work? Or did he work? I mean, it looks like this was 10 years ago.
I believe he is now retired, and I think how they sort of did, Lieutenant can fill you in better. I think how it sort of used to be was either retired detectives or senior detectives would get old cases. And as I learned from the documents that were released, I thought this investigation began because one of the suspects
Well,
was,
I guess I'm just asking what department do you work for? That's all I.
oh, he
Is
was
he a
in
police
homicide.
department employee?
He was a
Or-
Wynn Coop was a homicide detective.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that correct, Lieutenant Beauchamp? Wincoop was an SFPD employee?
Yes, he took this case on from essentially the cold case portion of the homicide detail.
Okay. And it's my understanding, based on what I heard here, is that when you saw this memo that Mr. Spencer provided to you, this was sufficient enough for you to go ahead and decide that the DA is not prosecuted. Is that correct?
Well, the
To release the
question, yeah, the content of that not.
I think you're breaking up.
Format.
Start over.
Can you start over?
It was the contents of this document that assisted in the determination. The form documents not recognized SFP form where contents for is chronological.
Lieutenant Beauchamp, your testimony has been garbled. Administrator Peterson, is there any way you can provide him assistance?
Yeah, it just started, the technical
Yeah, it just
issue.
started.
We heard you just fine before.
One moment, please. I am unaware of what to do. Let me see if I can identify some assistance.
You can take a moment to do that. I guess I'll talk to the task force about where I'm getting with this idea. As we try to figure out how we're going to resolve this case, I guess I just find it interesting that a private citizen had to get an SFPD record, give it back to the SFPD as proof that the SFPD could release the record, when it's their own employees' report that seems to have the justification for it. Like, presumably, the SFPD would have had this report all along and could have released this information to Mr. Spencer initially and should have done their due diligence to see, hey, does any of the documentation from the past speak to whether or not the DA decided to prosecute or not, rather than leave it up to Mr. Spencer to have to retrieve that record, only to give it back to the SFPD to have them make the decision to now release the records. It just seems like we're putting a lot of responsibility on our citizens versus the SFPD for a record that they clearly would have had in the first place if Inspector Wincoop was an SFPD employee and presumably filed this report with his own department.
If I may, I think what I heard earlier from Lieutenant Beauchamp is that he has one sworn sergeant and 2 civilians, and that's his entire public records unit, and he's horribly understaffed. So I'm not, making an excuse, but I think I think that they're under-resourced for their public records function.
At a point quickly here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say this also came up in case file number 24025. And when it came up with the EOTC, and this was the same issue that came up, that the police department is heavily understaffed, and Lieutenant Beauchamp and everyone else with him is just, they in file number 24025, they have just one person in the photo department. So understaffing is an issue in the police department. I think we should at least have a statement somewhere like addressing this issue.
And I get all that, right? I guess, and I think it's almost to the point that you were making, Member Pilpel, is that it seems that the default position of the police department when they get these things is, well, the DA may prosecute, or there may still at some point be an active investigation, and they use that as their knee-jerk response to not disclose records, right? So if it is too difficult to search through and try to find this memo from 2014 that Mr. Spencer was able to find, then why don't they have a more efficient way of seeing if the DA's not going to prosecute? I think in this case, we knew back in 2014 that the DA wasn't going to prosecute this, right? We've all, I think that's where we're at now, which means that the initial responses to Mr. Spencer from the police department saying, we're not going to disclose this because the DA may prosecute, were improper. It might be because they were short-staffed, but that's Short staff isn't an excuse to not turn over records. I mean, it's a reason, not an excuse, right? So as we look to actually formulate a motion on this, and that's what I'm trying to get, is, I do think that there was an issue here with the initial response of these records are not disclosable, because I think we all now know that they are. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to get to.
Now, I'm sorry. I think in general that smaller city departments often do a better job of dealing with public records because they're smaller and they just say, oh, here's a records request, let's deal with that. And larger city departments, for whatever reason, are often under-resourced and don't have as good a record at dealing with records requests. Results may vary, granted, but I also think that whether it's this task force or city departments or some combination, it would be good to develop not just the general guide and materials that we have now, because the way we handle business and personnel records should be relatively consistent across the board, but the way the police department handles investigatory files, the way the health department handles medical files, the way, the PUC handles maps and tunnel drawings, are very specific to those departments and should have some clear guidelines and procedures that whether it's a uniformed person, a civilian person, an intern, whoever should be able to say, oh, okay, in order to do this, I need to look for that. Does it, right? One shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel frequently and with new employees as much as we do. And I don't know the solution to that. Part of it is clearly resources, but we can all think of ways to bridge that gap, because that seems fairly evident to me. I'm sure that's way off point.
Member Schmidt?
Chair Yankee, yeah, I think part of what you said is that you think we need to find a violation here, and I'm certainly in agreement with that. I completely do appreciate Lieutenant Beauchamp's he's I'm sorry to say it this way, but he's kind of an upgrade from prior iterations that we've seen with police department cases. Maybe in the wording of our order, we could have something just very terse that refers to the sort of that knee-jerk initial statement that we've seen, not just in this case, but at least one other very old case, which is case is still live. I think that there is seemingly, at least up until this time, that tendency to say, well, it's a 50-year-old, 30-year-old murder. Well, it's still under active investigation, and maybe we can say something very brief as to just a failure to back up in any way the assertion that this old case is still under active investigation. I don't know how we do it, but
yeah, that's exactly the point I was getting to. It seems that this keeps coming up, and there's this initial response of active investigation, and then it's up to the person to prove that there isn't. And we go through a lot of time, and the police department goes through a lot of time, and members of the public go through a lot of time, and sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't an active investigation. And I'm trying to see a process improvement here going forward. So I don't know how to say that, but that's what I'm getting at.
Maybe assertion of active investigation of an old case without reasonable justification, without reasonable justification or investigation. And I'm just sort of trying to put some wording out there, which is maybe kind of how what we're seeing happen here. So it shows up in our order in some way.
Yeah, I mean, do we reference 6724D, which is the part talks about law enforcement information? I don't know if we want to like say that we want better compliance or better.
24.
24D, that's the part that talks about
But that's clarification. Isn't this fundamentally a timeliness question?
well, it is, but they used records pertaining to any investigation, arrest, or other law enforcement activity shall be disclosed to the public once the district attorney or court determines that a prosecution will not be sought against the subject involved, or once the statute of limitations for filing charges has expired, whichever occurs first, right? So that's where this keeps coming down to. So in this case, the police department said, well, we don't have confirmation that district attorney.
But it's sort of both.
But it is sort of both. It is. Right there, they didn't turn the records over.
So it could be both.
Yeah.
Well, this is Member Anderson, but could it be part of our protocol that when a response comes back saying this is under active investigation, that as part of our orders or requests to the police department is that they provide us with something from the district attorney's office saying this is an active case.
Right, that's what I'm getting at. There needs to be some type of,
Yeah.
the burden shouldn't have to go back on the member of the public to disprove. They should have to prove that there is.
Exactly, but maybe that's one of the things, I don't know that we're going to get that kind of cooperation short of saying as part of our order about our determinations, we're saying we want something from the district attorney's, supply us with something from the district attorney's office saying that this is an active case, that they have not already declined to prosecute this case. As opposed to saying, okay, we basically saying, well, we believe you, but we're verifying
right.
that this is actually something that the district attorney is handling and that requests that they provide us with it. If the district attorney is handling it, then it should be a very easy matter for them to say this case is still active.
Yeah, like this is active, don't give that up.
This is active, don't give it up. And then we're good.
Then we know.
Yeah, Chair Yankee, I think when you pointed to 6724, and there's something very specific in now I hope 6724D6, it says, and it talks about exceptions, but information whose disclosure would endanger the successful completion of an investigation where the prospect of enforcement proceedings is concrete and definite. This is the opposite of that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's ambiguous
and ill-defined and
right.
with no deadline.
It seems like it should be the burden on the law enforcement agency to assert this, but it seems like they assert it and then the burden is instead on the members
to
of the public
counter,
disprove it, right? And that's wrong. So I'm trying to think, like, do we find, I'm just kind of throwing this out, feel free to anyone to edit this, but do we find a violation of 6721 for not timely turning over the documents? And then put some type of order, like Member Anderson was talking about, that, it's our order and expectation that, assertions of 6724D be provided with some type of affirmative written proof of its applicability to the case, something along those lines.
I think that's what I was talking about earlier with
Yeah.
having some.
Right. I think that kind of encompasses that as well. That's.
Are you saying in the future or that it was the lack of that here?
It was a lack of that here, but then, I ordered going forward. Both.
Yeah.
Because clearly here, everyone now agrees that there was written proof that the DA wasn't going to do it. But the problem was in a 10-year-old memo that was probably deep within the investigative file, and it took Mr. Spencer to find it. But it would be far easier if the police department just asked the DA and said, someone wants this, are you going to prosecute? They say yes or no.
Yeah.
We're done.
Yeah.
You don't have to dig through the file for a 10-year-old memo that way. So,
right. I don't have a problem with what you're saying and going this route. I don't feel like, from what I've heard, that Lieutenant Beauchamp was intending to delay or obfuscate. I just think that they don't have clear procedures, and lacking clear procedures, they default to there could be something open until we've, conclusively shown or somebody's shown us in black
Well,
and white.
no, I totally agree with you.
Right.
I don't think this is on Lieutenant Beauchamp, and I think that gets to the reason why we did a separate referral to the Ethics Commission about the systemic issues of the police department. I think this is just further.
Right. It's more about procedures and resources
Exactly.
and problems,
Right.
and this is just the latest example.
Exactly. This is not Lieutenant Beauchamp's like.
No, if anything, he's trying to fix it.
He's trying to fix it.
Which is why he'll probably get moved in the next 2
Yeah,
weeks.
right,
So,
right.
yeah. Oh,
You get this
wait,
far, then they move. So, so thank you, Lieutenant Beauchamp. Please understand this isn't something personal against you.
And I think we pretty much understood that from the beginning, that this has to do with a systemic problem. And this has to do with the department, not the individual that happens to be filling the position of trying to get us the information. So
For the 6 months that they're there.
for whatever period of time they're there. And Lieutenant Beauchamp, you may want to go on with Police Day. So
I mean, sorry, I keep repeating this. I just think a more properly resourced function for a department of this size would have far more civilians, not a whole lot more uniformed folks, and clear written procedures that anyone can read and follow. It's a beautiful dream.
can we call the question?
Yeah, I guess I'll make that motion. I don't know, Sheriff, you need me to repeat what I said? I'll say I will find a violation for Admin Code 6721 for the lack of timely disclosure of public records. And the improper reliance on 6724D for the initial rejection or the initial.
I think it can also be a violation of 67.20.
Right, that's okay. Or just
that
Improper use of.
and a violation of, and for the improper use of 6724D,
which, whether we include it or not, which effectively delayed release of disclosable public
right?
records.
They worked yeah. And then I would say, and order the police department going forward to provide a written
policy or procedure.
I'm trying to think of written affirmative use of 6724D or written. I want them to get something from the DA in writing that says.
How about
We're not
something,
prosecuting this,
how
but
about
we are.
something about a policy or procedure to implement 67.24D in conjunction with the district attorney and provide a copy of that to the task force?
And send it to compliance and amendments, and then you guys can.
Okay.
That work?
Can you also, sorry.
I'm so good. Wait, hang
I
on.
realized he was getting part of the motion, so.
That's fine. We kind of work together.
Working on
But
it.
I mean, is that effectively what?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make sure that, that the police department going forward, if they're going to use 6724D.
That they have a written thing, that they work with the DA,
Right,
that they
to prove that they're
figure it
talking to
out.
the DA.
Right. We're not telling them what to write, but they should write something.
Right.
Send us a copy. We can talk about it.
Yeah.
That
sound good?
Lieutenant Beauchamp, is that clear enough?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. And then
That would
number
be
two,
great.
do you have something you want to add to that motion?
I was just going to ask if it's possible to add a line saying that while acknowledging that the police department is understaffed and maybe that is a matter that can be taken up in future course. Like I would appreciate if you have a line like that somewhere so that it's, in the future, this should be addressed by the police department because understaffing is a rampant issue in that department. Just to acknowledge that they are understaffed and overworked.
I don't know if we want to put that in an order.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't feel personally comfortable putting that in this motion.
Yeah.
That's a broader statement. Not that I disagree with you,
I think
but
we
I'm not
acknowledge
sure.
it, but this may not be the place for it.
Yeah, not for the motion, maybe acknowledging it, yeah.
Or we could have a separate motion after that,
Yeah,
I wouldn't put it with this one.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable putting it here. So Cheryl, did you grab what Member Pilpel said about the second part?
No, that's what I was asking
Okay.
you for. Okay. All right. Provide
Say that
a
again?
written
Yeah.
affirmative use 6724D
Well, it
No,
was,
just to
it was
provide-
requesting that the police department propose a policy or procedure to implement section 67.24D in coordination with the district attorney and provide that language to the task force for a follow-up hearing at the CAC. Is that where you want it?
Yeah, because I think it needs to go to CAC to make sure that
Yeah.
Mr. Spencer gets all of his documents anyway, so that they
Right.
really do.
So the two elements there would be, did he get his stuff, and can we look at the policy and talk about it?
Sure. I mean, at some point it might require a letter from Chair Yankee. Yeah.
And this is
It
not
might.
happening in 2 weeks.
Yes.
but-
And just, I know we're kind of talking in the middle of a motion, but just FYI, I haven't received a response from ethics about my prior letter yet.
Okay. Well, then
So-
their file is going to get thicker and thicker.
So it might get thicker and
Yeah,
thicker. We might
yeah.
just, so. As far as I know, that is still an active investigation to the police department as well. So.
And the issue there might also relate to resources.
Just happening,
This
yeah.
resource issue isn't going away.
Right.
No, it's across all these cases, it seems. Yeah.
Just the only reason I'm focusing so much on the resource issue is because of this resource issue, cases will keep coming up with the police department, and it's just something we can't it's like we'll keep dealing with these cases, and every time it's going to come up. So maybe an acknowledgement somewhere would help. But of course, I understand not with this motion.
Again, as part of the beautiful dream, one day Chief Scott or Deputy Chief Lazar or somebody's going to wander in here and we're going to have a little chit chat about, could we just get a couple of not even uniformed folks with post training, but a couple of civilian legal assistants that can help on this kind of critical function that would help their world as well. I can't believe that they can find things easily in their cornucopia of rooms and boxes and stuff. So I think it would help them too. I could be wrong.
Okay, Cheryl, why don't you read back the motion? I know we kind of jumped all over the place to make sure we have.
To find a violation of 6721 for the lack of a timely disclosure of public records and the improper reliance on 6724D, requesting that the police department propose a procedure to implement 6724D in coordination with the district attorney and provide that language to the task force for a follow-up hearing.
At compliance and amendments.
Okay.
And that was actually really good grab of it. So thank you.
Huh?
You did a good job.
Okay.
Okay, you could go ahead and attribute that one to me. I don't know if someone wants to second it.
I'll second.
Who's seconding it?
I'll second.
Okay.
Member Pilpil.
Yep. So I'll make the motion and then Member Pilpel a second.
Yep, got it.
Okay. All right, I think were there any further questions, comments on this? Okay, let's open up to public comment then.
Thank you to both sides on this. I think this helped narrow it.
I don't see anything in the audience.
Yep. Anything online, Pat?
Members of the online community, if you'd like to make public comment on item 10, please raise your hand using the app or press star 3. I'll give you just a moment. No callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to our vote for that.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Highland, absent. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. 7 in favor, 3 absents.
Okay, thank you again for coming. And you'll have a follow-up hearing at CAC to make sure that those records get turned over. And
We'll probably put it on the August agenda.
I think that'll be too soon because police aren't going to draft a policy in the next 24 hours.
All right, so maybe October?
Yeah, I think that
Whenever.
sounds like a good idea.
Stay tuned.
Yeah. But we're glad to hear that records are being delivered.
Thank you, sir.
In motion.
Okay.
Item 12?
Yeah, but I wanted to ask, Member Schmidt about this one. Should we call these two together? It wasn't clear the relationship between them. It looks like you didn't combine them. You said they were very related. So would it be helpful to call them together?
No,
It would not. So we should still call them separately.
I don't think it would help us any.
Okay.
They do involve two different meetings, even though there's a lot of overlap.
Got it.
I don't see that we need to do that.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we'll just go ahead with number 12.
Item number 12, file number 23095, complaint filed by Mark LaCroix against the San Francisco Fire Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6710, B as in boy, by failing to consider the appointment, employment, evaluation of performance, or dismissal of a city employee if the policy body has the authority to appoint, employ, or dismiss the employee, or to hear complaints or charges brought against the employee by another person or employee unless the employee complained of requests it must be at a public hearing. Respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. 67.11, prior to any closed session, a policy body shall state the general reason or reasons for the closed session and shall cite the statutory authority, including the specific section and subdivision, or other legal authority under which the session is being held. 67.12, by failing to disclose closed session discussions and actions. On February 20th, 2024, the complaint committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction and to forward the matter to the full task force with the recommendation to find a violation of Administrative Code Section 6711 for failing to state a general reason for the closed session and to consider whether there is a 6710, B as in boy, violation regarding fees.
Okay. Member Schmidt, did you want to?
All right, a 10 violation regarding fees? Okay, all right.
Okay, and that's the first thing I was going to say. I don't know what actually happened, but there must have been a typo or something on fees. I don't know what that is. This and the next case both involve Mr. LaCroix and the Fire Commission, and there's two different meetings of the Fire Commission, as everyone here has seen in the paperwork. On the first one, there is an acknowledgement of a violation of 67.11, which I think is something that we'll hear about, but I think that it's clear that there was no attempt to state the grounds for the legal grounds for holding a closed session with regards to the item that is at issue here. I think that there are several somewhat intertwined issues here. The complaint is that the hearing was not done correctly because they didn't notice how they could close it, and then when they did go in a closed session, it was illegitimate because the subject matter was not something that under the Sunshine Ordinance, you actually, it didn't involve, this is the claim, it didn't involve a dismissal as the Sunshine Ordinance required. The next sort of subpart was that afterwards, he requested the records of the closed session. One, they didn't record it, and the claim is that, I believe the claim is that they should have recorded it. And then also more importantly, that they somehow they should disclose anything that occurred, whether it's recording or if there's documentation in the closed session, but they refuse to, and the fire commission says, well, we're not going to disclose something that was done in closed session. Their position is that this was within the dismissal provision of the ordinance. The second matter is going to be very similar, maybe not quite as many sort of sub issues as the first matter. I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, all right. To clarify, I think on the italicized parenthetical, I think it's probably correct up through 67.10B violation, period. And I think regarding fees is probably surplusage.
I think so. That's a good way to treat it.
Okay.
All right. So do we have Mr. LaCroix? Mr. LaCroix, come on up. And then do we have someone from the Fire Commission online with us?
Maureen Conifrey from the Fire Commission is a panelist.
Excellent. Okay. And do you are you going to call any witnesses or no? Everyone else? It's just going to be, okay. So when we work, you'll have 5 minutes. Fire Commission will have 5 minutes. We'll ask questions and see how it goes. So we'll start with you for 5 minutes, Mr. LaCroix, and sure, we'll let you know when you can begin.
Are you ready to begin?
I'm ready.
Okay, make sure you're talking to the microphone.
Okay, will do.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, task force members and chair. The Fire Commission held a special meeting on April 6, 2022 to address a motion to dismiss I had filed on separation charges that it was able to successfully argue on that day. The Fire Commission voted to go into closed session to deliberate on the matter. I had notified the commissioners before the closed session that they had improperly noticed the agenda for a closed session to take place. The commission now admits in the reply to the task force a violation of 6711 by failing to cite the statutory authority, including the specific section and subdivision or other legal authority under which the session was being held. The Fire Commission also contends that a closed session was proper under the Sunshine Ordinance Section 6710, closed session permitted topics. I won't read the 6710. I'm sure you're familiar with that. The Fire Commission's deliberations in this matter were not to consider my dismissal, as 6710 reads. They were to consider a motion challenging the validity of the dismissal charges against me. A simple review of the agenda and the minutes of the meeting will reveal these facts. Also, there was no jeopardy of dismissal at this meeting since it was not noticed as a separation hearing. Also an essential element of the 6710 exceptions. The Fire Commission has formal procedures for dismissals, several of which had not taken place at this time, so the Commission had no authority to dismiss me at this meeting. Hence, the deliberations in the matter fail both elements of 6710, and that they were not considering dismissal, nor did they have the authority to dismiss me at that meeting. The Fire Commission is asking for a broad interpretation of this section, and that because the topic pertains to dismissals, it should be allowed to be included in the exceptions to the open meeting requirements of the ordinance. The problem with that argument is that not only the Sunshine Ordinance, but also the Brown Act and the California Constitution state that these rules are specifically required to be interpreted narrowly. Pertaining to dismissal is not considering dismissal, as 6710 reads. I ask that you find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance open meeting sections as appropriate and order the record to be made public and released to me. Thank you.
Okay.
Evidence. The agenda and the minutes should be attached, but I think some of the best evidence is actually a reply from the Fire Commission in that they admit a violation of 6711, and they're asking for a broad interpretation of 6710 to allow their meeting to stand as a closed session. Also, for the record, I never did complain of 6712, and I emailed a response to, I believe, one of the secretaries when it was added to the list of violations that I never did actually ask for 6712. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Cheryl, if you could reset the clock and we can let the Fire Commission speak then for 5 minutes.
Ms. Conifer, are you ready to begin speaking?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Remember to speak into the microphone because we got to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Are you ready to
Hello.
begin?
I'm ready to begin.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, task force members. This is Maureen Conifrey. I'm the retired Fire Commission Secretary, hired back as Prop F, and I'm here to respond on Sunshine Ordinance Task Force file number 23095. As you all know, the Health Department put out a health order, and in November of 2021, Chief of Department Janine Nicholson filed with the Commission a recommendation of non-disciplinary separation of Mr. LaCroix from his employment with the Fire Department. On February 9th, 2022, we posted an agenda for a disciplinary or a non-disciplinary separation agenda that was correctly posted with the correct statutory sites. During that commission meeting, it was decided because a scheduling letter had gone out for that meeting that the parties had to submit pre-hearing statements, motions, objections to witness and exhibits, oppositions to those objections, reply in support of motions that were due prior to that February 9th, 2022 meeting. Quite a few motions were submitted, and during that February 9th, 2022 meeting, the Commission deferred that decision on a motion to dismiss until after the evidentiary hearing. Mr. LaCroix filed a motion to dismiss those charges, to which the department objected, and a special meeting was then rescheduled for April 6th, so the Commission could decide on the merits of the dispositive motion. The meeting agenda was timely posted prior to the meeting. The hearing portion of the meeting was held in open session starting at 10:05 and concluding at 11:31. The Commission then voted to hold deliberations in closed session. The Commission deliberated for about 45 minutes and reconvened in open session and announced its decision granting Mr. LaCroix's motion. In open session, the Commission voted to not disclose discussions held in closed session. The meeting adjourned at 12:23. Under Section 957B1 of the Brown Act and Section 67.10B of the Sunshine Ordinance, it was permissible for the Commission to deliberate in closed session on the motion to dismiss. This is regarding a personnel matter. The closed session pertained to the dismissal of an employee, which was originally scheduled for 2/9/22. And one of the bases expressly recognized in both laws for holding a personnel closed session. Further, even if an employee requests and receives an open session hearing on charges, the employee does not have a right to open session deliberations, as the city attorney has stated in the Good Government Guide. An employee has a right to demand a public hearing on specific charges or complaints that the body has calendared for a closed session, but may not demand that the body conduct its deliberations in public. You may also see Bollinger versus Civil Service Commission. Mr. LaCroix has complained that the meeting agenda notice did not cite the legal basis for the Commission's going into closed session. The Brown Act does not require that a specific section of the law be cited on the agenda for a personnel closed session. However, the Sunshine Ordinance contains such a provision applicable to closed sessions generally, Section 67.11, and the Commission acknowledged that it inadvertently failed to comply with this requirement. Section 54(963) of the Brown Act makes it unlawful for a commission to disclose closed session discussions unless the body has authorized disclosure. Here, there is more than mere absence of authorization to disclose. Rather, in accordance with the requirements of Section 67.12A of the Sunshine Ordinance, the Commission actually held a vote on whether to disclose, and it voted not to disclose. It therefore would have been unlawful to disclose the requested record, which is why the record is exempt from disclosure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, do we have questions for either party? You have some questions?
So, Member Pilpel, so clearly this can get into all kinds of fun stuff with state law and, MOU provisions and civil service rules and all kinds of stuff. I would, and the records request for the tape and disclosure and non-disclosure and obligations and burdens and whatnot. I would like to focus on 67.10B and what I think is the fundamental question of whether consideration of motions related to dismissal of charges at the fire department under applicable civil service rules where the commission is exercising its authority, yada, yada. That's a technical term. Whether that is considering the appointment, employment, evaluation, or dismissal, or merely related to, and if it's a broad or narrow interpretation.
I have an excellent analogy to answer your question.
I didn't have a question yet,
but
if you'd like to offer an analogy, because I really wanted to hear from Ms. Gonifrey.
May I offer an analogy?
Feel free, and then I want to go to Ms. Gonifrey.
Okay, let's say you're driving your car and you get caught for speeding. And the punishment is to be separated from your job, let's say. So when you finally get the paperwork in the mail, it says, hey, you ran a red light. We're going to separate you. And I say, red light? What are you talking about? Okay. I was pulled over for speeding. So you write back and you say, hey, I'm making a motion to dismiss. There was never a red light involved. Now, we're not talking about the separation. We're not talking about the dismissal. That's the penalty for running the red light, even if it's the same penalty as it is for speeding. I only said, hey, there was no red light involved. The issue is speeding. So can you see how that plays in? So
way.
Dismissal, this was a motion to dismiss incorrect charges that were against me.
Okay.
So the department admitted to making a major mistake in my case.
Regardless of your case and the underlying and whatever, I don't know. And personally, sorry, I don't care.
I don't blame you.
Okay. So to Ms. Gonifrey, can you help us a bit on your view, the Fire Commission's view, the city's view on whether 67.10 is narrowly on appointment, employment, evaluation, or dismissal, or broadly or more broadly, anything related to, and why you might think that?
Well, it's a personnel issue. We were dealing with the employment and Mr. LaCroix's personnel employment with the San Francisco Fire Department.
Okay. So sorry to go down this a little bit, but I apologize. I haven't read the civil service rules recently. I am not familiar with how the Fire Commission deliberates in closed session on motions, privileged or otherwise, related to dismissal or charges. Is there something in that area that you think supports the view that this is not just broadly related to appointment, employment, evaluation, or dismissal, but specifically one of those things that allows the commission to meet in closed session on the question of dismissal of or what was the term? On
motion to dismiss.
On a motion to dismiss, whether it's granting or denying, whatever.
Well, it all stemmed from a recommendation from the chief of department to separate Mr. LaCroix, or fire engineer LaCroix, from employment from the city and county of San Francisco for not being vaccinated.
Okay.
So that stemmed his motion. Because the chief had actually put a wrong classification, I believe, down in his first letter.
Okay. I think perhaps we'd all acknowledge that this is related to appointment, employment, evaluation, or dismissal. But the question that I'm asking is it sufficient to be broadly related, or is the limited closed session provision only for the narrow appointment, employment, evaluation, or dismissal, and is the proper adjudication or determination of a motion to dismiss held before a single hearing officer or in some other way, but not in closed session at the commission under 67.10B?
Well,
okay.
Commissioner Feinstein, President Feinstein, and the city attorney's office voted. Well, the city attorney's office was there, but it was Commissioner President Feinstein, who was a judge, that actually made the motion to go into closed session regarding a personnel matter. And we don't deliberate personnel matters in open session.
I'm sorry, I think your question might be more of a deliberation thing. I think we got as good of an answer we're going to get. We can decide how we want to interpret it, but.
Mitch, do you have anything you could offer right this moment? No. Smart man. Okay. All right.
Okay. Any other questions
that's where I am on the thing.
Okay. Any other questions for the parties? Going once, twice. Okay. We're going to move to rebuttals then. So the fire department will go first for 3 minutes, then Mr. LaCroix, you'll have 3 minutes to finish.
Okay, I have nothing to, I'm going to stand by the statements made today and on February 20th.
Okay. Mr. LaCroix, you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes, thank you. To partly answer your question, Mr. Pelpel, if you really dissect 6710, there's two elements in that dismissal. The Fire Commission has to have the authority to dismiss me. Now, the only possible way they'd have the authority to dismiss me at this meeting is if it was noticed as a separation hearing, and it was not. It might have said personnel exception and the case number, and that the case was a dismissal case. However, if you read the agenda, it says that it's on a dispositive motion, a motion to dismiss. So that is the key elements here, is there's two elements to 6710 that they need to be able to go into a closed session. That's that it's a hearing on dismissal. They're considering dismissal is what it says. And they have to have the authority to dismiss me. They have neither on that day. Thank you.
Okay. So members, how do we want to handle this one?
Can I just do another minute or two and then I'll shut up?
Is it commentary or question? I mean, you can do either. I'm just,
it's
more commentary.
It's more commentary.
It's deliberation. This is the time for
it's more commentary. Okay.
I was going to say, go for it.
Most, if not all, commissions have the authority to go into closed session for various reasons. Only 3 commissions in this city have the authority to go into closed session with regard to subordinate employees of the city and not just the department head or the commission secretary. Those are the Civil Service Commission on most everybody, the Fire Commission on uniformed fire department employees, and the Police Commission with regard to uniformed fire department. Police employees. Thank you. And that's pursuant to state law, applicable MOUs, labor code, MMBA, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's clear on that part. Okay. So that's why I think this question of application of 67.21B is germane. And yes, there are two elements.
6721B?
Sorry, I'm losing it. 67.10B is germane. It does, as Mr. Member, Mr. LaCroix correctly points out, it has two components. It is both proper notice. It incorporates proper notice, but it is fundamentally appointment, employment, whatever those four things are. Appointment, employment, evaluation, or dismissal, and that the commission has the authority over that employee to do that thing. It's not just, the MTA board wants to fire some muni bus driver. It's that the MTA board doesn't have the authority to fire a muni bus driver. So
in closed session.
In closed session or periods. The director of the MTA can, following a hearing, blah, 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 charges, all of that. Fire and police are different from general city employees, as I explained. And so I think the question before us is not whether the commission voted in closed session or whether the city attorney opined. To some extent, it's whether proper notice was given. But fundamentally, it's whether we believe that this commission at that time procedurally had the legal authority to meet in closed session to consider this particular motion on dismissal of whatever charges for whatever reason, blah, blah, blah. I don't think there was a question
But your
there.
preface was that they do have the
They do,
authority.
right? That's, I guess, I'm not misunderstanding.
Is that what you meant to say?
In general, they do. In this case, I'm not yet convinced that they did, because I think that this motion was related to the dismissal of, consideration of, et cetera, including the dismissal of, but I don't think the question before the commission at that time was dismissal. I think of the employee. I think it was consideration of dismissal, whatever, granting or denying the motion. And I'm not yet convinced that a close read of this provision granted them the authority to discuss and deliberate on this in closed session on the particular motion to dismiss. Did I lose every?
Yeah. Okay. So I just want to make sure I'm following. So I'm confused. So
okay. I don't know who I'm talking
to.
Okay,
so it sounds like the fire commission can handle dismissals of uniformed fire employees. Right?
If it's properly noticed, if they're in there, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. They have that authority, right? Assuming all okay. So
Are we using the term dismiss for dismiss a motion and dismiss an employee? And maybe we need to be a little more specific.
Yes, that is
be more specific
Yes.
about that.
Yeah.
Yes. But again, I think the issue is, could be wrong. I think the issue is whether a motion to dismiss the charges as opposed to dismiss the employee is directly within their authority, or is just related or reasonably related to the overall issue of dismissal of an employee. I mean, I'm not doing a great job of, sorry, not a lawyer, didn't go to law school, not articulating as well as I could. Dean, can you help me a little?
I'm in agreement that we are looking at the first sentence of 67.10B and trying to determine, I think that the argument, it's an interesting argument, and it's not a frivolous argument, that what happened here wouldn't come within the language of this provision. So I agree that that's kind of the remaining question that we have here, because 67.11 has already been acknowledged.
Right.
So I think that, maybe each one of us can look at this sentence and think about the argument that was made and sort of think, does it seem like it's outside or inside this definition? I have my own opinion. I guess one thing I'll just throw out is I kind of prefer to read the whole provision and to try to think about sort of what it's supposed to me, they're trying to use the language to convey the general scope of what they try to do in this type of closed session. That's my approach on this specific one. But yeah, I can see that it's an intriguing argument that maybe it falls outside the scope.
If we just look at the language on the agenda, so it says the commission will consider a pre-hearing dispositive motion in an employee dismissal case. It's that first part that's important, right? A pre-hearing dispositive motion means not the hearing, not actually dismissing, but a motion in relation to the hearing. Am I interpreting that correctly?
I think they're calling it a pre-hearing, but it's dispositive. It's to say
that means to dispose.
It's kind of like a summary judgment.
Yeah, that's how I was in.
Yeah, it's like, dispose of the whole case without having a hearing because of.
But does that mean decide or just kick it out because it's like we're not going to hear it?
To decide on a technical ground, maybe, but I know that in one of the two cases, I think it was the next case that we're going to talk about, they actually did decide in his favor in closed sessions. But yeah, his argument is that instead of the fire commission hearing a case that's brought to dismiss him, he's instead sort of like making the aggressive move and saying, well, I want to dismiss your case against me. And so he comes in with that, which makes sense. I mean, sometimes that's how the process can work. And that thus we have dismissal and the language confusion.
It gets very confusing.
Yes. Yeah. And so, I mean, I'll admit that ultimately I think it's the subject matter is about whether he's going to keep his employment or not.
Yeah.
And so that might be the way that I kind of view this thing is ultimately what's at stake here, whether he's going to keep working or not.
I just want to say I agree with that. It seems like it's all under the umbrella of dismissal, and that's under 6710. Like dismissal of an employee. Sorry, just to be clear.
Well, but this is not, sorry, this isn't, the question of statutory interpretation is important here because the language could have said anything related to or anything broadly related to or something like that, and it doesn't. It says to consider the point, right? There was a lot of work in drafting not just the Sunshine Ordinance but the Brown Act about very narrowly limiting the scope of closed sessions. So it's not just any security incident in the world. It's any specific security threat. I mean, each one is carved out very carefully. And so I think it's up to us to decide. Yeah. No, I hear your point. I'm just saying it's not an academic, it's not just an academic question about whether it's broadly and reasonably related or narrowly. This is very real here. Maybe it would help if I ask a specific question to Ms. Gonifrey. You've been around a long time. I've known you. We've known each other. I've been to fire commission meetings a long time ago. You know, we go back to John Darman and years, all of that. You've been in some number of past closed sessions related to disciplinary charges, yes?
That is correct.
Okay. Is it your commission's general practice to hear everything related to charges, appointments, dismissals, evaluate, et cetera, in closed session, whether it's a specific charge that may lead to dismissal or any motions under whatever motion practice you have before the commission related to those charges?
Absolutely not. Actually, all of the non-vaxxer cases were all heard in open session. Deliberations all took place in closed session because the commission was deliberating on personnel matters. But all the hearings, the actual evidentiary hearings, were all in open session. And in this particular case, after deliberating, they came out and voted in favor of Engineer LaCroix and announced that in open session, and then took a vote to not disclose discussions held in closed session.
Right, I understand
The hearing actually was very heated. The
open session portion.
The open session portion was very heated. The commission was angry at the department.
Okay.
And as well as with the department's deputy city attorney.
Not Mr. Russi.
Open session.
Not Mr. Russi, but Mr. Yan.
Correct.
There you go. Okay.
All right. I think we need to get this one moving here because we have another. So, okay, number one, let's look at the. So it doesn't look like 6712. I believe we heard that wasn't actually a point. So, are we kind of all under universal agreement that there is a 6711 violation? It seems that okay. So it seems like whatever motion we come up, we should include a violation of 6711. Okay. So I don't know if someone wants to. We've heard some differing viewpoints, but if someone wants to potentially make a motion with a violation of 6711 and however they feel about 6710B, and then we can take a vote and see where we end up. That's what I'm going to suggest we do to keep this moving.
I'll just say I'd be no violation. Oh, sorry. Just because we have 7 here, and if we have 2 either way, that means the motion wouldn't succeed. But
why don't we do this?
I'd say no violation. And so if there's another person who has decided that they'd be no violation, at least we know that one side would not succeed. That's all.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we could bifurcate it. We could do one motion, and then if we want to do a separate one for the other violations, then we could do that. So just to keep the ball rolling, I will move to find a violation of 6711 for not citing the specific statutory reason for the closed session on the agenda.
I second that.
Okay.
11, I'm not familiar with that one.
6711.
Right.
Yes,
Or
that's
what?
for not, I can give you the exact.
Notice, that's notice.
No, that's,
Give me reason.
for not citing the statutory authority, including the specific section and subdivision or other legal authority under which the session is being held. So they didn't actually cite a code
To have a closed
to
session.
have their closed session on the agenda.
Which they acknowledged.
They acknowledged it, yeah.
And we could say that they acknowledged, or whatever, it doesn't matter.
Does someone want to second that?
Member Kumar did.
Member Kumar did. Member Kumar did. Okay.
This is the easy one.
This is the easy one. So, any public comment? I don't see anyone in the room except for someone with Mr. Crown, if she wants to provide public comment. But anyone online?
Administrator Peterson, is there anyone online ready to make public comment?
We have one hand raised. One moment, please. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on item 12?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I've been listening to this, and I also witnessed both these hearings that are in discussion, and I think there's a little bit of confusion. Like Mr. LaCroix stated, the case that you guys, the hearing that you guys are talking about right now, it was impossible for them to dismiss him at that hearing. They had no authority, and his employment was not in jeopardy at that hearing. So this is going to whether they're going to follow the rules and the laws that are on the books that have always been followed, or if they're going to be able to not follow them. And I know it's confusing, but Ms. Conifrey is mixing up the actual dismissal hearings with the hearing that you guys are under question right now. So what Mark said and what's in those rules is exactly the truth. So if you vote against no violation, then you're voting that those laws and rules that have been in effect for a long time are meaningless. That's all I have. And thank you very much for looking into this. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, caller.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public commenters?
We have another call.
Okay.
Did the caller want to identify, or we'll just leave it at identify? Okay.
Hello, caller. Do you wish to speak on item 12? Hello, caller. Hello, caller. I'm not hearing a response.
Okay, so it must be an unattended line or something else. Are there any other callers?
Let me confirm.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh, well, we can hear someone now.
Yes.
I'm sorry, there's a technical issue on my end. Hearing the information discussed on this last issue, I believe Secretary Conifrey said that they would go into closed session if they're discussing a labor action or a personnel issue. I believe the question here, and she admitted to this, is that this is a process issue. They were discussing whether or not the items, the charges against this person were in fact valid, brought up. Can you still hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I apologize. I was getting a note on it from. Anyways, I believe that this is just a process issue, which point is exactly why the Sunshine Ordinance denies the deliberations need to be in public as to why they're discussing should this process be followed, yes or no. This is not directly an issue about the employment of the individual. It is the validity of the charges against them. So that's something I believe that needs to be considered. The discussion was the policy and the process that they were doing, not the actual employment of the Mr. LaCroix. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Is there anyone else in the online community who would like to speak? Please raise your hand using the app or press *3. There are no other hands raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote on that motion.
Could you restate the motion?
Yes, this is just to find a violation of 6711 for not citing the proper We're not citing
This is just the first part.
the
Got
first
it.
part. And then if someone wants to make a second motion, then they can do so.
Yeah.
Chair Yankee,
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Kumar,
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel,
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman,
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Highland, absent. Member Schmidt,
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood,
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. 7 in favor, 3 absences.
Okay. So if someone is so inclined to want to make a statement on the 6710 part, they can make a motion, but no motion is necessary. We already have something out here. So I'll open it up if someone wants to. If not, we can move on.
I mean, I can just make a motion. We can see if there's a second and the votes. There may not be. I feel fairly strongly that there was a violation because this was procedural. This was not a substantive action to dismiss a member. The commission has general authority to consider the appointment, dismissal, et cetera, in closed session, but they did not have the specific authority under the applicable provisions at the time because this was a procedural motion to dismiss, and because I don't think a procedural motion to dismiss is sufficient basis for a closed session and could have been not just heard in open session on the member's request, but deliberated in open session on the member's request. And no harm would have come from that.
That's a motion, David?
Oh, no, this is.
Yeah, I'm explaining why I would make a motion that in a moment
Still don't be typing all this.
that will likely
Not a-
fail. So I will make the motion. It may fail, but I'll put it on the record.
Tell Ms. Leger when to start typing.
Okay. I move to find a violation of section 67.10B for holding a closed session on a motion to dismiss. Period.
Okay. Member Kumar?
I just have a comment, and it may come from a place of not being aware of this because this is the first time I'm handling a case on a closed session, but would this qualify as a closed session even after the entire video of the session is available on YouTube?
I'm sorry?
The entire video is available on YouTube. So would this still qualify as a,
Not the closed session part.
Yeah,
it's available.
The closed session part, though?
No, I don't think so.
I think it's on there.
They would stop the video and then reconvene. They wouldn't be putting.
Yeah,
video on.
I also, when I was talking about it with you too, I think that it's just part of the open session. Like it's not the part that they went to closed. I would guess. I haven't looked at it, so.
Because on page number 8, it says the exchange about the deficiencies can be found starting at 1:15:32, and I rolled the video after 1:15:32, and it was there.
The video, there may be a video. There was a special meeting. There was an open session portion of the meeting. There was a closed session portion of the meeting. There's no problem with any of those things. The question before us is whether the closed session was properly held on the basis that was asserted.
The part that they're talking about there in that paragraph is the discussion about the discrepancies in the agenda, which happened in open session. That's not saying that the closed session is online. Okay, so we have a motion by Member Pilpel. Is anyone going to second that?
Perhaps not.
While we're waiting for a second, Oh, yeah, thank you. Sorry. While we're waiting for a second, I will just note that I would, based on the first motion, which passed, I would note that this body doesn't have the kind of power that maybe a court would have to act based on the lack of complying with the agenda requirements. What I think a court would possibly be able to do is either to invalidate the action that occurred or to compel disclosure, or also to order that if the closed session wasn't recorded, to order that future closed sessions be recorded. And those are all powerful measures that a court may or may not be able to do that. I think that the violation is a severe violation, and I wish we had that power, but we don't. And so we've done everything we can with regards to that 67.11 violation. And I just wanted to say on the record that, we often here do feel like, geez, I wish I could do more. And I wish I could do more here for that failure. And yet we're especially not empowered in terms of the public meetings situation. We have a little more ability to act when you're dealing with our other side, which is how we do with documentation, public records, et cetera. Now, that has nothing to do with the motion that's on the table. And I just want to give people, while I'm talking, and they can think about something other than what I'm talking about, and they can think about how they want to second your motion.
I just want to say, I'm not going to second the motion. I'm going to second your thought, though, because as we maybe look at amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance, I think we don't hear as many of the public meetings ones, but it really shows our limitations in what we can do.
Right.
And if that's any way we can maybe ever suggest more enforcement on our part, I think this kind of demonstrates it. But
I'd like to clarify, there is a recording of the closed session.
I was going to ask that. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah.
There is a recording. We're not turning over.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. We got it.
I want to be clear. Okay. I'm not taking any issue with Ms. Conifrey or the commission's procedures or any of that. I just take issue with whether or not it was properly in closed session.
I'm going to give it like 3 more seconds, and then we're going to call this motion.
Can we have it state, can you read back what the motion is?
Moves to find a violation of 6710B as in boy for holding a closed session on a motion to dismiss.
3, 2, 1.
I'm going to jump in because I've been listening to the arguments pro and con to doing 6710B. And what I'm thinking, how it's processing for me is that we've already found that they're in violation of 6711, making a statement about what was the reason for the closed session. So anything they do as far as raising 6710B as a justification for having a closed session is kind of technically moot because they never said in the first place why they were doing the closed session or the reasons why. They cited nothing. So how do we know what the conversation was? It's kind of...
I kind of find that a little fair. I also wanted to just say from what the respondent said on the phone just now was that in terms of the conversation that we just had about what influence this board has over what happens, she just said that there is there is a recording. So the outcome, not that my opinions personally changed, but the outcome is that there is some influence that we could have there because we now know there's something that could be released. So
Except we can't compel its release.
well, we could still, but it still could be part of, it's
Yeah.
it's different from the case earlier where it's like, is there footage of this thing that happened?
Right. Come
Um, can I at least know the length of the closed session or of the whole meeting?
It was
Open plus
disclosed.
closed
The
session.
meeting started at 10:05. The meeting ended at 12:23. The closed session was from 11:31 to 12:19.
So it's an almost 4 hour long session.
No,
No.
50 minutes.
The closed
meeting-
session?
No, the total meeting was about less than 2.5 hours. The closed session was about 45 minutes.
So that's what I'm bringing up. The video that's there on YouTube that is titled "The Dismissal of Mark LaCroix" is 4 hours, 11 minutes long.
That's
Okay.
probably a different date, correct? Or, yeah.
Not April 6th.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes sense. Okay.
And, okay, even if there's no motion or no second and we're moving on, bottom line is Mr. LaCroix won his motion at this meeting and the charges were dismissed and either rebrought or dealt with some other way. And it sounds like the commission wasn't happy with the department and the department's lawyer and blah, 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 blah. So, there was some minor victory and vax schmax, whatever happened.
Okay,
That's
I'm
what I-
calling that there is no second to this motion. The motion is dead. We're moving on to item number 13. We need to keep going, which we're going to reopen all this discussion again. So. All right, so I think everyone knows the procedure here. We're going to do it all over again now.
Item number 13, file number 23099, complaint filed by Mark LaCroix against the Fire Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code 67.5 by failing to conduct meetings of any policy body open to public, 6710, conducting a closed session hearing on a non-permitted topic, and 6711 by failing to properly notice a closed session hearing. On February 20th, 2024, the complaint committee moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Stein, to find that the task force has jurisdiction and to forward the matter to the full task force. The committee requested that the matter be heard on the same day as file number 23095, as the parties are the same and the issues are similar but not the same.
Okay, Mr. LaCroix, you'll have 5 minutes. Cheryl, if you reset the clock.
Just bear with me for a second.
Bearing.
Are you ready to answer?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Task force members and chair. The Fire Commission held a closed session meeting on January 12th, 2022, noticed as personnel exception, status and calendaring of pending disciplinary and separation cases. Status and calendaring of pending disciplinary and separation cases appears to be purely administrative acts and not a permitted topic for a closed session under the Sunshine Ordinance Code 6710B. The Fire Commission's response to my complaint states that the closed session that I seek pertain to the potential dismissal/separation of employees. Pertaining to dismissal is not considering dismissal. Yes, we're going to be talking about 6710 again. We're going to have to address this. According to Bollinger versus San Diego Civil Service Commission, which the Maureen cited in the last case, considering is deliberating, according to Bollinger case. If the Fire Commission was considering or deliberating on my dismissal, as they state in the response letter to the task force, the meeting should have been noticed at a separation hearing. I was shocked to read in their reply letter that they were considering my dismissal in this meeting. The meeting was noticed as calendaring and status of pending cases, not that they're going to be talking about firing me. There was no hearing notice, thus no hearing of charges can take place without a 24-hour notice according to the Brown Act to all affected parties. There was no opportunity for me and the other affected parties to request an open session in the matter. Also, Section 67.7 of the Sunshine Ordinance makes it clear that, quote, no action or discussion shall be undertaken on any agenda item on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. They did not say they were going to be talking about my separation or anybody else's on the agenda. Once again, the Fire Commission is asking for a broad interpretation of permitted closed session topics, and that because a topic pertains to dismissals, it should be allowed to be discussed in secret. The obvious problem with that argument is, once again, it's not only in the Sunshine Ordinance, but also in the Brown Act and the California Constitution that specifically, that these statutes are specifically required to be interpreted narrowly. I ask that you find the Fire Commission in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance open meeting sections as appropriate and request that the record be ordered public and released to me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, and the fire department will have 5 minutes. Our fire commissioner.
Ms. Conifer, you appear unmuted.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Great. She's going to speak next. Ms. Conifrey, are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Go right ahead.
Okay, and just for the record, this is the commission and not the department. The San Francisco Fire Commission, at its regular meeting on January 12th, included an item on the agenda so that the commissioners could conduct a potential closed session discussion to provide a status and calendaring update on pending disciplinary separation cases. The commission voted to conduct these discussions in closed session. The closed session was entirely proper. Both the Ralph M. Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance authorize the holding of closed sessions regarding dismissal of employees. California Government Code Section 54957B and San Francisco Admin Code Section 67.10B. The complaint first cites Section 6.5 of the Sunshine Ordinance, which states that all meetings of any policy body shall be in open and public. But of course, this provision does not negate the authority of the commission or other city bodies to hold closed session at meetings. After all, the Sunshine Ordinance has numerous provisions authorizing and otherwise recognizing the legitimacy of closed sessions, including Section 67.10. The complaint next suggests that the authority to go into closed session to consider dismissal of employees is divisible, as if only the hearing and deliberations regarding a potential dismissal may be held in closed session. There is no basis in law for making this distinction, and the complaint cites that no legal authority in support of the argument. Instead, it quotes generalized text regarding the importance of open government, a principle the commission certainly endorses, but such generalized text does not override or limit the commission's authority to go into closed session regarding employee dismissals. Questions of process regarding a particular dismissal can easily include some discussion of the dismissal or other dismissals that are also being considered in the closed session. Finally, the complaint cites that the Attorney General Manual of the Brown Act to the effect that the closed session for personnel matters must be invoked in connection with a specific employee. The Commission agrees it is well established that the body cannot go into closed session under the personnel exception to discuss general personal policies, but that did not happen here. The commission went into closed session to discuss dismissals of specific employees, one of whom was Mr. LaCroix. the commission received a public records request from Mr. LaCroix for any and all video, audio recordings, as well as transcripts of the closed session. On November 20th, 2023, the request was denied because disclosure of closed session discussions is unlawful unless the body that held the closed session has authorized disclosure. Section 59463 of the Brown Act and California Government Code Section 54963. Here there is more than a mere absence of authorization to disclose, rather in accordance with the requirement of Section 67.12a of the Sunshine Ordinance, the Commission actually held a vote on whether to disclose and it voted to not to disclose. It therefore would be unlawful to disclose the requested record, which is why the record is exempt from disclosure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have any questions for either party on this one?
I have a question.
Sure.
So you said that closed session is allowed when it's about a specific case, not general procedures. Can you point to where on the agenda a specific case or cases are referred to?
On the agenda for January 12th?
I'm looking at the packet, yes. Let me double check because I'm looking at the packet that we received. Yes, it is January 12th.
5C in particular.
I'm asking, yeah, if you could tell me where it refers to a specific case.
Well, we didn't put down specific cases. It was the beginning of all of the 21 non-vaccinated cases.
Okay, so to me, then it's not specific cases, it's about general policy.
Correct.
Okay, so you said that means that you can't go into closed session.
Well, according to the city attorney's office, we could.
But I think what you just said sort of contradicts that because it wasn't about individual specific cases. It was about discussing broad policy that might apply to specific cases,
Right.
but that you weren't discussing specific cases.
Well, I'd have to go back now and check the closed session, but I don't think each individual 21 cases were discussed in detail. It was a matter of the non-vax members and a list of their names and how we were going to conduct 21 non-vaccination cases, non-disciplinary.
Yeah, it sounds to me like although those may have been listed individually, the discussions took place in sort of a collective, how are we going to deal with this class, rather than how are we going to deal with these individual cases?
I'd have to go back and listen to the closed session to know exactly what took place there.
Perhaps other members have questions with regards to this.
We'll start with Member Schmidt and then Member Popo.
On a bit of a different point, Mr. LaCroix, I just want to read you.
Could you speak into the microphone?
God,
Sorry.
I'm really sorry.
We should get you a lapel mic.
Yeah, somehow attach me to this thing. Okay, I'm going to read some provisions of 67.7 of the Sunshine Ordinance. And I'm going to ask you just a couple questions about your own situation. 67.7A, the second sentence says, agendas shall specify for each item of business the proposed action or a statement that the item is for discussion only. Do you, in part of your presentation here, would you say that that provision was not complied with in the agenda that you brought before us with regards to your individual situation?
I would absolutely say that that is not complied with.
Okay. I'm going to move to 67.7B. which says a description is meaningful if it is sufficiently clear and specific to alert a person of average intelligence and education whose interests are affected by the item that he or she may have reason to attend the meeting or seek more information on the item. Would you agree with me that the agenda here was not sufficiently clear and specific to alert you that you might have had reason to attend that meeting or to seek more information on whatever item apparently was going to be considered that could affect you?
I absolutely agree.
Okay. And one more, 67.7D says no action or discussion shall be undertaken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. And so when I read that, I look on this agenda, and would you agree with me that there was no, that the item that supposedly was considered in closed session did not appear anywhere on that posted agenda?
I would agree, especially because the Fire Commission's reply specifically says that they were considering my dismissal at this meeting. And nowhere on the agenda does it say that they're going to be considering anyone's dismissal, much less my own.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Member Popel, did you have questions?
Some of it may have been covered. I think this is perhaps a more specific or better example of what I was trying to articulate earlier. If we look at page 33 of 45 in the packet, which may be page 35 or so in the PDF, with the minutes of this meeting, the different, just walking through for a second on item 5, possible closed sessions regarding labor negotiation and personnel matter. A, vote on whether to conduct the items in closed session. All right, that's okay. It might have been better to have the verbiage under 5A, the commission may hear 5B in closed session under 549, 57.6 and 67.10E under item 5B, because it's connected to item 5A rather than taking this and piecing it out to 5B, C, and D. But B, C, and D were specifically about labor negotiations with Local 798. I grant you that's cool, that's fine, that's the right place. I think that was properly noticed. And then we're on to C and D. So let me come back to C, but if you look at D, there's a specific case number, commission deliberations, and possible action on employee suspension appeal. That seems to me like it is pretty squarely within 67.10B. It's a policy body meeting to consider the appointment, employment, evaluation, or dismissal of a city employee over which that policy has the authority to do those things. So I don't know if Mr. LaCoy was the subject of case number 2021-03 in 5B, but regardless, I'm kind of okay with 5B on this agenda.
You mean 5D?
Excuse me, I'm doing it again. 5D, yes, thank you.
Even though it's a suspension, not a dismissal, as
Yeah,
5710 says
Yeah.
dismissal.
I'm better with this than I am in general. Okay. Let's say that they had the authority to deal with the suspension.
Narrow
appeal.
interpretation.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. I'm not, if you're not that guy, then I'm not so concerned. The issue really, I think, is on 5C, where it says pretty clearly status and calendaring of pending disciplinary and separation cases, doesn't reference any specific case numbers, and it says that it's status and calendaring. It's not. I don't think any of us would argue that it was considering the appointment, employment, evaluation, or dismissal. It was merely status and calendaring, as Member LaHood just referenced. It was, how are we going to deal with this group of cases? And as Secretary Conifrey indicated, it was about vaccination cases and a group of them, and how to parcel them out, hear them all together, hear them over several weeks, assign them to a committee, whatever they were going to do with it, all of which I think could have and should have been discussed in open session. This wasn't on a specific charge and on the question. Yeah, it's probably more than that. Do you agree with how I'm characterizing this? Am I missing something?
I'll accept, maybe go back and read Maureen Confrey's reply that says that they were considering my dismissal in this meeting. I think that's huge. I think,
because that's not what the agenda says.
Oh, indeed.
Ms. Conifrey, do you have any? I'm doing this all wrong. Do you have something to share?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
May I add?
You're going to have an opportunity for rebuttals.
That's right.
So that's why I wanted to make sure we get the questions out of the way. Then you guys get your rebuttals.
Thank you.
So are we done with questions? We're good? Okay. We're going to do rebuttals, then we'll deliberate. All right. So we'll start with the Fire Commission. 3 minutes, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
I submit. Thank you.
Okay. There you go. It's 3 minutes.
Okay, rebuttal.
Go ahead, sir.
So the commission likes to deliberate in closed sessions, no matter what the topic is. I've gone back through about every agenda in the last 3 or 4 years, and they do not deliberate in public. The opening page of the Sunshine Ordinance is kind of beautiful. If you read through this, it talks about open government. It talks about only in rare and unusual circumstances does the public benefit from allowing the business government to be conducted in secret. And those circumstances should be carefully and narrowly defined to prevent public officials from abusing their authority. There's a lot of good stuff right in this opening 67.1, findings and purpose. And I just ask that regardless of what power you think you have or don't have, a finding of a violation helps me, because this doesn't stop here. I'm not stopping. If you find a violation, even if they don't compel, or if you can't compel the record to be released to me, I still have, and then I have one more thing in my pocket to go to court with. There's several, I mean, there's multiple processes after this hearing today. So please dig deep, be strong. You need to stand up and say, no, this is the Sunshine Ordinance. This is what it says. And they didn't do this. They violated this. So please bring me a violation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Now we can deliberate.
I did my thing earlier.
Did yours
and,
already?
Yeah.
All right. So I guess I'll start and then we can move around. Yeah, I think you can't really be both ways. I think the way it's agendized is exactly as Member Lippitt described. It looks like a very administrative type item, similar to how we do in our administrative report. We say, can we hold hearings these days? Who's going to be available? Do we need to cancel the CAC meeting? Right. None of that is specific of the cases. Right. It's just calendaring and such. Yet the letter from the Fire Commission says that the commission went into closed session to discuss dismissals of specific employees, one of whom was Mr. LaCroix. Now, if that's true, then the agenda was improper, because it should have specifically said that they were going to discuss specific dismissals. So if they wanted to go in closed session, the agenda's wrong. And the way to me, the way the agenda is written, that particular item would not be fall under the closed session exception. So
Yeah, well, especially, I mean, C,
Mhm.
because, right, because
Right,
it's
C.
broad. D is specific, but again, it's about a suspension, not a dismissal. So I think that's, to me, that's murky.
To me, the employment, when it says that that you can go in there to discuss the, hang on, let me see the exact wording here. Consider the appointment, employment, evaluation of performance or dismissal. I think that's the employment to me. I think that's
Yeah.
the employment.
So you think that one is specific enough?
I
Yeah.
personally do. I think
There may be enough room there.
yeah, I would consider. I mean, you
Yeah.
may differ.
No, so I actually have a question on B, because looking back at 6710, so when we look at 6710B, and it talks about an employee, whereas on the agenda, the item 5B sounds like it's about a class of cases. But then if you go back and 6710E allows private session with cities designated representatives regarding matters within the scope of collective bargaining or meeting and conferring with public employee organizations. Now, is E separate from, I feel like we need Bruce here.
Yeah.
Are B and E separate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so B and E are separate. Okay.
Sorry, I also think that there's a little, because I kind of agreed with what you were saying earlier about a class. And then I was just kind of looking at B. I feel like there's a little wiggle room in B. I feel like B is kind of pretty encompassing because it says, if you go on, it says the body may exclude from such public meeting and shall exclude from any such closed meeting during the comments of a complainant, any or all other complainants in a matter. Like, it's kind of like, to me, it's less than just one. It does open very much like we're evaluating one employee.
Right.
Like, I feel like it does kind of say that, but I feel like it's trying to be a catch-all, which now that I have my microphone, I just want to say that, like, it does seem to me like I agree that there does seem to be an agenda issue in terms of how it's described, but the way that 6710B is like laid out, it kind of just makes it sound like even if they have like an agenda issue, if they come to us or they put in a letter, they say, oh, we were discussing anything in this like specific genre, like this specific like class of things, that they can just say that and then go into closed session essentially. Like, it's not like, it doesn't, like, even if they noticed it wrong, like what they're saying, what the respondent is saying, what the commission is saying is that, well, we were discussing the performance of this employee and these employees, like whether or not they, like it says on the agenda, oh, it's just a calendar issue. Like, they're basically just saying now to us that it was about their performance. So that's the end of my spiel.
I mean, to me, yeah, I think it's either they violated 6710B because it was just a very broad administrative thing, or if it really was a specific thing about actual dismissals, then I think it's a 67. It was ones Member Schmidt was talking about.
67.7, which I think.
Yeah, 67.7.
I think that sounds more like,
Yeah, so
appropriate.
So it's one or the other, I think, but I think they violated something. It's just which one they want to go with.
Well, maybe Member Schmitz is stronger.
Yeah, I agree with his too.
I mean, in their own letter, they said, we discussed specific dismissals, which goes along with Member Schmidt. So it sounds like, yeah, they were discussing specific cases, which is fine. They get to do that in closed session, but that's not what they agendized.
Well, further on page 33 in the minutes at the bottom, on items 5B and 5C, there was nothing to report. So there was apparently no action taken. And although it was listed as an action item, the described scope of item 5C was status and calendaring of pending disciplinary and separation cases. So I think it really goes back to what Member LaHood said, that this was really just about procedural and how do we deal with this stuff. And just at a very high level, we've got whatever it was, 21 or 30 cases. do we want to spend 1 day, 3 days, set this out over 6 different weeks? Who's available on Friday morning, whatever. It wasn't actually considering the specific charges and appointment, employment, evaluation, or dismissal. It wasn't. It was calendaring. It was not remarkably different, as Chair Yankee said, of dealing with our administrator's report or the Planning Commission talking about future agenda items or anything like that.
Maybe we could ask.
As described. It's not
Right.
We're not making this up.
No, that's exactly what it says. But then, I'd be curious then to hear from Ms. Conifrey. What did you mean when you wrote a letter to us that said, quote, "The commission went into closed session to discuss dismissals of specific employees, one of whom was Mr. LaCroix"? Because that seems very much not like calendaring to me. So which one is it? Was it calendaring or was it discussing specific dismissals?
I'd have to go back and listen to the tape.
Yeah. But it can't be both ways. So which is the agenda true or is your written
I
statement?
don't know.
true?
I'll have to go back and listen to the tape. It's years ago.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that seems fair to me.
From what's been,
well,
have we done?
Well, no, that's the crux of it for me too. It's just
It was at the very beginning of the non-vax cases that we started. And it was new to everybody, new to the commission, and I'd have to go back now and see what the discussion was and listen to that closed session tape to get back to you.
I think, yeah, because that's what I'm saying is that like we're taking the commission at their word that it was about dismissal.
Right.
And now they're saying that they could review it and it could be something. Could just be
this is going to
calendaring.
be hard because Mr. LaCroix can't see it. We can't see it. But the only person who could see it is.
But they've said that there's a recording and that they're willing to review it.
Yeah.
I still think that's more than, like, hey, we were discussing employment matters. So that's, I don't know. That's more than I expected. Sorry. No offense.
Could we do rebuttals and then come back to?
We did them.
We did them.
Yeah.
This is deliberations.
Oh, sorry.
So as I'm trying to figure out if we're going to conclude this today, which path do we go down? Because
I think from what's been presented to us, it is with the evidence that's before us, since we can't listen to the tape and we're not going to and all that, I think it's how we interpret what's on the agenda and what's in the minutes as it's listed as 5C. And I think that does not, and they claim that it was proper in closed session under 67.10B, and I don't think so. And I think this is probably more clear than the last case of a 10B violation, but I'm open to being persuaded.
did you have something?
I want to, this may be sort of thrown even a new one in, but I want to say 6711 feels like we may want to, I like 7 and 11 for failure to state, well, okay, you had to state the general reasons for the closed session. Now, they do state a reason or reasons, but then in the second sentence of 6711, in the closed session, the policy body may consider only those matters covered in its statements. And when we look at their statement, I mean, I don't think that within any reading of the statement of the reason can we really construe that they were going to actually go as far as they did and start talking about dismissing employees. So that's a possible other way to go. But I do think, I mean, I certainly think that we can at least have some 7 violations and possibly, I don't know about 10B myself.
Sorry. I just think I appreciate the inquiry and Ms. Conifrey's commitment to go back and review the tape, the way I'm reading that sentence on the December 14th letter from Ms. Conifrey to us, it's that the commission went into closed session to discuss, in general, dismissals of specific employees. It was not, one of whom was Mr. LaCroix, it was not to act on that date any specific dismissals, including of Mr. LaCroix. So
under that interpretation, I would say it's a 6710B violation.
Which is where I am.
Or if they did go more specific, then
right. And I would be inclined to find a 67.11 violation, except that the commission did cite the authority, but they cited it under 5B, which I don't think was the best place to put it, but it's on the agenda. So
no, I think what Member Schmidt was saying was it says in closed session, the policy body may consider only those matters covered in its statement. So if they were saying they're only going to cover calendaring,
right,
then went into discussing specific dismissals, that's another overreach.
Yeah, you're going outside of calendaring and status.
But it's whether you're discussing the calendaring of, as opposed to the specific charges and whether the charges can be sustained. I mean, there's a lot of head of the pin stuff here.
But even if they said they were going to discuss calendaring and then they decided to go in and discuss performance, they could still make the argument under 6710B that they were in closed session discussing performance. Even if they didn't properly tell anybody or they weren't planning on it, if that's what they decided to do.
But then they would violate 6711.
Yeah, and I still think that's fair.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So then it would be a 67. They would be okay under 6710, right? So it's hard to tell which direction do we go.
And I just want to say to Member Pilpel that I agree it's a more clear-cut case. It kind of feels as though 6710B is kind of overbroad. But it doesn't mean that.
It depends on how it's interpreted. I mean, look, I have no problem with commissions properly going into closed session to discuss charges and dismissals. It's when you go past this specific employee has this specific set of charges, do we, nuke them, give them 30 days, give them 10 days pending, give them a warning and reprimand, right? Those are their options, things like that. If you're doing that in closed session and you have the authority to do so, fine. When you get into this calendaring and scheduling and, who are we doling it out to and blah, 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 that can be done in open session. You're not talking about specific charges. And if you're concerned about naming names, then you can just say, case number 2021-15. There are ways to take care of privacy concerns.
This is the least popular suggestion. I know it's 10 p.m. and we've looked at both of these cases, but if it were just me, I would want to postpone it and have her review the tape and no.
I don't know. Do you think that's going to, how do you think that would help us?
Because what if they just discussed calendaring issues?
Well, then it shouldn't have been a closed session.
Exactly. That she's saying that she doesn't.
But they said that they were discussing calendaring issues. So I think we should take them at face value now and say that's a violation.
But then they wrote to us and they said that they were discussing employee dismissal.
No, but they went into closed session to discuss 5B, C, and D. So they may have discussed. So in the employee negotiations, they have a right to talk to union representatives in closed session. They did cite the specific case in D, but in C, they were, and in C, they said we're talking about calendaring. C shouldn't have been in closed session regardless.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair point. In some way, I didn't read this last thing, and I should have. Under 5B, the anticipated issue under negotiation was the status of meet and confer concerning the commission's procedural rule regarding hearings for vaccination-related separation cases. So there's a lot of interplay between these matters. And so even if 5B was properly in closed session and 5D was properly in closed session, 5C, on how it was described, was probably not appropriate in closed session and could have and should have been discussed in open session. And that's why I think there's a 10B violation. And even going back and listening to the tape, I don't think is going to change our analysis here. But again, I could be wrong.
You know what?
No, I think that's interesting.
Why don't we get some motions on the table and see where it takes us?
Can I help you with one little thing here? I record requested C
Sir,
on the agenda.
it's kind of inappropriate because then I left it the other.
Because I know
person.
we're going
No,
around to the
no.
other.
I'm trying to.
That is actually helpful.
Yeah.
All right.
I apologize to interrupt.
That's okay. I can't because I have to open up the other side and then.
Do you
we're
want me
going-
to make a motion and see if we got a second?
Go for it.
Go for it.
David, go.
I don't hear one yet, so go for it.
I move to find a violation of.
Microphone.
I move to find a violation of 67.10B as in boy with regard to the January 12th, 22 meeting as to item 5C.
Specific enough.
I think it's good. Okay.
People want to futz with it, fine, but that's where I'm going.
I think that's specific enough. I'm not seconding it, but at least that's
I'll
a good one on
second.
the table.
Okay, so moved by member Pilpel, seconded by member LaHood for that motion. Let's go ahead and take public comment on that motion.
There's no one in the room.
Well, I can't see online. Is there anyone online?
Thousands
There's
of
no
people
one
online.
Online?
Oh, Administrator Peterson, do we have anybody online to speak for public comment?
We have two callers. One moment, please. Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear
Just a
you.
minute, I got to start the timer, sir. I'll let you know when you can begin.
Yes, sure, I can begin right now. Thank you very much. So I would just like to say I've been listening to this whole thing, and I'm just a layman, don't know much, but I think the easiest way to find out which violation the commission committed would be to make the meeting public so that we can all listen to it. Just from me listening to this, the commission either lied or was mistaken either about the agenda or the letter that Ms. Conifrey sent. It's one or the other. So there was a mistake or a lie. So I do not trust them to go review the tape. I think it should be made public. I think it's pretty straightforward and pretty obvious. And I just want to remind people that things like this, like the Sunshine Ordinance and the Brown Act, are to protect people like Mr. LaCroix and to make it a transparent process so that the people can trust the government and the big institutions and departments that have all the power and make all the rules. So this would gratefully help people like me have a little bit of trust in the systems and the great things like the Sunshine Ordinance. And I also just want to take this time to thank Mr. LaCroix, whether he's vaccinated or unvaccinated. I want to thank him for his brave service during the pandemic all the way into 2022 when a lot of people weren't. He was out serving as a public servant, helping people that had no one else to help them. So I just want to thank him for that and thank you all for listening to this case.
Thank you, caller. We have a second caller. Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. So one of the things I just want to point out is that for years there's been procedures within the Fire Commission of how to handle terminations, and they have, been given a lot of time, and some of them stretch over days. They're allowed to call many witnesses, and so I think possibly what happened at this session, and this is why it's really important, is that they changed those procedures for these specific employees, and that's something that is like a policy change and procedure change that should be. The public should know why they chose to change their longstanding procedures just for these cases. And there was comments made in prior commission hearings that would kind of indicate why they did that. But I think it's important for the public to know that why all of a sudden do you think this group needs less protection or less due process procedures than people who say beat their wives or drunk drive or do all kinds of different things. So I think it's important to note that there was a policies and procedures changed after this session. So it's very important. The other thing I want to point out is that privacy is, I assume, is intended to, about employees, is intended to protect the employee and not the government. So if the employee is asking for it to be public, I think that should be considered. And I think that you might want to ask, why does the government want this private when the employee is saying, please make it public? And that's it.
Thank you, caller. We have another caller. Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to say that I've been listening to this, and I think it's really interesting and telling that one side is simply asking for transparency and asking for this Sunshine Task Force to help attain that transparency for the benefit of the public. And the other side, the Fire Commission Secretary Conifrey doesn't really have anything else to say except that, oh, well, he's unvaccinated. So, you know, that's their entire defense. I think that's really telling. And I think that should be a flag for you guys to really consider what might be going on here. And, you know, possibly there should be multiple violations, and you should think about it. And if that requires you to spend more time on it than just tonight, that should be done. But it's something that you should really consider and look into fully. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. There are no, excuse me, there are no other callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment. And just to make, go ahead.
I was going to say, do we need to add to the motion if we're finding a violation and saying that item 5C was improperly allowed to go into closed session? Should we also add that the audio from that section should be released?
Well, that's what I was going to get to, because some of the callers alluded to, like, to what could we, you know, this video should be made public. And we really, under the Sunshine Ordinance, have no authority.
I mean, we can say it. We can't force it. Yeah.
Right. We could suggest that but the part that's going to be difficult is that I suppose they could do we could suggest they release that one section. Whether or not they do is, we have no say in it, though. I think as Member Schmidt was pointing out earlier, that our authority under the public meetings part is less than the Sunshine Ordinance gives us under the public records part, but we could ask.
Did we already vote on this?
No, we were about to vote.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Along those lines, and I'm not sure that it's worth including in the motion right now, thank you, if Ms. Conifrey is going to go back and listen to the tape, the entire closed session, it looks like, was about 2.5 hours. I suspect that item 5C was nowhere near 2.5 hours, particularly if Ms. Eisen left at 9:30, then whatever. It may be that this was a 5 or 10 minute discussion, and for all I know, maybe Ms. Conifrey could find some way to summarize that discussion and bring to her commission the possibility of disclosing just that portion related to 5C of, hey, you know, we have X number of cases. How do you want to deal with this? Blah, blah, blah. without naming names necessarily. So providing some level of transparency about 5C to our point. Again, I'm not sure we need to include it in the motion, but that might be a reasonable way that they could deal with this. And I think what we're saying, if we pass this, is that going forward, general topics around status and calendaring are fine to have, but are fine to have an open session. Specific closed sessions about charges and disposition of charges and whatnot are appropriate in closed session with appropriate notice. Because that's sort of the law.
Maybe we shouldn't muck with the motion. We can make another motion.
Yeah, we can always make another. Okay.
All right.
So why don't we vote on this motion?
Here's the thought.
Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Member Anderson, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Highland, absent. Member Schmidt.
Nay.
Member Schmidt, no. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 6 in favor, 1 no, 3 absent.
Okay, so that motion passes.
Okay, so
Can I make another motion?
Yeah.
In light of the past motion, I'd like to make a motion that we ask the San Francisco Fire Commission to release the audio from the, let me get it right, the January 12th, 2022 meeting for the closed session on item 5C.
I'll second.
Okay, so moved by member LaHood, seconded by member Sugarman.
ask Fire Commission to produce.
In light of the decision on the previous motion, I make a new motion that we ask the San Francisco Fire Commission for the meeting on Wednesday, January 12th, 2022, to release the section of the meeting that was held in closed session pertaining to item 5C.
So the what closed session? I'm not.
What did I say? Now I don't know what I said.
To make a new motion.
Actually, sorry, read from the beginning what I said.
In light of the decision to make a new motion.
No.
No, in light of the decision in our previous motion.
In light of the decision in our previous motion.
I make a motion to ask the San Francisco Fire Commission to release, and I want to state the date first, from the January 12th, 2022 meeting, the portion of the meeting held in closed session pertaining to item 5C. And I don't know if I'm asking for audio or video. Did they? For audio, yeah.
They probably don't have the video.
Member Kumar, did you have a?
I was just wondering if we can add a line to this motion stating that if the fire department is unable to produce that part of the video, they should release a written statement to the task force stating why, and also give a timeline for when they will release the video.
I'm going to say within 5 days.
No.
Hold on.
I mean, I think it's great to ask. I don't think we can.
We have the authority. Okay, so we're just
asking.
asking. We're just asking.
To ask them to send letters and deadlines, I don't think gets us anywhere. I think.
Okay, we're just saying in light of our previous motion, we are making this motion.
Like a suggestion. That's more than that. I
think asking is fine. Yeah.
And in order to do this, they would have to bring it back to their commission and say, can we release it?
Because they have to vote on it.
Okay. Because it's in close, So that ain't happening in 5 days. If Ms. Conifrey and the commission president and the city attorney, if they're able to package this and discuss it, this may happen in the fullness of time, which would be great. And regardless of how they proceed with this, they should respond back to us and say, here's what we're doing. We're either bringing it to them or we're not, et cetera. But yeah.
I'm going to boil that down too.
Yeah.
And we request a response from the commission. We request a response from the commission.
Is seconder okay with that? Yeah. Okay.
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 Second was Maxine?
No, Member Sugarman.
Member Sugarman, right?
Yep.
Still second.
Sorry. Okay, we want to open up to public comment?
Yeah, we'll open up to public comment. I'm going to limit public comment to 2 minutes on this since this is a corollary of the prior motion and not a new item.
Seeing no one approach the podium, if there's anyone in the online community who would like to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app pressing *3 or use the app. We have one caller.
Okay. Again, this is only going to be for 2 minutes because this is very related to the prior motion.
Caller, you've been unmuted. Hello, caller.
Hi. Sorry. I'd like to comment on the procedures tonight. I'm one of the affected members of the fire department that this pertains to, and I realize that you have limited power, but I don't see how your power is limited to compel. You are an entity, an oversight entity, and just saying slap on the wrist, you guys made a boo-boo and that's all. For the record, we can't compel. I don't understand why you can't compel them. You say you deliver that audio so we can review it, and otherwise they're not afraid of you. They continue with their corruption and their collusion. And if you understood how they destroyed our due process and changed the rules completely, violated every code and protection that we had in order to facilitate our terminations, they went above and beyond breaking the law. They went full criminal on us. And I think that Mark is being very generous and polite by not calling that out, but that's a fact. And you have the power to put an end to this and to hold them accountable. Please do that. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. There are no other hands raised.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And again, to the public commenters, our authority is very limited by what's in Administrative Code 67. If you are of the opinion that this task force should have more authority, that we should be able to compel city boards and commissions to release videos of closed sessions or to rescind votes that were taken in violation of the Brown Act, that might be something that we agree or disagree with, but something that the Sunshine Ordinance does not empower us to do. So if that's something you think we should be able to do, then you need to contact your supervisors, not us. We can't invent law here. Even as much as we may think that's a great idea, we just don't get to do that. Okay, on that, I think we can take a vote on that motion.
Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Highland, absent. Member Schmidt?
Nay.
Member Schmidt, no. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 6 in favor, 1 no, 3 absence.
Okay, that motion passes. Any other motions on this item?
It's not a motion, but just to clarify, the OD for this item will include both actions, and to implement the last motion, or can you do a separate email or letter or something so that it's clear that you're communicating to the Fire Commission what our desire is?
So Cheryl will send out, usually the next day, an email to the contact. In this case, I'm assuming that's some
Okay.
commission. with the specific motions that we passed. So that will be part of it. So
Understood, but I think on this case, it may need a little more explanation from you to them as to what,
if
it needs
I'm happy
that.
to help if they
Okay.
have questions, but I'm not gonna.
That's fine.
And just to let you know, David, I always send them to Matthew first.
Yeah.
Just
I
done.
got another motion.
You got another motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Member Schmidt.
Yeah.
It was just like different from a normal OD.
Okay. I move that we find violations of 67.7A for failure to specify a proposed action, 67.7B for lack of meaningful description in the agenda, and 67.7D for non-agenda action/discussion.
Okay, that's a motion by Member Schmidt. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second. Sorry, I think I jumped in.
Okay, seconded by Member LaHood. Any discussion on that?
I just need a little clarification. This is still on item 5C?
No, it's on the file,
On
item number 13.
LaCroix.
Yeah, but is it,
Oh,
which specific agenda item are you suggesting that they didn't properly describe? Is it item 5C?
His case. His case was never mentioned in the agenda in any way.
actually, it is in 5D.
His
No,
case,
he said that, Mr. Qua said that he was not the subject of item 5D.
Okay, you're
He
right.
was within the 5C group, it sounds like, which was also the subject of the 5B meet and confer, or not. Maybe, maybe not.
5C is all I asked.
Right, that was the subject. So I'm just not sure if I'm with this particular motion. That's why I'm trying to figure out what it's on.
so we're talking about,
I guess where I am is I think 5C was a fine thing for them to discuss. I don't think it was fine for them to discuss it in closed session, but I think it was reasonably described. I understand that there's a discrepancy between how it was described on the agenda and how Ms. Conifrey
Described
it in her letter, but I think that can be interpreted, and I'm sort of okay with that right now. But
well, okay, you're talking about, status and calendaring?
Yeah.
Okay, well, what I'm talking about is that they went far beyond status and calendaring. And didn't they do more than stats and calendaring of his case?
I wasn't there. We didn't hear it.
That was the question I asked her, and she was unable to verify one way or the other. Her letter to us suggests that may have happened. When I asked her if that really what happened, she said you need to go listen to the video or the audio, whatever exists from it. So,
and maybe there is a whole thing. They're all in on it. I don't know. I don't have enough info right now.
But it is true that in 5D it says commission deliberations and possible action on employee suspension appeal. And it's the same, it kind of harkens back to what Member LaHood was saying about it being about a class of people and not about a specific case. Right?
But that one is a specific case.
That appears to be
that
one
one's not
specific
disputed.
It's confusing because it cites a specific case, but then it mentions like a broad category.
And it doesn't even say which disciplinary cases, which separation cases. Is he supposed to just know that they're referring to him when they say this? Like, oh, I have to show up like what if they have 500 people who are under discipline and separation? Could they actually pick them out and I'll say, oh, well, I can pick any 500 and this covers me. Those people need to all be ready to be disciplined or to have their cases discussed.
Which one are you looking at, Dean?
I'm talking about 5C.
Oh, C.
5C. It's what I'm saying is 5C is it's almost like ineffectual because it doesn't really say anything. It's so vague. And sorry, I'm doing this. I'm getting a habit of this accordion thing. So I don't think that there's any reason that anyone would read that and think that they need to show up and at least say, well, please don't talk about my case if you're thinking about talking about it in closed session. That's my concern here, is that all the aspects of even what you need to put into an open meeting agenda are not met. That's why I wanted to throw in 7.7. But if I understand there may not be a whole lot of support for that one. That's fine.
Thinking about it.
Personally, on that one, I'll be voting no.
Okay.
I think the calendaring of pending disciplinary and separation cases is a specific action. It's very similar to the action we have on ours. I think it's in dispute whether or not his specific case, he wasn't there and we weren't there and there's no video of it. I'm not convinced that they actually did talk about his specific case.
But we don't know.
We don't know. We don't know. So maybe if we were able to watch the video, I'd agree with you. But absent that, because when I asked Ms. Confery about it, she said, well, I don't really know.
Okay.
So that's the reason. That's why I was talking before. Okay. I think I would only be comfortable voting either the violation for a 6710 route or a 67.7 route. But I don't think they can both be happening
at the same time.
And since we did 6710, I'll be voting no on
in this case.
Okay. I'll withdraw.
No, that's fine. You could,
but
you don't have to.
I will substitute. I'll bring a new motion, and this will be my last one. Violation of 67.8A4.
67.884.
Yeah. For the agenda failed to specify required closed session information under pertaining to public employee personnel actions.
Could you be more specific? What do you think is missing?
Well, that's the motion statement. Okay. So
So
I'm just answering a question. So I'm just dividing me stating the motion.
you are withdrawing your.
No. The prior motion was withdrawn. He gave you a new motion.
Yeah.
But stop typing, because now he's just going to talk to member.
That's what I was just asking.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
Yeah. Well, whether we're talking about a public employee dismissal or a public employee performance evaluation, they failed to give the kind of information that they were required to do under the Sunshine Ordinance.
Specifically?
Position, and in case of a position in the case of a performance evaluation, which I don't think this is really a performance evaluation, but this did regard a dismissal. Number of employees affected. Failure to state.
Okay. All right. So this.
Before we go any further.
Yes.
The number that you are citing is 67.8.
67.8, subsection A, subsection 4.
Okay, that's what I got.
Okay. So on this one, and we don't have a second yet. We haven't discussed this issue, this area of law yet tonight?
No.
Okay. I'm not sure where I am on this, so I'm open and we should hear from folks if there's a second, if we're going somewhere on it. My past experience is that bodies either name an individual by title and whatnot and say, this is the MTA board, we're doing our annual performance evaluation of Jeffrey Tomlin, executive director of the MTA, or they refer to a case number for whatever reason, if there's a privacy concern or whatnot. So it may be that because this is not a department head, that it's a subordinate employee, that they have a good basis for not disclosing the employee's name and title to protect their privacy because of, in this case, it could well be a HIPAA issue related to vaccination or any number of other protected reasons not to disclose, which we haven't been briefed on, nobody argued, et cetera, et cetera. It may be that they screwed it up, but I would need to hear more and be convinced.
Well, what I'm saying is if they had said in their agenda how many employees they were going to discuss, how many employees were potentially affected by what they were going to talk about, at least somebody's going to have an idea what's going on here. And you can't say, we're going into closed session and we don't have to tell you anything about what we're going to talk about. We do have to tell you some things about what we're talking about, such as what's in 67.8. That's my point.
I don't disagree with that at all. I think this is getting into a broader discussion about how closed sessions related to employee appointments, evaluations, and discipline should be calendared at various commissions depending on their authority. And I'm pretty sure that this was not one of the things that Mr. LaCroix alleged, nor something that the department responded on tonight. I'm not saying that you're wrong or that we shouldn't have this discussion sometime somewhere. I'm not sure now's the time and this is the place.
Well, I guess you got a great point. It was neither brought up nor was it argued before. So we could say, well, then we shouldn't consider other potential violations. So this is outside of the scope, just like 67.7 is. I understand that. I don't consider that we're limited by what we're given in terms of possible violations. But yeah, point well taken.
Wherever we have it, if we had a hearing and gave departments and commissions better guidance on how we think closed sessions on employee stuff should be calendared and conducted, that would be great. I've got no problem with that. I'm just not sure now's the time and this is the one to do it on. This is part of that discussion.
We certainly never run out of good new ideas of things to possibly do in the future. Yes.
And being more specific on this is something that we could work into the amendments to the ordinance as well. I mean, if we think there is inadequate specificity in the ordinance and inadequate compliance with basic disclosure stuff about closed sessions, which are important but should be necessarily
I
limited.
think there's a lot of specificity in the ordinance. I think there's a lack of compliance with what's contained in the ordinance.
Yeah. Okay. But my motion may die in about 5 seconds if nobody.
I'm gonna.
It happened to be earlier.
We got it. It's getting really late here, so we need to wrap this up. So, calling for a second. Is there a second to this?
I'll second it.
Okay. Seconded by Member Kumar. Okay. Let's go to public comment on that motion.
If there are any members of the online community who would like to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no hands raised.
Okay, go ahead and close public comment. We can go ahead and move to a vote on this, I think.
Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
No.
Member Pilpel.
No.
Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Highland, absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee.
No.
All right, 3 noes, 3 absences, and 1, 2, 3 in favor.
There should be 7
Sorry,
total.
4.
Yeah.
4.
4 to 3.
3 absents and 3 noes. Okay, it dies.
Okay, so that motion fails. Any other motions? Okay, we're moving on.
Sit closer to his microphone.
All right. So, okay,
Thank
so
you,
items
Ms. Conifrey.
14, 15, We,
14, we are not hearing.
yeah, 14,
that
we
was-
we closed.
Yeah.
15 is being continued. We're on to item 16.
So we're thanking the participants.
You're
in
thanking the
this.
participants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. To
Thank
be
you. Good
clear,
night.
14, I believe, was withdrawn.
It was closed by the, yes.
Withdrawn and closed. Okay.
So that
15
will
is,
not be coming back. 15 will be coming back.
okay.
All right, 16.
Now it's just all us.
Was that
Sorry?
16? Item 16.
Item 16, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
All right, anyone have anything for this item?
Yeah.
I never found out what this thing is that's sitting in front of me, and I just wanted
Oh.
to know if there's some reason I need to know.
Discuss this tonight or?
It doesn't
What's
have
that? No, that was legal guidance for some of the, we didn't have to go there. But thank you very much.
Okay, so that's, Michael, you gave that to us.
So
Some legal points.
some of the stuff about the copying, constant copying, directly relevant to the topic, that was one would say, but just some case law that was a recent point. It's just like-
Would you speak into the microphone, please?
The other issue.
Thank you.
And I am not going to discuss it. I'm going to let you guys look at it.
Yeah,
But
we
it's the
should be
case law on
Investigatory.
investigatory files. But yeah,
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
I think that does come up, and I think that'll shed light on just some stuff. But just let you guys look at it.
Appreciate it. I think we all appreciate having that.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else for this item?
Yeah, I'll just say, and I don't want to extend the meeting, and I don't want to get too specific and personal, but just to say that I have had some family issues. I've been particularly depressed and unhappy recently, very much so considering my position on the task force, my position in life. I'm not sure. I'm not going anywhere right this moment, but I have some serious issues that I'm confronting, and it's possible that things will end up okay. It's possible that they won't. And I just wanted to share that with all of you. And I just hope in a positive way that we can think broadly about our differences, about our commonalities, but also about our differences. And that, in my view, diversity, there are a lot of ways to look at diversity, and one of those is our abilities and our mental state, which may appear in some ways to be similar to others, and in other ways may be a lot more layered and complicated. I've recognized, among other things, recently that I think I'm actually, funny and bright and smart, but I'm also very much repetitive, difficult, and I can be extremely annoying. And that's, I found exhausting for others and exhausting for myself. And I'm not sure how much control I have over that. And I'm being pretty honest and personal here in ways that I'm usually not. And just think about that for all of you, for all the people that you know. It's not always okay. It's just not always. No, it's all right. It's just not always easy. And we all appear to be similar and do okay with each other, and we generally do. But life is not. Life is hard, and we spend a fair amount of time here trying to solve problems, which has been great. But sometimes if you think about it, we probably spend more time than we could or should on like little pinhead things. And in the grand scheme of things, it's like, are we Are we making things better? Aren't we? How can we do it in different ways? And, let's just think about each other a little bit, not just on the task force, but the public and the employees that we deal with and the issues. I mean, I know that we do. I'll leave it at that. You can talk to me privately if you'd like as well. Thanks.
Can I jump in and say, Member Pilpel, I think you make awesome contributions to the task force and to the Compliance and Amendments Committee. And I think it's hard to strike a balance between I think your attention to detail is great and delightful. And I know sometimes we want to move things ahead quickly. And I think we can strike a balance between making sure that we get things right. And we do pay attention to those details, and also trying to move things forward so that we can help as many people as possible. And I think we share those ideals. And so I hope that you're not discouraged because sometimes people want to move things along faster, because I think your contributions are so important and help make our work more meaningful. And I think will help make the ordinance stronger as we go along. So thank you.
I also just want to add that I'm new to the task force, but I've learned so much from you, Member Pilpel. I actually go back after every meeting and read the Sunshine Ordinance again, because I'm like, oh my God, Member Pilpel mentioned this. I had no idea, and I'm learning so much. I'm so grateful to be on the task force and the EOTC committee with you. So just wanted to say that. Thank you for persevering through everything.
I appreciate it. This is actually a lot less about you and the task force, and it's probably my way of saying I think I have some version of autism and OCD, if that's not obvious, and probably some other things. And I think while it's fairly obvious when people have cancer or a physical condition or limitation, it is a lot less obvious with certain mental conditions, some of which can be ongoing and some of which aren't. And it's a lot harder to deal with those. And I think there's still a lot of stigma around that. And that's really more what I'm suggesting. It's not easy. And that's where I am right now. Not stuff I really wanted to say necessarily in public, but I thought perhaps should be heard while I'm here. Thanks, all of you.
Thanks for sharing. You didn't have to do that.
But if I didn't like you and I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have said that. So there you go.
And by the rules, I now have to call for public comment.
If anyone has thoughts or suggestions on Member Schmidt's comment, mine or others, we should hear that. Yes.
Members of the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 if you would like to make public comment on item 16. We see no hands raised.
Okay, I'll close public comment. Last item.
So moved. All right.
Oh my goodness. Thanks, everybody.
Ending the recording.